The first thing I taste is blood, and it isn't mine. The second thing I notice is that something is glued to my palm, a sheet of parchment, stiff and warm and sticky, pressed into my hand hard enough that whoever did it wanted it to stay there. I peel it off my skin. It comes away with a sound I do not enjoy. It's a deed, a grant of land. My name is on it in beautiful clerk's handwriting, and half of it is soaked through dark red. The third thing I notice is the escort. There are 11 of them, spread out around me in the yellow grass, and they are arranged the way people are arranged when they were walking in a column and did not get the chance to stop walking. One man is still holding his reins. There's no horse attached to the reins anymore. There's not much attached to the man anymore either. They were my escort, which means they were sent to bring me here, which means somebody made very sure that the people who knew where here was would not be going back. My name is Kale Stone. I'm 15 years old. I am the bastard son of the Marquis Valerius, and about 6 hours ago, my elder brother gave me a coming-of-age present. He gave me a fief. Then he gave the men carrying me to it a second set of instructions. I sit up in the grass with a stranger's memories sliding into my head like water finding a crack, and I look at that beautiful handwriting, and the funniest part, the genuinely funniest part, is that the deed is real. It's stamped. It's legal. My father actually signed it. Somewhere in a warm room with glass in the windows, a marquis put his seal on a document giving his unwanted son a piece of the world, and then went to bed feeling like a generous man. The piece of the world is this: forest to the north, wasteland to the south, all the way to where the sky starts. A river to the west, wide and gray, mountains to the east, and absolutely nothing else. No village, no road, no fence, not one single thing built by a human being in any direction I can see. Half a month's travel back to the castle, through bandits and wolves. That's the distance my brother measured out. He didn't need to kill me. He just needed to put me somewhere that would do it for him, and then make sure nobody who could carry a message got to keep their throat. So there are exactly 3 options. Walk back. Somebody recognizes me, sends word north, and my brother finishes what he started, properly this time, in a place with a floor drain. Walk to another lord. A 15-year-old with no escort, no money, and a bloody piece of parchment is not a nobleman. He's inventory. I'd be sold before I finished explaining myself. Or stay. I look at the tree line. I look at the river. I check the sun, which is going down, which is the single most aggressive thing the sun can do to a man with no fire. Revenge is a beautiful word. It's got weight. It's got a plan hidden inside it. It feels like you're already doing something when you say it. And it is completely useless to a person who is about to be eaten. Survival first. Revenge is a luxury item. I'll buy it later. I'm still thinking that through when the world puts a window in front of my eyes. Imperial mythology. System. Loading. 1%, 10, 50. I stop breathing for a second, and not because I'm afraid, because I recognize it. For 7 days straight before I woke up in this field, I was playing a game. Lord management, farming, building, hauling ore, drafting peasants, marching lines of little men at each other. No cheat menus, no instant construction, no pay to skip. Everything in it depended on one thing: grinding. 7 days of my life I put into it, and my last clear memory is the specific ache behind the eyes you only get from a monitor at 4 in the morning. Heavenly craftsmanship mode, loading complete. Other modes, locked. And there it is, 9 panels, laid out exactly the way they were laid out on my screen. Construction, planting, gathering, crafting, breeding, hunting, cooking, medicine, forging, every single one of them sitting at level 0. I reach down and rip a weed out of the dirt, just to check. Gathering experience +1. Obtained. 1 weed. Am I surprised? No. I'm not surprised at all. I have been transported into another world, given a system, and the system's opening offer is that I can pull grass slightly more efficiently than a goat. I stand there in a field of my own dead escort with a blood-stained deed in one hand and exactly 1 weed in the other, and I say it out loud because somebody should. With heavenly craftsmanship, I'm destined to be a farmer. Then I correct myself because accuracy matters. No, innate farming physique, and that's the deal. No fireballs, no sword that talks, no goddess apologizing for the inconvenience, 9 jobs, and experience that only moves when my hands move, which, honestly, I can work with, because the man who spent 7 days grinding a farming sim for free is now doing it for his life, and he already knows the build order. I go west, toward the water. It takes me the rest of the daylight to find where I want to live, and I find it about 400 meters from the tree line, a crescent-shaped bay where the river bends in, pines on the bank, open ground behind me so nothing can walk up on me unseen. Water inside 100 meters, forest close enough to carry logs, far enough that whatever lives in it has to cross open ground to get to me. Mountains east for stone, wasteland south for fields. It's the best plot on the map, and I picked it by standing there for 10 minutes doing exactly what I did when I was choosing a starting village with a bag of chips in my lap. Then I start pulling weeds with my bare hands because that's what I have. 2 hours later, I've cleared about 10 square meters, my neck is covered in red itching lines from whatever grows here, and I have 13 points of gathering experience. 13. Level 1 is 500. I sit down in the dirt and I do the arithmetic, and the arithmetic tells me that at this rate I will hit gathering level 1 at some point during the reign of my great-grandchildren, assuming I have any, which currently is not looking likely. I need tools. I find the flint on the riverbank, a fist-sized gray lump with a fracture down one side, and I hit it against another rock because that is the entire extent of my knowledge on the subject. Crafting experience +1. And something arrives in my head, not a manual, not a voice, just knowing. The way you know your own phone number, the angle a flake wants to come off at. Where to strike so it shears instead of shatters. How to run the edge along a bone to bite the burr off it. I hit it again. +1. More knowing. This, it turns out, is what the system actually is. It doesn't do the work. It pays you in understanding, and it only pays when your hands are already moving. Every point of experience buys a piece of somebody's life's work and installs it behind my eyes. By dark, I have 2 blades. Then I try to make rope, and the rope makes a fool of me. I twist grass, and it comes apart. I twist it tighter, and it comes apart faster. It takes an hour and a genuinely humiliating number of failures before the knowledge lands. 2-ply, 3-ply. Which way each strand turns so they lock against each other instead of just lying there, being grass. First rope, 1 hour. Second rope, 30 minutes. I lash a blade to a pine shaft and the panel gives me my first 2 named items. Simple flint knife, simple flint spear. They are ugly. They are lopsided. The edges on both of them are sharp enough to go through a man's heart, and I know that because the knowledge came with the flake. I go back to the weeds to test the upgrade. Bare hands, 10 square meters in 2 hours. Knife, 50, 60. 5 times the speed from one rock hitting another rock. That's the whole religion. That's the entire thing I'm going to spend the next year doing. Find the thing that multiplies, build the thing that multiplies, and never once do by hand what a tool can do for you. I'm on my way to the river with the pot of that thought still warm when the grass in front of me moves wrong. Viper, highly venomous, triangular head, vertical pupil, about a meter of it, coiled and already loaded. If that thing kisses me out here, there's no doubt at all. I restart immediately, and this time there's no field to wake up in. It comes. I get the spear in the way. Hunting experience +1. It comes again, faster, and I get the shaft up again and my arms are shaking from a full day of chopping grass. +1. And then I notice it's slower. It's tired. It spent everything on those 2 strikes, the same as me, and unlike me, it doesn't have a panel telling it how many more it has in the tank. I put the point through its skull and pin it to the ground, and the body wraps itself around the shaft and squeezes a pine spear like it's going to make a difference. 3 pounds of meat. 3 pounds of meat is the only thing I'm going to eat today, and I carry it to the river like it's a chest of gold, because right now the exchange rate between gold and 3 pounds of meat is not in gold's favor. The river's 40 meters across and the water is clean, and I want to be clear about how much that matters. In the city, people throw their waste into the street and the street drains into whatever's downhill. I have drunk city water. This tastes like water. It's the single greatest luxury I have owned in this world so far. On the bank I find a broken clay pot, half buried, one side cracked out. A cooking pot. I check it twice, very carefully, because there is a version of this world where I have just found the world's oldest chamber pot and boiled my dinner in it, and I would like to not live in that version. Fire is another hour of my life and another download. Sparks won't take on the fluff. Wrong angle, wrong stone, wrong tinder. Then crafting pays out. My wrist changes what it's doing without asking me first, and a red thread of light crawls into the fluff and swells. I have fire. I have water. I have meat. I have a knife, a spear, a pot, and a piece of ground with my name legally attached to it. I let out one long breath, and that's exactly when the howl starts. I turn around slowly. At the edge of the forest, in the black under the trees, there are 8 or 9 points of green light, and they are all at the same height, and none of them are blinking. Cool. Very cool. Love that for me. They don't come in. That's the important part. They circle at about 20 meters, just outside the ring the fire throws, and they do it for half an hour with the patience of something that has done this before, and then they leave. I sit against my pile of grass and think about why, and the answer isn't comforting. They weren't hungry enough. A starving pack takes the risk. These ones looked at the fire, looked at me, ran the numbers, and decided I wasn't worth the burns. Tonight, I'm not worth the burns. I put the snake in the pot with river water and boil it, and the panel calls it clear water snake soup, which is generous of it, and I eat every part of a snake that can be eaten while sitting in the dark, listening to a forest full of things that budgeted for me and passed. Then I say the plan out loud, because there is nobody here to laugh at me, and I want to hear whether it sounds insane. 9 skills. 9 skills is every trade there is. Farming, building, smithing, medicine, animals. That's not a survival kit, that's a civilization kit. And the panel says other modes are locked, which means there are other modes, which means somewhere behind that wall is Rise of Empires, and behind that is Myth of Empires. And I have played both of those games and I know exactly what they turn into. Kingdoms. But the premise is survive. Everything else is a wish. I don't sleep. I sit up all night napping stone by firelight, and by the time the sky goes gray, I have 2 axes and a spine that's forgotten how to be straight. And under the pines, kicked up by my own feet, I find black soil, loose, dark, sweet-smelling. Years of needles and leaves rotted down into the single most valuable substance in an agricultural society. I'm standing in a forest of free fertilizer. I take an axe to a 20-meter pine and start swinging. The first tree takes the better part of an hour and teaches me that my shoulders were a lie I'd been telling myself. The 8th one takes considerably less because gathering keeps paying and each payment sands the movement down a little. 8 pines by noon, all of them dropped so they fall within 10 meters of camp because the only thing worse than cutting a tree is carrying it. By evening, a dozen more. I throw together an A-frame out of branches and grass, 2 meters by 1, and it is the ugliest structure in the history of architecture, and I love it. It has a roof, technically. And then a rabbit runs full speed into a stump, knocks itself unconscious, and lies there. I stand over it with an axe for a second in complete silence. With the tools I've got, I can't hunt. I can't stalk anything, can't shoot anything, can't run anything down. And a wild rabbit has just personally delivered itself to my camp and turned itself off. I hit it with the flat of the axe and thank nobody in particular. 6 pounds of meat. That night, something wakes me by cracking a bone about a meter from my face, green eyes in the gap of the shelter. I stab at them blind, the knife catches something, there's a shriek that goes up an octave and away into the dark, and then nothing. In the morning I find my pot knocked into the fire, the rest of my rabbit gone, and white hair snagged on a branch at chest height. Wolf. I got robbed. In a wasteland. By a wolf. I own 11 things and one of them stole my dinner. Fine. I dig up yesterday's rabbit guts from where I buried them, bury them again shallower, and weight the top with stones. Not deep enough to hide, just deep enough to work, because a wolf can smell that from 2-3 kilometers out, and I want it to smell exactly as far as it takes. It comes back that afternoon and the panel tells me why it's been stealing instead of hunting. Injured adult wolf, ribs pushing through the coat, old scar down one foreleg, a wound near the eye that's gone bad. This animal is starving, and it's starving because it can't run anymore, and it robbed me because robbing me was the only hunt left in it. That's the good news. The bad news is a starving wolf is not a slow wolf, and about 4 seconds into this, it has me on my back with the spear knocked out of my hands and its jaws working toward my throat, and I am holding a wolf's neck with both arms and losing. There's a specific quality of light you get when your face is that close to something's teeth. Hunting pays out. I don't have time to enjoy it. My right hand knows where the stone knife on my belt is, and it goes there without consulting me. When it's over, I lie in the dirt under 40 pounds of dead wolf and let my heart do whatever it wants for a while. 40 pounds. Days of food. Then I get up and clean the ground, scrape the blood, move the mess, because that smell is a dinner invitation, and I have already met the guest list. They come that night. A dozen eyes this time, not 8. They find the pit with the guts in it. They don't eat. They circle it, noses down, and then they back off and start howling, and I sit in my grass shelter with a flint spear across my knees, listening to a dozen wolves scream about something I did. In the morning the pit is empty. Something ate it. Something ate it close enough to my shelter that I should have heard it, and I heard nothing. I need walls. Today. So I build a house and I build it out of spite and mortise joints. No nails. I don't have nails. I don't have a forge. I don't have anything to make a forge out of. What I have is construction paying out every time I cut a notch, so I sink foundation posts, I lay courses, and I frame the door and the window properly with headers, because an unframed opening is where a big animal gets its shoulder in and turns your house into a plate. 3 days, 4 meters by 3 by 2, hearth in the middle, no chimney, so the smoke goes up and sits under the roof and smokes every insect in the building to death, which is not a design flaw, it's the point. I'm coming back with a pot of water when I look up, and there are 7 or 8 of them standing in the open, a couple hundred meters out, and the big one at the front turns his head and the others move. I have never run like that in either of my lives. The door is 20 meters away, then 10. Then something hits the back of my robe, and I feel the fabric go, and the pull of it throws me through my own doorway, and I land on the floor of my house. Bang! I get the bar down. Claws start working the wood on the other side. I lie on the floor with a pot of river water somehow still mostly full in my arms and figure out what changed. They only came at night before. They came in daylight this time. They came at a run, and they came for me specifically. I killed one of theirs. I'm on a list. That's fine. I'm on 2 lists now, and the wolves are the more reasonable of the 2. The next morning, I go into the forest for trap material and find out something that reframes the whole map for me. The forest floor isn't dirt with leaves on it. It's compost. All of it. Meters deep in places. The entire forest is a warehouse of the one input that turns a wasteland into a farm, and it's been sitting here for 300 years, waiting for somebody with a shovel. I'm doing the math on that when a woman starts screaming. She comes out of the trees in a gray sackcloth robe with her hair half out of its tie, and about 6 meters behind her there is a wolf. I don't think about it. I shove her sideways and jump, and the spear goes in behind the shoulder and finds lungs and then heart, and the wolf's own weight drives it the rest of the way down the shaft. She lands in the leaves. I land next to the wolf. Nobody says anything for a second. Then a panel opens over her head. Quais Harper, planting level 2, cooking level 2, gathering level 2. Which is when I find out my system reads people. Her story comes out in pieces because she's shaking too hard for sentences. Village called Chihuahua, 4 or 5 days from here. Bandits burned it. Her brother put 3 of them down with a bow, which the bandit captain took personally, and now her brother's got an arrow in his leg, and he's up a tree somewhere in that forest with wolves sitting under it, waiting for the blood loss to finish the job. She asks me to save him. I look at the forest. I look at my 1 spear. My abilities are limited, I tell her, and I start to walk away. I get about 4 steps, because here's the thing, I'm not going to die in that forest for a stranger, but a man who's hunting level 3 is not a stranger. He's a hunting level 3. I turn around. Spring planting is coming soon, I say, and I need someone to clear the wasteland. She's on her feet before I finish the sentence. Of course, sir. No, master. And she means it, and she's staring at me like the word came out of her by itself because a boy in a torn robe standing in a field just told her he owns land, and she has never in her life met a person who owns land who also has calluses. Hearing her call me master does something to me I'm not entirely proud of. Is this the thrill that comes from a difference in status? Yes. Yes, it is. Let's go get her brother, Reedy Haber, hunting level 3, planting level 2, construction level 2. He's sitting in a fork of a tree, 8 meters up with his leg wrapped in strips of his own shirt, and there are 5 wolves underneath him, and they are not trying to climb. They're lying down. They've settled in. They're waiting for a man who is bleeding to stop being able to hold on to a branch, which is a plan I resent them for having, because it's a good plan. 5 wolves against 1 man with a spear is not a fight. It's a 15-year-old volunteering, so I don't fight them. I go back to the wolf I killed an hour ago. I drag the carcass. I take branches, and I paint them with its blood, and I lay them in a line into the wind, upwind, so the smell walks to the pack instead of me walking to it. And then I put the body at the end of the line and get out of the way. They leave the tree, all 5 of them. They go to the body of the one I killed, and they put their noses on it, and then they lift their heads and they start to howl, and it isn't a hunting sound at all. It's the other one. They're mourning it. Alani gets her brother out of the tree while a pack of wolves holds a funeral 40 meters away, and I stand there holding my useless spear, understanding that I just moved 5 predators off a target using nothing but an idea. Knowledge is power. I'd read that sentence 1,000 times. It took a dead wolf to make it mean something. My only regret is that I couldn't take the carcass. Dozens of kilos of meat left behind as a diplomatic gift. Bryn wakes up on my floor the next morning, and he does it with his hand still locked around his bow. Excellent horn bow, horn and sinew, about a 50-kilo draw made by his father. He's unconscious with a fever, and he will not let go of it. I take it out of his hand anyway, because I want to know something. I set my feet the way I've seen people set them, and I pull, and I get it about halfway back before my arms start filing complaints. Hunting experience +1. Alani, very gently, in the voice you use on a child at a funeral. Master, Bryn studied with our father for years. +1. +1. 10 minutes later, I put the string to my ear. She stops talking. Stance, elbow, the little settle in the shoulder before release. All of it arrived while I was standing in her brother's blood in my own doorway. She looks at me, and then she looks at the bow, and then she looks at me again, and I can see her landing on the only explanation available to her, which is that I've been messing with her this whole time. There are no arrows, so I make arrows. Flint heads, pine shafts, pine resin instead of glue. By noon, I've got 5, and Alani inspects them and admits they're no worse than her brother's. You know how to make arrows too? No. Her stomach makes a sound like a door. I pick up the bow. Master will take you to find something to eat. The straw man is at 20 meters. My first arrow misses it by 9. Alani jogs out to get it and jogs back and hands it to me and says nothing, which is the most polite thing anyone has ever done for me. Second arrow. She jogs out. She jogs back. Lord Kale? Third. Are you really skilled with a bow? Fifth. She's out of breath now. How about we give up? Archery might be too difficult for you. 8th, she stopped jogging and started walking, which I think is a statement. 11th, sir, you're almost there, which is what people say when you are not almost there. 14th, Lord Kale, you hit the bullseye. She actually chokes up. A grown woman nearly cries because a boy hit a bale of straw, and I stand there with a 50-kilo horn bow in my hands and the smuggest possible expression, and I say the truest thing I've said since I arrived in this world. Isn't it enough to just have hands? That evening we eat a rabbit and a pheasant, 2 people in my house, 2 skill panels, 2 pairs of hands that aren't mine. The population of my territory has just gone from 1 to 3, and I'm the only one who knows that I'm counting. Alani takes the birds off me before I can get my knife out. Leave these tasks to me. They're our responsibility anyway. She plucks and guts faster than I can watch, and on the walk back she stops every 20 meters to pick something. Rosemary, thyme, some dried red thing off a stem. It takes us 10 minutes to cover 100 meters, and I let her do it because a woman who can find seasoning in a wasteland is a strategic asset, and I'm not going to rush her. Halfway back, she works it out on her own. She looks at the raw pine of my house, the total absence of furniture, the fact that the lord of the manor is carrying his own dinner. Are you a newly appointed lord who has just arrived here? Yes. She goes quiet in a very specific way. She was hoping I'd say no. At dinner, I tell her to sit and eat with us. She doesn't. She stands. She'd rather stand for an hour than sit at a table with a title, and I let that one go too, because you don't fix 300 years of somebody's world in an evening. That night, I build a rabbit trap, a woven cage with a door that drops and a trigger that lets it. Alani watches the whole thing from across the fire like she's watching a man do magic in his underwear. He can do everything, she tells her brother later, and she isn't joking, and that's a problem for a future version of me. The next morning, I put a flint blade on a stick and invent the hoe. It goes 6 or 7 centimeters into the dirt, which is pathetic, and between the two of us we clear about 100 square meters and turn over 50 or 60 of it, which is also pathetic, and I do the arithmetic on wheat while my hands are busy. Here's the arithmetic. You put 20 kilos of seed on a mu of ground. If the season goes badly, you take 20 kilos back off it. If God's in a good mood, 60, 70. That's the deal every farmer in this empire has signed. Work an entire spring so that the ground can decide whether you eat. Nobody's improving the ground. Nobody's improving the seed. Nobody's improving the method. They're all just throwing grain at dirt and praying, and the praying is considered the technical part. I'm not going to plant harder than these people. I'm going to plant differently. Trap 1 has been chewed open from the inside and there's gray fur on the wire. Trap 2 has a rabbit in it. 1 out of 2, on day 1, is a business. That evening, Alani comes back from the river with her face washed, and it turns out she's pretty. Not that it matters, except that it clearly matters to her because she takes one look at herself in the water and then scoops up a handful of soot off my hearth and puts it back on. In a world run by men with titles, a young woman's face is a liability, and the only insurance available is dirt. I don't say anything about it. I put it in the same drawer as everything else I'm going to fix later. Bryn wakes up on the 3rd day, which is 2 days after a man with that much blood loss should be dead, and his first complete sentence is, "Thank you for saving us. We will leave now." Which tells me everything about how free men in this empire feel about lords, and I appreciate the honesty. He's looking at his sister and doing the math on what a nobleman might decide he's owed. "You can stay here until your injuries heal," I say, "but you'll have to pay a price." He goes rigid. His eyes go to Alani and stay there. "Help me finish the spring planting," I say, "and lend me your wheat." There's a pause with a lot of nothing in it. Huh? It's that simple? That night, the hunt gives us 1 quail, 3 ounces of bird for 3 people. I carve 3 wooden bowls out of a pine offcut while they watch, and Bryn calls me Kale, catches himself, and appends master to it like a man tacking a shed onto a house. Then he asks the question he's been sitting on since he woke up. "As the new lord appointed by the Marquis, don't you receive any support? No servants? No serfs? No seed? Not 1 piece of iron?" He's too polite to finish the thought, so I'll finish it for him. We look less like a manor and more like refugees who found a nice spot. I get out the deed and hand it to him. He can't read a word of it, but he doesn't need to. He knows the mark at the bottom. Crossed greatsword and shield. The sword and shield of the Calradian Empire. In this marquisate, that seal is the closest thing to God that arrives in writing. And then his eyes stop, because Bryn is a hunter, and hunters know what dried blood looks like on a pale surface. He puts the parchment down very carefully. "I'm sorry, Lord Kale, I offended you." And then, before I can decide how to feel about that, I can try to hunt with my bow. The wheat comes out the next morning. Alani carries it in on both hands like she's bringing me a crown, 30 pounds of it, enough for 1.5 acres, and there's a second bag in the corner of the first one, small, barely a handful, cotton seeds, 50, maybe 60 of them. A missionary gave them to my brother after he saved him, she says. He said they were very valuable. I was afraid to plant them. I hold 50 seeds in my palm and try to keep my face still. In Calradia there are 2 fibers, linen, which is a fight to grow and a fight to work, and wool, which is attached to a sheep and has opinions. Nobody here has heard the word cotton. Nobody grows it. Nobody weaves it. Cotton isn't fussy. Cotton is cheap. And cotton takes dye, properly takes it deep and even, in any color you like, which means warm clothing that isn't the color of dirt, sold to people who have spent their entire lives wearing the color of dirt. That's not a crop. That's a way to make money indefinitely. Then I count the seeds again and put the fantasy back in its box, because 50 seeds in a 6-month cycle means the first 2 years aren't a harvest. They're a breeding program. Day 8, the panel says, construction 27. Planting 18, gathering 83, crafting 72, hunting 15, cooking 11, slow, every one of them slow. Behind the house I hear Bryn say, low, to his sister, "You're right, he really is different from other manor lords. He's not saying it because I saved him. He's saying it because when there's a hoe in the field, I'm the one holding it, and when the Lord's swinging a hoe, nobody working next to him can bring himself to slack off. That's the actual mechanic, not the panels. That." 2 evenings later, Bryn comes out of the tree line at a dead sprint on a leg with a hole in it, and behind him there are 11 wolves. 11. I'm at the door with a hoe in my hand, and there is not one single useful thing I can do about 11. Then Bryn does something I will think about for years. At a full run, with a wounded leg, he turns his upper body, and a wolf is already in the air 3 meters behind him, and he puts an arrow through it, in behind the foreleg, through the lungs, into the heart, threading past the breastbone at 4 meters on the move. The pack piles into the body of it and stops to smell their own dead. That buys him 9-10 seconds. He's got 2 arrows left and no quiver. 20 meters to the door. A wolf gets its teeth in the hem of his robe and starts to swing him. I throw the hoe. It goes end over end and lands across the animal's spine with a sound like a door being closed by someone in a mood, and I get a hand under Bryn's armpit and haul him through the doorway and get the bar down. Bang. Bryn lies on my floor with his chest going like a bellows and says, "A pack of 11 wolves. Even a hunter squad wouldn't dare cross them." He'd already given up. I can hear it in how he says it. Somewhere in that run he did the arithmetic and accepted the answer. "Lord Kale, you have saved me again. You haven't helped me finish the spring planting yet," I tell him. "I can't let you die so easily." Alani looks up sharply, and I catch it. Not what I said. How he said Lord Kale. It came out clean that time. No shed tacked onto the house. 80, 90 pounds of wolf meat off the 2 of them. 10 to 15 days of food, delivered by an animal that came here to eat us. That night, I cut willow rods and lay them in the river to soak. "Do you know how to weave fish traps, my lord?" "Not for now." Alani makes a face I'd frame if I could. In the morning, she gets to watch it happen. Clumsy, 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 and then not. The base, the walls, and then the part that makes it a machine instead of a basket. The funnel, narrowing inward, easy to swim into and impossible to find your way back out of. Bryn figures it out before I finished. "That's not a basket, that's a trap." Alani picks up the technique in an afternoon. Bryn works on it for several hours and produces a willow necklace. He holds it up. Nobody says anything. "This is my first time," he says, with tremendous dignity. That night the panel opens. "Your crafting has reached level 1. Unlocking, holographic map, reward, 1 memory orb." The map is a 3-dimensional model of everywhere I've physically walked. Terrain only, no resources, no cheating. Useful, not a miracle. The orb is a miracle. Memory. Orb. Records a skill or a piece of knowledge and gives it to someone else. I sit with that in my hand for a long time, because everything I know is currently trapped in one 15-year-old skull that a wolf could open in about 4 seconds. Every technique the system pays me is a single point of failure standing in a field. An orb makes it copyable. And the second thought arrives right behind it, and it's the one that actually matters. Adults in this world have already been taught what to believe by a church and an empire, and they've been taught it hard. Some of them won't be able to take a new idea even if I hand it to them in a glowing ball. Fine. At worst, we start with the young ones. The traps come up the next morning with 2 river perch in the first and a water snake in the second, and the snake and I look at each other and both recoil, which I feel is the correct reaction from both parties. That evening, an eel, 11 or 12 pounds, and 2 salmon, 20-odd pounds of fish a day, out of a river, for free, forever. The Arcadia isn't a border. It's a granary that happens to be wet. Within a week, the problem has flipped completely. I came to this world unable to find food. Now I can't get rid of it. There's smoked fish hanging from every beam in the cabin, and the roof is making noises about it, and it's all gonna rot because salt in this empire costs money. Calradia is inland. Every grain of it comes overland by caravan, priced accordingly, and without salt, smoked fish gives you days. Bryn, carefully. There's a village about 20 miles over the mountain. We could sell it. I lie awake that night and go through the list, and there's no self-pity in it, just line items. 1. Grain. 11 days without a carbohydrate, and it's starting to show. 2. Planting. 500 square meters turned. I need an acre. 3. Iron. Everything I own is a rock tied to a stick. 4. Utensils. I am eating with 2 twigs like a raccoon with ambition. 5. The fish is going off. It's already over 10 degrees in the afternoons. 6. The wolves. That pack is a standing problem, and standing problems get worse. In the morning, Alani finds about 100 square meters of something growing wild along the bank, and I nearly fall over. Growing hops. Hops are a preservative. Hops are a flavor. Beer with hops and beer without hops are not the same drink and never will be. And in this world, wild hops are better than the cultivated stuff, because nobody here has learned to cultivate it properly. Nobody cuts this, I tell them. Fence it. Then I take Bryn and about 100 caddies of smoked fish, and I go and look at my own land for the first time. It takes most of a day to understand the scale, forest without an end to it, wasteland running to the horizon, hills, 10 or 12 mountains standing off a couple of dozen kilometers away, all of it mine, legally, signed and sealed by a fat man who threw the parchment at me without reading which parcel it was. Sooner or later, all of it becomes the ground under a steel torrent. I'm just not saying that part out loud yet. And then I find the thing that changes the whole shape of my life. The road out of my territory runs through a gap between 2 cliffs, sheer rock on both sides, one road in, one road out. Everything I own, the forest, the wasteland, the river, the mountains, is behind a door. Nobody has built the door yet. I file that thought somewhere very safe, smear mud on my face so nobody in the village looks at a 15-year-old and thinks nobleman, and we walk to Kent village to sell fish. Bryn and Alani set the baskets down in the market and turn into statues. Smoked fish, Alani says at the volume of a confession. Smoked fish. Right. My turn. Fragrant and crispy smoked fish. Crispy outside, tender inside. It comes out of me completely naturally, which Alani finds more alarming than the wolves. But I'm a lord on parchment only. Everything I actually am was learned somewhere with a floor and a hungry stomach. Price, a penny for 2 pounds. For scale, a free man's day of labor is 1 to 2 pennies, and a pound of wheat is a penny. I am selling protein at a price a laborer can look at without flinching. First customer is a woman in a laced bodice who buys 2 pounds to prove she can. Second is a large lady in a felt hat who takes 4. That's 2 days of your husband's wages, I tell her. Aren't you afraid he'll shove you in the pigsty? She looks down at me from a considerable height. With his build, it's hard to say who will chase whom. After that, it's a stampede, because nothing sells a thing like other people buying it. 1 hour. Both baskets empty. 70 pennies. I ask Alani to count it again. No mistake. She says it flat and certain, no hedging, no looking at me for permission. That's why I asked. I already knew the number. Then I go and find the blacksmith, because 70 pennies is not money, it's tooling. Spencer Rhett. Forging level 2. A slab of a man in a leather apron, and I watch his manner change the instant Bryn walks in behind me with a bow over his shoulder. Sure enough, bigger is more imposing. Sickle, hoe, axe, pick, chisel, hammer, plane, saw, knife. 45 pence. 40, or I'll buy them somewhere else. He says no. He says it at length, with a lot of feeling about a one-eyed devil in the city who's been stealing his customers. So I turn around and walk out, and I count in my head, quietly. 5, 4, 3, 2. Sir, please don't go yet. I stop in the doorway without turning around, and I say the only line that ever works. Only 40 pence can buy these tools. He gives me the lot for 40, and looks like a man watching his own funeral from a good seat. I'm coming out with an armful of iron when a man gets thrown out of a doorway across the street. I'm a seasoned brewer with 20 years of experience. Lex Lorraine. Brewing level 3. Cooking 2. Construction 2. His left sleeve is empty and pinned. He picks himself up and goes down the street offering himself to every shop front. He can cook, he can brew, he doesn't need wages, he'd just like to not starve. Nobody looks up. I fall in beside him and mention that I need men, but not hired men. He stops dead. Sorry, sir, I'd rather starve than become someone's slave. 1 arm, no food, no roof, and he still says it to a stranger's face. So I don't argue. I say, to nobody, on my way past, I need a brewer, and then I let it sit. He catches me up 30 seconds later, and I tell him it's too much trouble to set up a brewery, and it isn't worth it. He follows me to the next stall. I tell him again, He follows me to the stall after that, and by the third refusal he's carrying my iron for me without being asked. Then I stop and give him the terms. You are not my slave, but I need 100% obedience. In return, you will never be hungry again. He starts to smile. But if you betray me, I will kill you without hesitation. He stops smiling and takes it, and that's how I hire my brewer. The arm comes out on the road home. The old manor lord he worked for married a young beauty. One night she came to Draven's room. The old man found them, they cut the arm off and threw him out the gate. And you weren't tempted at all? I ask. Draven puts on a face of enormous moral seriousness. I know what loyalty means. Not even a little? A pause of exactly the right length. Well, maybe a little. Later, he sidles over to Alani and asks casually, the way a man does when he's trying to work out what he's joined. How many slaves does the master keep? Let me count, she says. 1, 2, 3. I watch Draven relax. 4 in total, counting you. Oh, and Lord Kale is one of them. His face does something I want to remember forever. Last stop. Grain. Wheat, a penny a pound. Barley, a penny for 5 pounds. I take 125 pounds of barley because I am buying calories, not dignity. I ask about a draft ox. 8 shillings. 8 shillings is not a price. 8 shillings is a joke somebody tells a poor man. We walk home with iron on our backs and grain in our arms, and none of us notices the figure standing at the edge of the village, watching us go. Back home, the axe heads go onto proper handles, and dinner is river perch with barley porridge, the first grain any of us has eaten in 11 days, and I watch 3 grown people go quiet over a bowl of boiled barley. Draven asks to take over the cooking and the trap rounds, not because he's kind. Because, in his words, if even the Lord is busy, how can a new servant sit still? He needs to prove he's worth feeding, and he's not going to wait to be told. Then the panel opens. Your planting level has been raised to 1. Unlocking. Character loyalty, and numbers appear over their heads. Alani 89% rising, Bryn 81 rising, Draven 70 rising. I stand there holding a bowl of barley and understand that I've just been handed the most dangerous tool I own, not because it tells me who's loyal, because of the little arrow. An arrow that turns down is a man becoming unhappy, and a man becoming unhappy is a betrayal that hasn't happened yet, which means I get to see it while it's still preventable. Every lord in this empire finds out about disloyalty afterwards. I get to find out during. The next week is compost. The wasteland here is starving. No nitrogen, no phosphorus, no potassium, just tired dirt that's been tired since before the empire had a name. A moo needs 1,000 kilos of fertilizer. 2 moo needs 2,000 caddies. I don't have animal manure and I don't have the months it takes to ferment it, so we go and take the forest instead. Basket after basket of black rot out from under the pines. Bryn moves 80, 90 pounds a trip. Alani and Draven do 20 or 30, 900 pounds a day on 3 backs and mine. Then I make them do something that nearly breaks their faith in me. Dump all the wheat into the wood ash. Mix it with your hands. Silence. Alani looks at 30 pounds of seed grain, the entire agricultural future of this manor, and then at a heap of fireplace ash, and then at me, and then she rolls up her sleeves and does it, because whatever Lord Kale says is law now, even when it looks like a boy destroying his own harvest. Ash dries the seed and keeps damp off it. It's alkaline, so it kills bacteria and insect eggs sitting on the husk, and it's potassium, phosphorus, and calcium going into the furrow attached to the seed instead of hoping to meet it later. That's treatment 1. Treatment 2 is worse because it's slower. In this world, you sow by walking down a field throwing handfuls. That's it. That's the technology. We're not doing that. Furrow, 9 centimeters deep. Compost in the bottom of the furrow. Seed on the compost. Cover. Every seed at the right depth. Every seed sitting on food, every row straight so light and water and a hoe can all get down between them. It takes 10 times as long and Alani can feel it's right without being able to say why, which is the most annoying thing about being correct in a world without a word for agronomy. By the 4th row, Draven has stopped asking questions. If you don't get it the first time, I'll pretend I didn't notice. 2nd time, forgiven. 3rd time, forgiven. By the 5th, even a pig would have copied it, wouldn't it? 2 acres go in. Cotton and vegetables go behind their own fence beside the house, where I can see them from the doorway. 120, 130 caddies a mew, and I'll call this whole spring a win. Then I gather all 3 of them and issue the least noble order in the history of the nobility. Starting tomorrow, everyone showers at least once every 3 days. Don't you smell how rotten you all are? 3 people sniff themselves at the same time, and 3 faces change. If you can't manage a wash every 3 days, get out of my cabin. They come back from the river steaming and blinking. And when they get in, Alani notices there's more wood on the fire than she left. I put it there, while I was allegedly asleep. I don't mention it. She doesn't mention it. It goes into the same drawer as her soot. Then we build them a house, and I build it with them, and I watch the 3 of them process the fact that a lord is on the roof handing down beams. This was the first time they had ever heard of a lord helping villagers build shelters, Bryn says to his sister that night, and then adds the line I keep in my pocket for later. Other lords would just send them to the pigsty to sleep with the sows. I teach Bryn joints, dovetail, straight tenon, corner lap, no nails in the entire structure because I don't have nails. And the roof beams get tenons too, I tell him. Otherwise, they'll kill you before the animals do. Morning after, I hammer on their door with my fist. Get up and get to work. 3 people go from asleep to vertical in under 2 seconds, which is a management technique I intend to reuse. Next build is a latrine, planks, a pit 1.5 meters square and 2 deep, walls, a roof, a door. Partly because a snake as thick as my arm swam past me at the river that morning while I was squatting in the shallows, and I would like to never repeat that experience, mostly because human waste composts, and a manor that throws away its own fertilizer is a manor that has decided to be poor, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. One of the birds is dignity, and that night I catch the loyalty panel doing something that reorganizes my whole understanding of people. I put extra meat in the pot, just extra meat, no speech, no ceremony. Every number goes up 1%. Too realistic, too materialistic. I love it. Draven finally corners me by the fire with the expression of a man who has waited politely for as long as he's able. Oh dear Lord Kale, have you finally remembered that I am a brewer? So we make the list. Clean water, a storehouse, a millstone, a mash tun, a steeping vat, a fermentation vat, a boiling kettle, a fermentation room, and an apprentice who isn't a one-armed man, because smoked fish has a ceiling, 2 pounds for a penny, 1 village, and that village will be full of smoked fish by autumn. Beer doesn't have a ceiling, beer has a market. There are 400 pounds of smoked fish hanging off my roof beams when we go back to Kent Village, and this time we take 4 baskets. Bryn tries to sell. Fish, smoked fish, I'm here to buy smoked fish. He's here to buy it. He says it twice. A 20-year-old who put an arrow through a wolf's heart at 4 meters on the run cannot make eye contact with a housewife. Draven, meanwhile, is a natural because Draven has spent his whole life needing something from strangers, and then the lady in the felt hat comes through the crowd at speed. My husband and my children ate it and they couldn't stop. Here's 5 pence dates, 10 pounds. The market decides, immediately and unanimously, that she's a plant. Scammer, there are shills involved, and then buys everything we have, 200 pence. For scale, 20 shillings make a pound, 12 pence make a shilling. 200 pence is several months of a working family's income, and it's sitting in a basket that smelled of smoke this morning, so I spend all of it before sundown. An ox, 7 shillings, talked down from 8. The seller tells me his child is sick and the church has asked him for a donation, and I say a deal is a deal, and I pay 7. I'm not proud of it. I'm also not carrying a plow by hand for a year to make a stranger feel better about the church's fundraising. A light plow, 25 pence, iron hoops, nails, 2 cast iron cauldrons, 40 pence, from a merchant with a panel over his head that says, George Dalton. Trade level 3. Remember him. Salt, 6 pence a pound, which is a price for other people. 30 kilos of grain, and that's the last of it. On the walk home, leading an ox, Alani and Draven have a whispered conversation I'm not supposed to hear, and the whole content of it is the fear that if there's nowhere to put the ox, I'll put the ox in their house. Which is fair. I would. Plowing with an ox does an acre in 2 days. Plowing without one does an acre in weeks. 7 shillings just bought me a month. Then Draven and I walk 2 hours to the mountains for granite because I want a millstone and I'm not paying for one. Along the way, he tells me the rest of the arm story, the parts he skipped, and at the end of it, he says something with no performance in it at all. Lord Kale, you are the most unique lord I have ever met. We split a 1-ton block with a chisel where it lies, because nothing that heavy is getting on a cart in one piece, and the ox brings back 150 caddies a trip. Then it's 2 days of stone. Upper wheel, lower wheel, the pivot at the center, and the part that turns a rock into a machine. The grooves. Cut on a spiral so the grain walks outward as the stone turns instead of sitting there being crushed into paste. Draven takes the handle and pushes, and the wheel goes round smooth and even, and he stops. Lord Kale, you really made the millstone? First mash, 100 caddies of barley. Draven claims 100% success rate and 3 pounds of beer out of every pound of grain, and Draven is a lot of things, but he isn't wrong about beer. Next, clay, out of the riverbed, which means Bryn goes in with a vine around his waist and a basket weighted with stones, and when he takes his robe off, I get a look at his back. Teeth, claws, old ones, layered. A 20-year-old with a map of everything that's ever tried to eat him printed on his skin. I don't ask. He wouldn't tell me. Then I dig a charcoal pit into the slope, firebox below the mouth, a stone flue, a channel cut for the tar to run off, and burn 200 kilos of branches down into 150 caddies of charcoal, 3 hours of fire, and then seal it and let it choke. Next to it, a kiln, ash layer, charcoal layer, the load, the chimney. The charcoal comes out clean, and one of the new arrivals says, without any irony at all, "Is this the charcoal used by the manor lord? Because charcoal is a luxury item here. Charcoal is what nobility burns." The kiln gets past 1,000 degrees, and we open it to pots, bowls, plates, a steeping vat, and a fistful of spoons. Gray, white, plain, nothing anyone would put on a table in a castle. We eat off them like they're gold, because they are ours. Draven grinds barley on the new millstone and bakes the first bread in this territory. It's coarse, it's tough. After a month of porridge, it is the greatest food ever produced by human hands. I go to sleep that night doing the other arithmetic. 6 empires. The Elfeni across the river, looking at this bank the way I look at a field, a church, a nobility, and underneath all of it, one specific fact. Somewhere north of here, my brother believes I'm dead. The day he finds out otherwise, he will send iron cavalry, and every single thing I've built will be a stain on a map. Arm this place, however long it takes, whatever it costs. 2 nights later, something wakes me that isn't a wolf. It's grunting. 5 or 6 black shapes are standing in my wheat field, and they are 300-400 pounds each, and they are not eating the wheat. They're eating the seed. Rooting straight down the furrows I dug with a flint hoe, taking out the rows one after another with the efficiency of a machine designed for it. Bryn puts an arrow into the nearest one from 20 meters. It goes in about 2-3 centimeters and stops. Bristle and hide, layered like armor. The boar turns around, and then all of them turn around at the same time and start. 5 boars charging in line is not 5 animals. It's a cavalry unit that doesn't need to be paid. Bryn shoots on the move and puts the second one through the eye, which is the only door available. One of them picks Draven, and Draven locks up completely. He says, I can't run, in a voice I've never heard from him, and I hit him at the waist and take us both sideways into the dirt while 400 pounds of pig goes through the space he was standing in. Alani throws clods of earth at it, screaming, which is the bravest stupid thing anyone does that night. And it turns and it picks a new direction, and the new direction is the fenced plot beside the house. The cotton. 50 seeds, 6-month cycle, 2 years of breeding stock. The entire textile industry of a country that doesn't exist yet, growing in a square of dirt the size of a bedroom. I get between it and the fence with an iron axe. You can't dodge early. If you move early, it corrects. You have to stand there while a wall of muscle and tusks fills up your whole field of vision and commit to nothing until the last possible half second. I go left. The axe goes into the side of its neck. 3 dead boars, 900 kilos of animal, 800 caddies of meat. Alani and Draven each finished one of the wounded, and 2 piglets, panicking, have run into my house and are standing in my kitchen. I look at them and I don't see dinner. I see breeding stock. 10 months to maturity, 2 litters a year, 4 to 12 a litter. The cotton is untouched. That's hope. That's the word I use in my head, standing in a wrecked field at 3 in the morning covered in somebody else's blood. The next few days are buildings. A byre 7x6, mortise and tenon, with a sliding lattice gate, a pigsty, and a smokehouse. Gaps chinked with clay and straw. Crossbars in the roof space, firebox at the bottom, and 800 caddies of boar goes into it in strips. That's when Alani comes to find me, and she's rehearsed it, I can tell. Lord Kale, the spring planting is almost over, but Bryn and I wish to remain in your lands. Is that permissible? And I say, when you finish the pigsty, put the piglets in and feed them the rotten leaves, and I walk off. She stands there for a while trying to work out whether that was a yes. It was a yes. 2 nights later, Draven brings 8 people through the dark. 4 men, 3 women, and a boy of 3 or 4, runaways, from a manor. I don't smile at them. I look at Draven. Draven, can you vouch for them? I'll take them in for your sake. But if you can't vouch for them, drive them away right now. He can. He does. So in the morning, I stand in front of 8 starving strangers, and I do not make a speech about mercy. I am the master of this land. My name is Kale. I will give you work from sunrise to sunset. 3 meals a day, including your children who don't work yet. A house for 2 of you or for a family. In exchange, total obedience, no wages, and nobody leaves this territory without my permission. And if any of you slack off or try to be clever with me, I will execute you. Nobody flinches. That's the part that stays with me. Not one of them flinches, because every single term I just read out is better than what they ran from. They swear. Guy Fisher. Breeding level 3. The Wright family. Lorian, his wife, and the boy. Markle Wright. None. None. No skills at all. 3 years old. A child's mind is a blank sheet, and in a world where every adult has already been told what to think by a church and an empire, a blank sheet is the most valuable object on my territory. I can teach him from 0. Or I can put an orb in his hands. And I make a point of taking the women, which surprises them, because the heavy work is obviously men's work, but the fine work, the patient work, the work that decides whether a village survives its second winter, isn't. And a settlement without women isn't a settlement. It's a work camp with a countdown on it. That night we boil a boar leg, 40 caddies in one pot, and 8 people eat meat for the first time in years and then lie on their backs in the grass holding their stomachs and looking at the stars. It turns out they keep saying to each other that there was a way of life in Lord Kale's territory that they didn't know about. And in the storehouse, at the same time, a man is putting a dagger into Draven's hand. Spencer, not the blacksmith, the one who brought these people out, the one who killed their old manor lord Powell and walked 8 people into the dark. Knock. When he opens it, straight into the heart. That's how I did old Powell. Kill him, and this territory is ours. The meat is ours. The houses are ours. The land is ours. And then the card he's been holding. It was I who saved you when you were dying. I am your savior. And the appalling thing is that it's true. When they threw a one-armed man out of a manor gate to die, Spencer hid him in a cave. Then Rorik stands up out of the dark. I can't let you kill Lord Kale. Then Laurie and Fletcher. Lord Kale made sure my son was well fed. Then a third. Spencer laughs. He actually laughs. You do this over a couple of dinners? And Draven puts the dagger in his stomach. Why? Spencer says, going down. Why are you forcing me? Bryn has been standing in the dark outside the storehouse for the entire conversation with an arrow on the string aimed at the door. He knocks on mine. It's over. Draven killed him. You take care of it. Draven comes to me an hour later, shaking so hard he can barely get the sentence out, that he failed to see what the man was, that he brought a murderer into my land, that I should punish him. Draven, this has nothing to do with you. Go back and rest. You did a great job. Here's what I don't tell him. I watched Spencer's loyalty go to 0 the day he arrived. 0, with the arrow pointing down. I knew what was in that storehouse before Spencer did, and Draven's number never moved off 90. So I let it run, and I found out something worth more than a dead conspirator. I found out that 4 of my 11 people will stand up in the dark for a boy who feeds them, when the alternative is being handed a whole territory. I will give everything for Lord Kale, Draven says, even my life. I know, I've got the number, 11 people, 12 houses. Rorik gets the pigs, and the 2 wolf cubs Alani carried out of a cave, and a job description of 4 words. The pig pen is your battlefield. Bryn comes off the fields entirely. From now on he carries a bow and watches the tree line, and that's all. Your gathering level has been raised to 1. Unlocking. Weather forecast. A week out, at a glance. Which sounds small until you understand that everyone else in this world waters their field and then it rains, and I can water mine before. And then Draven's first beer comes out of the vat. 300 caddies. Beer. Brewed from barley with rosemary. It's light. It's herbal. The bitterness and the sweetness are actually arguing with each other instead of taking turns. The math on it is obscene. 1 penny buys 3 pounds of beer. 5 pounds of barley costs 1 penny. 20 pence of barley becomes 100 pence of beer. 5 times your money, every cycle, forever. And Calradia drinks. From the emperor down to any free man with a spare coin, this entire empire drinks. Market day 3 does not go the way I planned. Alani recites her sales pitch word for word, exactly as rehearsed, in the tone of a hostage. Draven takes a different approach. Exquisite craftsmanship, supreme quality. Lex beer. Embark on a luxurious journey for your taste buds. The smoked fish sells out. The beer does not. 30 pounds of beer. 10 pence. Because I have made a fine product for a village where nobody has 10 pence. And then a hand reaches over and takes a cup. Thane Sterling rolls it around his mouth for a while with his eyes half shut. This is the best beer I've ever had. A pause. Is that rosemary? He takes the remaining 270 pounds for 80 pence, having talked me down from 90 by explaining at length about church restrictions on liquor, which may even be true. 280 pence for the day. Every coin of it goes back out into iron and 650 caddies of grain. At home, Rorik hits the fence post with a stick and the piglets come running to the trough. He's built a reflex into them in under a week. That's not luck. His talent is beast affinity, and I have him shoveling manure, which is the single worst allocation of resources on this territory, and I'm about to fix it. Because the wolves have come back, and this time they don't circle. They sit out past the field edge and howl all night, every night, and Bryn and Alani both have gray under their eyes. The wolves are gathering, Bryn says. Their target may be the village, so I call off the watering. It'll rain in 2 days. And give everyone a day of rest, and 11 people look at a completely cloudless sky and decide not to argue with me about it. Then I hold the first village meeting in the history of this territory. Bryn, Draven, Rorik, Lorien, Tobin, and Ren, 3 years old, sitting on the floor. We have 10 to 15 days of food. What will you eat after that? Alden, you starve? Or will you run for it while the wolves are busy eating your neighbor? Nobody answers. We have to break this deadlock. Draven, immediately, give the order. Even if it means death, I'll die before you do. Right, then we don't wait for them. We go and get them. Bryn and I find the ground I want 2 hours out. A cleft in the rock, 3 or 4 meters wide, 20 long. 2 mouths, stone walls. In there, a pack of 12 can only ever come at us 2 abreast, and there's a ledge halfway up where a man with a bow can stand and see everything. Bryn looks at it for a while. Alden, the pack come here? They will come. We go back to the village to collect what we need, and the entire village is standing in the yard. All of them, every adult, holding sharpened iron farm tools, including Ren, 3 years old, holding a sickle. They heard we were going after the wolves, Alani says. They said they'd come too. That night we build a fire in the throat of the cleft, and the howling starts outside, and someone's breathing goes wrong, and I hear panic starting to move through 11 people in a stone box. What are you afraid of? Line up. And it stops. I have no idea why that works. It works. Then he walks into the firelight. Wolf King, a leader in his prime, possesses intelligence, commands the pack by Howl, the white one. The one I've been seeing at the edge of the trees since my second night in this world. He calls, and 10 of them come in at once. I take the first one through the skull with an axe. Bryn shoots from the ledge until his arrows are gone, then slides down the rock face and opens up a wolf that's in midair over me with a farm sickle. It takes 10 minutes and the floor of that cleft is not gray stone anymore. Then the white one sounds the retreat. I take the bow straight out of Bryn's hands. We can't let the Wolf King escape, because a leader that smart doesn't die of old age somewhere else. He comes back in 2 years with a bigger pack and better tactics. 3 of us go into the trees after him. I drop one on the run. A second one is waiting in ambush off to the side, and it's already committed to my ribs when Bryn takes it out of the air with his own body. Lord Kale, leave this wolf to me. And they go down together in the leaves. I get one window between 2 trunks at the moment the white one goes over a fallen log and can't change direction. Chest. He's still alive when I get to him. He looks up at me, and there's something in that look that is unmistakably asking. I use the sickle. 12 wolves, 700 pounds of meat. Not one of us seriously hurt, because we fought in a corridor where they could only come at us in pairs, and that is the only reason I still have 11 people. Bryn is standing there soaked to the elbows. I'm fine, just wet. The first person in either of my lives who has put his body between me and something that was going to kill me. Bryn Finch. I file the name somewhere permanent, and then Alani comes out of the wolves' cave carrying 2 cubs, and we find out why the pack had gotten so aggressive. It wasn't hunger, it wasn't territory, it was these. The cubs go to Rorik with instructions. If they die, forget it. The meat goes to the smokehouse, and I go and build a cart. 3 meters of frame on mortise joints, diagonal braces, a wheel rim 1.5 meters across bent over a fire, hub, spokes, axle. 3 days. They've all seen a cart before. Not one of them has ever seen a lord make one. He doesn't seem like a lord, I hear Lorien say. More like a leader. The wheat comes up at better than 80% germination, in neat rows, in a world where broadcast sowing means you find out in spring how generous God was feeling in autumn. The cotton comes up too. Lorien and Tobin stare at the rows like they're haunted. Add fertilizer, Tobin says. We don't know how to feed a crop. Of course they don't. Nobody's ever fed a crop. You throw it in the ground and you wait. Alani, teach them top dressing. And then, because I've been watching her run this village for a month while I was busy being the one with the axe, from now on, agriculture is yours. She has the whole thing organized by lunch, which is when I check her panel and find organizational sitting on it, and realize I've been letting a talent hall compost. 2 days later, it rains, exactly as forecast. Just as Lord Kale said, I give them the afternoon off, and their loyalty jumps for a weather report. Then Belinda Allen, Draven's apprentice, 3 weeks in D, comes back with brewing level 1 over her head, and that's the moment the whole thing changes shape in my mind. Skills aren't fixed. Skills are teachable, which means a skill isn't a person. It's a template, and the only limit on how many templates I can run is how many heads I have. Population isn't a cost. Population is the multiplier. Thane finds us 2 days later. He arrives up the valley on a cart with his man Barry and the look of somebody who has just spent a week doing something extremely stupid. I took your beer to Morgantown. The wealthy families bought it in a day and demanded more. I have been to every village in the district looking for you. He wants 900 caddies at the same price, and I give it to him at the same price, and I watch him blink. Any other lord, he says slowly, would have raised it to the sky. Then I turn around and buy his entire cartload of grain at market rate, because a merchant who is stunned is a merchant who is listening. I want you to be my sole liquor distributor. Exclusive. Everything I brew goes through him. In exchange, he takes a minimum of 900 caddies a week, and he carries the risk, the transport, the spoilage, the market. He sits with it for a long, long moment. I'm betting. He stops. Starts again. No, I'm willing. Good. Beer's the start. After beer, wine. After wine, spirits. Whiskey. What is whiskey? He leaves without an answer, and I stand there watching the cart go and thinking about the thing I didn't say to him. If Thane found me, others will find me. So the answer isn't to hide better. The answer is to be too big to remove. 1,000 men isn't enough, then 10,000. 10,000 isn't enough, then 1,000,000-strong steel torrent. I find out later why Thane bet on a boy in a valley. He's a bastard too. Dalton, of Carcassonne, a merchant house that will not give him the name. He took deposits from wealthy men in Morgantown against a beer he had no supply contract for, and he pledged his family's reputation to do it. Barry apparently asked him whether that was wise. If we don't take risks, we'll never lift our heads in the Dalton family. Do you want to be a groom your whole life? 11 days later, 11 more people walk out of the trees. Tabora village. Burned. And not just theirs. Kofu and Gazi as well. And in those two, they say, nobody got out at all. Not the children. Not the women. And that damned manor lord just stands by and does nothing. I take all 11 and I go and sit down somewhere quiet because that sentence has a hole in it. These are the lands of the Marquis Valerius, the sword and shield of the Calradian Empire. 3 villages have been erased inside his marquisate and his lords are doing nothing. Something is wrong out there. Something that isn't bandits. Population, 22. Your construction level has been raised to 1. Unlocking character panel. Now I don't just get skills, I get numbers. Reedy Haber, attack D, defense E+, speed D-, constitution D-, energy E, talent, focus, maintains cold concentration when shooting. I run the panel across everyone I own. Alani, organizational, Rorik, beasts. Draven, temperature perception, which explains a great deal about his beer. 22 people, every talent is domestic. 1 combat talent on the entire territory, and he's a hunter with a hole in his leg. So I build a water wheel. 20 oaks out of the forest, and oak comes down a great deal harder than pine, which everyone finds out the expensive way. 12 paddles, sized for how fast the Arcadia actually runs. Gearing, because a belt drive is still a long way off. 3 days, and the millstone turns by itself. 300 caddies of malt ground in half a day instead of a day and a night, by a wheel that eats nothing and never sleeps. 22 people stand on the bank watching a stone turn with nobody touching it. Is this some kind of miracle? No, it's a river with a job. That night, everyone eats out of the same pot, and I stand up and make them a promise, out loud, in front of all 22 of them. As long as you obey my orders and give 100%, you will eat food like this after every single workday. That's my promise, Kale's promise. Thane comes back with 2 cauldrons, not cooking pots, vessels, 1,000 caddies each, 5 gold pounds for the pair, plus 4,000 caddies of barley on top, and he paid for it by taking half the deposits off the wealthy men of Chisano against nothing but the name Dalton. With those 2 in line, the brewery does 3,000 caddies in a single run. I don't care how, I tell Draven. Every week, I want to see 3,000 caddies in barrels. Or we'll put you in a barrel. He salutes with one arm, which is a whole comedy routine by itself. What Thane doesn't tell me until later is what the bet cost him. The Dalton family threw him out, and the wealthy men of Chisano want 10 gold pounds inside a week or they'll have him in a Carcassonne cell for fraud. He borrowed against his family's name, and then his family took the name back. Meanwhile, I dig a well, because the river ran yellow for 3 days after the rain, and I'd rather not find out what 3 days of yellow water does to 100 people. Stone lining, a windlass, a roof over it. Then a second kitchen. Then 2 more latrines, because there is a queue in the mornings, and a queue in the mornings is a productivity problem wearing a comedy hat. Then a granary, and then the roads, which is the one nobody understands until it's done. After rain, mud packs onto your boots until every man is carrying 2 kilos of the territory around on each foot all day. So we lay gravel through the village and out along the field edges, and the entire settlement gets about 8% faster overnight, permanently, for free. What I actually want is cement and red brick. For cement and red brick, I need coal. I don't have coal. The wolf cubs live on a wheat gruel Rorik invents, and that's the mood of the week until Alani comes running. The woodcutters were chasing a deer. It stopped and started licking a white rock. And they licked it too. Large open-air salt mine, salt of an ancient sea, high sodium chloride content. I walk the edge of it. I keep walking. Several minutes later I'm still walking, and I stop because I've understood the problem. I can't get around it. Hundreds of square meters of exposed face, and no idea at all how deep. If it goes 10 meters down, that's tens of millions of tons. Let me explain what salt is in this world. Salt is how you keep meat through a winter. Salt is how you keep fish for longer than 4 days. Salt is what an army eats on the march, because men who sweat all day and eat nothing, salted fall over, and armies that fall over lose. Every one of the 6 empires uses salt as a medium of exchange because everybody needs it and nobody can make it out of nothing. And here it is, lying on the ground in a valley belonging to a 15-year-old with a blood-stained deed. The moment somebody with soldiers finds out, they will come. Lords will come. The church will come. And I have 22 people and 1 bow. I stand there for a while and then I decide, and the decision is not brave, it's arithmetic. Sticking your neck out means you get it cut. Not sticking it out also means you get it cut, just later and hungrier. So we dig, we sell quietly, and by the time somebody notices, I'd better have an army. And if I don't, I've still got a document with my father's seal on it, and we'll see how brave they feel arguing with the sword and shield. 3 crews: timber, gravel, salt. Salt is the easiest work on the territory. Sweep off the leaf litter, hit the white rock, pick up the pieces. 20 people bring back 1,200 caddies a day. And there's a bonus nobody planned. There's no big game anywhere near the mine. There isn't, because we killed the pack that used to own this forest, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, one of which was actively trying to kill us. But the day I want to keep is the day they figure out what they're carrying. They've been hauling it in gravel baskets for 2 days. Nobody's asked. It's a white rock. Rocks are the Lord's business, so I stop the line and I say it. Gentlemen, the stones in those baskets are all rock salt. Nothing. Then a ripple. 6p a pound. That's the number they all know, because it's the number that has kept salt out of their mouths their entire lives. These people have eaten unsalted food since birth, not lightly salted, none. And starting now, every one of you can take a piece. Nobody moves. They stand there and look at a mountain of the most valuable thing they've ever been near, and not one of them will put a hand on it, because 100 generations have taught them what happens to a peasant who picks up something belonging to a lord. Lorian cracks first. He can't hold my eyes, so he looks at the ground and takes a piece and holds it like it's going to bite him. Then Tobin. Then all of them. Ren, 3 years old, ends up standing there with a lump of rock salt in both hands and no idea why the adults are behaving like this. And the numbers over their heads move together in one block. Give away the wealth, get the loyalty. Loyal people dig harder. Harder digging makes more wealth. That's not generosity. That's a flywheel, and I'm turning it. Thane arrives that week looking like a man walking to his own hanging. 10 gold pounds, he says. 1 week. Thane, I'm grinning and I can't stop. You should know that anything that can be solved with money isn't a big deal. He stares. 10 gold pounds. How many caddies of rock salt is that? He does the sum out loud, and then again, because he doesn't trust the first answer. Raw salt goes for 2p a pound. Refined fine salt goes for 7. Because in this world you take 10 pounds of rock and you're lucky to get 3 pounds of salt out of it. The refining is medieval and it is terrible. How much have you dug? Should be 7,000 caddies. Thane swallows. 30 gold pounds. I hand him the lot on nothing but his word and take my commission out of the far end. You spent 5 gold pounds on my brewery before you knew whether I was real. I can spend 7,000 caddies believing in Thane Sterling's character. He goes very quiet and I watch a man decide something permanently. New shopping list. Grain, obviously. But also quality iron, and labor, free men, livestock, and slaves. Because here's the ratio that runs my life now. 2p for rock, 7 for refined, which means the profit isn't in the mine. The profit is in the refinery I don't have, and I can't build the refinery because I don't have hands. Then 30 people walk up my new gravel road. Word of mouth. Thane's doing. My territory is short of labor, I tell them, but I don't need hired workers here. Somebody at the back. So, slaves, we're free men. What I need to recruit, I say, are villagers. 3 meals a day for the whole family. A house, work from sunrise to sunset, extra pay for special jobs. And you obey my orders 100%, or you'll be executed. The muttering starts immediately. Free men, not slaves, and so on. Then a curly-headed slab of a man near the front, a blacksmith, 3 children, 3p a day, asks the only question that matters. Lord, is it possible to stop starving simply by becoming your villager? Yes. He turns around and runs to get his family. Everyone else comes in behind him, and that evening they see a cauldron with pork in it and they watch rock salt being handed out by the fistful, and by nightfall, none of them are thinking about the word villager anymore. Population, 87. Your cooking level has been raised to 1. Unlocking. Mineral vein detector. 200-meter radius, wherever I stand. I earned that one by personally cooking porridge for the entire village 6 days in a row, which is how a warlord grinds a skill and which nobody can quite process. 87 people eating food made by the Lord, and half of them not tasting it because they're too busy staring at me. Thane comes back with 8 wagons, 1,000 caddies of quality iron, 12 oxen, 6 draft horses, 2,000 caddies of meat, 10,000 of barley, 1,000 of wheat, and 14 gold pounds in change. 58 gold for 7,000 caddies of salt. And I do the conversion in my head, and it kills the mood instantly. 58 gold isn't 4 suits of knight's mail. 4. For a mountain of salt. Damn nobles. Then Thane gets off the cart and helps 3 people down after him. His mother, his wife, his son. The Daltons cast him out, and he brought his family here. He goes down on his right knee in the dirt in front of 87 staring villagers. I, Thane, offer you my loyalty, all my strength, and everything I have, whether in times of peace or in the face of war. I swear it on my honor, and if I betray you, I accept the most severe punishment from the gods. I put my hand over his. I, Kale, accept your allegiance. You are my first vassal, and my authority will protect you who serve me. And while I'm saying the ceremonial part, the practical part is running underneath it. His family is here now. Wherever Thane goes, he comes back. I walk him around the fields afterward. And this is a man who traded grain for a living, and he stops dead in front of my wheat. Rows. Even spacing. 5-6 leaves per plant at tillering. I have never seen wheat like this. Then I show him the salt face, the whole of it, and he doesn't say anything at all for about a minute. The curly-headed blacksmith turns out to be worth more than the salt. Aurelio Pierre, forging level 3, talent, power control, precise force on every strike, fewer impurities in the metal. I give him a job that doesn't exist yet. A heavy-wheeled plow. He doesn't understand. He can't. In this world there is one plow, the light one, and it scratches the top of the soil like an apology. So I take a lump of charcoal and draw it on the wall of his forge. Share, moldboard, beam, handles, landside, and the wheel. Kalen stands in front of that drawing for a long time. If the wasteland is a battlefield, he says slowly, then this plow is a killing machine. 10 of them, 1 month. My lord, you can execute me, but I can't. For every heavy plow built, 1 gold pound. He goes red to the ears. At 3 pence a day, 1 gold pound is more than 10 years of his life. And 1 gold pound to each of your 10 apprentices the day they become blacksmiths. Then I build him a hammer. 5-meter wheel, geared shaft, trip cam. 200 pounds of falling iron, every 10 seconds, all day, forever, powered by a river. Kalen at level 3, swinging with everything he has, makes a little over 200 pounds. He and Gareth Brennan, construction level 3, talent, structural reinforcement, my new carpenter, stand in front of the thing while it works. This behemoth, Gareth says, like a monster. It will change the world. The saltworks takes 5 days, 300 square meters, a crushing floor with a 2-meter millstone, 600 kilos of upper stone pulled by 2 horses, a settling tank, 10 by 20 by 1 meter deep, filter beds, sand, charcoal, gravel, straw, furnaces, and evaporation chambers. And then the part that matters more than any of the stone. Nobody learns the whole process. Each crew learns 1 station and 1 station only. The first person to master a station becomes its foreman. The foreman report to Alani. Alani reports to me. Nobody has to understand salt refining. The system understands salt refining. The people just have to be good at 1 thing each. 300 caddies of fine salt a day. Fine salt, no foreign odor whatsoever. And immediately the bottleneck moves, the way bottlenecks always do. A pair of horses pulls 3,000 caddies. Big caravans attract bandits, lords, and the church in roughly that order. Which means it's better to move refined salt than raw rock, because refined salt is the same money in 1/5 of the wagons. Same week, I hand Bryn an order he does not want. Find 10 strong men and make a guard unit. You're the captain. My lord, I don't know how to train soldiers. Then learn, or go and ask someone. I'm not trusting anyone else with the guard. The forge gets faster, and one morning Kalen brings me the first heavy-wheeled plow. It goes 20 centimeters down. It cuts roots. It turns the fertile layer over instead of scratching it. 15 acres a day. Lorian and Tobin walk behind it in a state I can only describe as religious. Thane comes back with the numbers. 3,000 caddies of beer sold before the wagons even reached Carcassonne. 6 gold after tax. 10,000 caddies of salt for 80 gold, minus 1% city tax and 3% trade tax. Every coin goes straight back out. 1,000 of iron, 3,000 of wheat, 27,000 of barley, 3,000 of meat, 15 oxen, 15 horses. And over dinner, he tells me where slaves come from. The Sharder Khanate, a golden desert, has been at war with the Titan Empire, Oasis Steppe, for 100 years. Prisoners become stock. Nomads sell higher than ordinary slaves because a man raised on a horse in a desert is harder to kill than a man raised in a village. I make a note of that, and I don't say why. 2 men sit on a hill and look down at my village. I don't know that yet. I find out afterwards. Isaac. A scar straight down through his face. His men call him Captain, and beside him, Harvey. Their caravan went into that village. They killed 3 of ours. We need to answer that. Isaac isn't listening. Isaac is looking at 30-40 houses in the middle of a dead corner of the empire, hard up against a hostile border where 6 weeks ago there was nothing, and at the wagon in the square with 1,000 pounds of quality iron on it. Go back, he says. Call everyone. It's evening, and the village is sitting around cook fires, and I want to be precise about what's happening in the last 10 minutes before it happens, because I keep it. A man is asking his wife whether it's time they had a child, since Lord Kale encourages it. Another one is planning to sell part of the rock salt I gave him and buy something for the house, then torches and hooves. 13 riders come through my village and push everyone into the square. Iron Blood Brotherhood. Hand over your valuables, and hand over the merchant. 5 minutes. I walk out and put myself in front of Thane. I am Kale, the lord of this village. I can't give you anything. Everything here belongs to the village. If we give it to you, what will they eat? Grim swings, and Rorik Hunter, who feeds pigs, gets a hoe up into the arc of it. He's shaking so hard the handle is rattling. He does not step back. Lorien steps up beside him, then Tobin. So Grim turns around and kills a farmer instead, just picks one and does it, and then explains it to the crowd. This is the price of being a ringleader, paying with your life. 80 heads go down, and I put an arrow through Grim's heart. Then I say the only thing I have ever said in either of my lives that I would say again word for word. Give them the grain, the horses and the cattle. What will you eat? Run. Are you faster than a horse? Are you faster than their arrows? And next time, who's going to stand up for you? The chance to survive is something you have to fight for yourself. Rorik moves first, then Lorien, then Tobin, then a man with a sickle and a man with a hoe, then 2 with a hammer and an axe, then all of them. The women come out of the houses with tools. The children start picking up stones. 80-odd farmers with sharpened iron against 12 men on horses. Isaac says, very clearly, in the middle of it, "Are these actually peasants? These are suicide troops. Kill them!" He tries to break out. I put the second arrow into the gap under his arm where the mail doesn't close, and they drag him off the saddle, and the last thing he hears is 80 voices shouting, "Kill them all." He genuinely cannot believe it. You can see it on his face. He has spent his whole career killing people like this in passing, the way you'd walk through long grass. 13 bandits dead, 15 of my people dead. I stand in front of the bodies in the morning, and I don't lie to anybody. They are the heroes of this village. Every family that lost someone gets 5 gold pounds, and when their children are grown, they come to me first, then the part they need more. Why was our village attacked? Because we're weak. 13 bandits with 1 blade and 1 horse each killed 15 of us. What happens when 30 come? 50? The guard becomes a real institution that morning. They don't do field labor. They get a pound of meat at every meal and a shilling a month, which is a fortune. You are the blade that punishes and the shield that protects, and if we have to die, I want to be the first one in the line. Theron volunteers, Declan. Then more than I have equipment for. And one of the caravan guards turns out to be a veteran of Windless Valley, which is how I learned the story every soldier in this empire knows. 40 years ago, Count Baker of Lancashire decided to leave the empire. Emperor Caroling VI sent 50,000 cavalry and a man they called the Imperial Spear, Sterling Everhart. The vanguard went into Windless Valley, and the valley closed. Rocks and logs off the walls, a slaughter in a corridor, and the spear brought 5,000 cavalry out through the encirclement. 6 months later, he came back with 100,000 and erased the rebellion. And then the Imperial Spear and his 5,000 horsemen vanished from the world entirely, and nobody has seen them since. I make a note of that too. The slaver arrives 11 days later, Grayson Brown. 93 Shardor Khanate slaves out of 108 that started. Some killed themselves on the road, 3 starved, 7 shillings a head, 32 gold. They're branded, hot iron, shoulder, chest, arm, some of them on the face. I look at that for slightly too long, and then I make him an offer that changes his life. 32 gold, or 1,300 pounds of fine salt, your choice. He takes the salt without thinking about it for even 1 second, and I watch him fail to keep his face still, and I understand I've undersold. Salt is 7 pence and climbing to 8. But up north at the Wall of Ceres, it's a shilling a pound, because up there it snows, nobody makes salt, and it comes in on Stygian snow horses with chains on the cartwheels, so he immediately spends the difference. 500 caddies of iron and 50 bolts of Portland Empire silk brocade, 30 gold, on the spot. I take the brocade because at some point in the near future I'm going to have to walk into a room and be a nobleman, and right now I dress like a man who lost an argument with a hedge. Grayson's only complaint on the way out is geography. Your village sits on the Arcadia, and a waterfall hundreds of miles long sits between you and everything. No longship will ever get up here. 93 people stand in front of a cauldron with their eyes on the ground. An old man breaks first and takes bread without permission. Bryn puts an arrow in his chest. He goes down still holding the bread, and he doesn't let go of it. Nobody moves. Nobody breathes. Without my orders, any action will be punished. In severe cases, death. 92 faces, all of them looking at one dead man and one loaf. However, as long as you obey, you will receive 3 meals a day, with meat at every meal. The logs you cut today are the log cabins you sleep in tomorrow. I let it sit for a beat. Now you can eat. A child goes first, then a woman, then all of them, and they eat more in one sitting than they ate in a month on a slave ship. Not one of them runs that night. I'm not going to dress that scene up. It is what it is. That's the price list this world runs on, and I paid it in public so I'd only have to pay it once. Population, 180. 700 caddies of grain a day for the people, 1,000 for the animals. Guard at 10. The forge running 2 shifts, 20 plows in about 10 days now. 50 diggers producing 3,500 caddies of rock and 400 caddies of finished salt every day. Draven wants to open a tavern in Morgantown, volume, plus a depot. It's a good idea, and I say no, because I am a bastard with a dead escort behind me, and I do not step into the light until I can erase anyone who looks at me too closely in one stroke. Down at the crusher, a big man named Caney and his 10-year-old brother Pip, with a brand on his face, are quietly agreeing to run for it tonight. Your forging level has been raised to 1. Unlocking. Milestone. Achievements. Across all 9 trades, build your first wooden house, pull 1,000 weeds, make a flint spear, 10 energy stones each. I collect 450 of them in one sitting because I have been doing nothing but this for 2 months. 10 stones buys 1 point of experience in any skill, which means the trades that don't grind themselves, medicine, breeding, hunting, can now be bought. Then I look at my own attributes for the first time. 2 E's and 3 F's. An ordinary man. Tall and strong for 15, and otherwise nothing at all. I decide to save the stones. Bryn and I ride the boundary with the vein detector for 5 hours, and at the end of it, we find the edge of my world. A waterfall, 7 or 8 meters, where the Arcadia gives up. No ship will ever come up past that, not ever. No veins either. We ride back into a village that has grown again. Thane is standing in the square with 120 more slaves, 800 caddies of iron, 30,000 of grain, and a herd. That night, down at the slave quarters, a big man saws through his rope with a chip of flint and shakes his little brother awake. Pip won't go. Caney, I'm too weak. I can't run. You go. When the Khanate wins, come back for me. And anyway, this Lord Kale isn't bad. At least I'm not hungry. Caney hits him across the face. What nonsense is that? You're my brother. And a 10-year-old with a brand burned into his cheek looks up at him and says, flat and cold, leave now, or I'll call the guards. Then he starts shouting, so the guard on that side turns his head, away from the gap in the fence where his brother is going through. And the moment Caney is into the dark, Pip picks up a stone and smashes it into the face of the man sleeping next to him, because now there's a fight, and a fight is noise, and noise is somewhere for a guard to look that isn't a set of footprints. The man he hit gets both hands round his throat and comes up with a flint knife, and a log breaks across the back of his skull. Caney is standing there in the dark, breathing hard. I think, he says, you need me more than the Charter Khanate does. I thought, Pip says, and can't finish it the first time. I thought I was going to die here alone. In the morning, I have a panel open in front of me, and I'm not entirely sure I believe it. Ross Anderson, breeding level 3, attack D, defense D, speed D, constitution D, energy D, 5 Ds, straight across, talent, good at writing, and a skill, charge. That is the strongest panel I have seen on a human being since I arrived in this world, and I bought it by the head with 92 others. Did you kill my slave? I killed him. No hedging, no fear, no bargaining. Do what you want. That's not the important part. The important part is that a slave who would have worked for me is dead. He looks at me for a while, and then he does the thing that costs him. Former Charter Khanate, Caney Hawk, Lieutenant Commander of the 6th Cavalry Detachment of the Kruma tribe. I understand what that sentence costs because saying it out loud means admitting he is a prisoner of war, and for the man he used to be, that is a worse wound than the brand. Then he plays the only card he has. I can train cavalry for you. Every rider in the 6th was trained by me. I accept your allegiance. And before he can find a way to be dignified about it, take them to a cabin and prepare some meat for them. 20 heavy plows come out of the forge. Each one eats 4 people, a driver, a plowman, and 2 behind to clear the share and beat the flies off the ox. 80 people, 20 plows, 4,000 mu by June. Lorian walks the first furrow and says, to nobody, so this is how you can farm. The night soil carriers get a penny a day because it's the worst job on the territory, and I'm not going to pretend otherwise. Then we burn lime. 40 men on the limestone with picks. 10 earth kilns, 5 or 6 tons each, 7 days and nights of continuous fire, and I judge the temperature by the color of the flame and the color of the smoke because that's the only instrument anyone here has. I barely leave the kilns. 60 tons of quicklime. Slaking it is the part that scares me. You put quicklime in a pit of water and the pit boils, and a vat like that would cook a man alive with no fire underneath it at all. 2 days later, there's a lime and gravel road running from the village to the salt mine, and the whole settlement has gone white. Caney takes the guard and turns them into something else. Strict obedience to orders is the fundamental principle every soldier must adhere to. Logs on shoulders, weighted marches, planks until men shake, and Bryn falls in with them. Captain of the guard, standing in the line, doing the same drills as the men he commands, because he still doesn't think he's anybody special. Guard rations get set at night level, a pound of meat, a pound of porridge, bread, vegetables. If I'm going to ask men to stand in front of cavalry, they eat like it. I go and talk to Pip about his brother, and I do it by insulting him. So Caney is a deserter. The boy comes off the bench like a cat off a stove. The Kruma tribe ran, he says, ran without fighting, from something called the Emerald Knights, Tideland Empire heavy cavalry, emerald plate, full barding on the horses, effectively immune to arrows and to most swords. The tribe ran. The 6th detachment didn't. Caney's unit took the frontal charge, and every man in it was killed or taken, and none of them went backwards. It's precisely because a country has soldiers like these, I tell him, that it can forge ahead. He doesn't answer. He's 10. But he sits up straighter for about a week. May. The wheat goes gold, and the heads start to nod. 15, 16 grains to a head. In the memory I brought with me, ordinary wheat runs 30 to 50. Here, 16 is an exceptional harvest. That's how far behind this world is. 5 acres, 600 caddies and change. 30, 40 caddies per mu, more than the local method, which sounds small until you run it out. 10 mu, 300 extra. 100 mu, 3,000. 1,000 mu, 30,000 caddies of grain, out of the same dirt, the same rain, the same labor, purely because somebody dug a furrow instead of throwing a handful. Alani and Bryn and Draven are all looking at me with the same expression, and I've stopped trying to correct it. At this moment, to those 3, I'm not a lord. Summer plowing runs 4 streams: clearing, heavy plow, compost, then breaking clods and leveling. 20 plows, 10 acres a day, 3,000 mu by June, and I hit a shortage I could not have imagined 3 months ago. I don't have enough manure. 1,500 tons of compost is what those fields want. An adult produces 4 pounds a day. An ox produces 50 or 60. It isn't close. I actually consider carting it in from Morgantown, and then I stop, because one day my night soil cruise would bring back something other than night soil. The guards drag in an old man who won't work and won't stop talking about blasphemy. John Evans, 55. Medicine level 3. Talent, blessing. Skill, healing light. Heals through sincere prayer. A priest, with an actual supernatural ability, on my slave manifest. You don't want to work? Only a fool would want to work. Who would want to stand up when they can lie down? You're my slave. Work or die. I am a priest. No one can kill me but the Creator. Is that so? Then I won't have to lift a finger. Hunger will drag you into the abyss long before I get around to it. The theological position collapses in under 2 seconds. Perhaps some lighter duties could be arranged. I need you to heal the injured and teach the children. He stops. Because in this world, knowledge lives in 3 places: the church, the nobility, and a handful of scholars. Nobody teaches a farmer's child anything, ever, because an educated peasant is a defective peasant. I want the children reading letters and numbers and able to understand a written order. The guards learn too. Old Alaric stands there in a slave's smock and cannot process the sentence. He has met lords. He has never met a lord who wanted to educate somebody else's children. The heavy plow starts breaking people. 5 or 6 injuries in 3 days. A share catches a root. The beam kicks. A man's ribs are on the wrong side of it. Alaric treats them with herbs. He does not use healing light. Not once. I notice. I don't say anything. And nobody gets pity. If you can't plow, you cut. If you can't cut, you go to the kitchen. This territory does not have room for a man to lie down and be sad. 4 iron cauldrons, 2,000 caddies of brine each, and salt production doubles to 600 caddies a day, 17 gold pounds a day, which buys one suit of decent mail. Thane comes back with 3,000 caddies of quality iron and a standing contract with a Portland iron merchant, 2 pence over market, 3,000 caddies a month, a full longship hold, plus 20,000 of grain and 50 gold in change. I hold a bag of gold in my hands for the first time in either of my lives, and it's heavier than it looks and lighter than it should be. Then I do something with it in front of 400 people. I call Kalen out in front of the whole village, name him a hero of this territory, and put 20 gold pounds into his hands where everyone can see. 20 gold. 24,000 caddies of barley, 400 people make one sound. As long as you complete the task the way I ask, you can receive the gold pound reward too. That's the point of the theater. These people have spent their entire lives inside an arrangement where working harder produces exactly nothing. I need that assumption broken, publicly, with money you can pick up. 2 days of hunting in the forest, and the panel pays out again. Your hunting level has been raised to 1. Unlocking, resource management, and for the first time I see the whole thing at once. 30 gold, 450 souls, 600 mu under plow, 85,000 caddies of barley, 5,500 of wheat, 18,000 of peas, 8,000 of beer, 4,900 of salt, 2,800 of iron. Weapons, 13 sabers, 47 swords, 40 spears, 28 oxen, 25 horses, 3 wells, 1 salt mine. Coal, none. Iron ore, none. I sit and look at that list, and the thing I feel is not pride. My territory is too poor. With resources like these, how am I supposed to fight anyone? That evening I stand at the edge of the fields and watch the smoke go up off the roofs and the whole village turn gold, and I lose about 5 minutes to it. Bryn sees. It's the first time he's seen me be a person and not a mechanism. A boy who can be moved by a sunset over a place he built, and, he tells his sister later, it's the moment he actually starts to admire me. While I was in the forest, a man tried to kill Lorien with a sickle. Old Alaric used healing light for the first time in front of witnesses. White light out of both palms, and a wound that shouldn't have closed all the way. And Alaric aged 10 years in about 4 seconds. They tie the man up. I go and ask him why. Don't you think the gushing blood is like a hot spring? And then, in exactly the same voice, like when my father's head was chopped off by bandits. Splash. On my face. On my brother's corpse. On my mother's corpse. I stand there for a while afterwards. This world made that. Not a demon. Not a curse. Just the arrangement. Bandits with horses, lords who don't come, and a boy standing in a doorway. There are 2 ways to change your position in a world like this. You change yourself, from birth until death, and hope. Or you change the world by force. I want to live, so I don't have a choice. But everything starts with farming. Thane brings bad news the way he always does, which is fast and without cushioning. Grayson has been arrested by the clergy, selling fine salt in Carcassonne without merchant guild authorization. Goods confiscated. And my first thought isn't for Grayson. My first thought is that under questioning, a man gives up a salt mine. The only comfort is his blood. Grayson is the great-grandson of Kyle Steele, called the Sea Black Snake, one of the dozen surviving members of the guild itself. Thane also draws me the political map, and it's the most useful thing he's ever given me. Emperor, lords, church. On paper, the emperor is above everyone. In practice, the lords do as they please in their own lands, and the church has spent centuries trying to get its hand above the emperors. 3 powers, all of them looking at each other, which is excellent news, because 3 powers watching each other are not watching a valley on the southern border. Every year they spend growling gives me another year of plows. 40 plows now, 200 mu a day, and the forge gets a new order, and it isn't a tool. 100 iron battle spears, diamond head, 2 to 3 meters, for men standing in a line against horses. It's the first weapon Kalen has ever made, and when I tell him, something in his face changes. That, he says, is where a blacksmith's ultimate destiny lies. June, 25 degrees, and 3,000 mu of bare ground to fill. Peas, because peas fix nitrogen. Little nodules on the roots that pull it out of the air and put it in my dirt for free, which matters enormously when the thing I don't have is compost. Peas feed people, peas feed animals, for the ranch I haven't built yet, and I have tens of thousands of caddies of them sitting in the granary doing nothing. The night before we hold a festival, 3 roast pigs, a mountain of bread, 2 barrels of beer, and a queue that forms itself in order without pushing, which is new, and which happened after I beheaded 2 men for crushing at the front of a food line. Nobody has shoved since. I'm not proud of that either. I'm just going to tell you both halves, then agronomy. 200 women on winnowing fans, sorting seed, 9,000 caddies of peas soaked in rock salt brine, disinfection, and it breaks dormancy better than ash. And the farmers watch this happen, and it physically hurts them. Salt, the thing they could not buy at any point in their entire lives, being dissolved in a tub. For peas, rows, 20 centimeters apart, a seed every 4. 3 crews, furrow, drop, cover. There's a tramp on my road with no shoes and hair like a bird's nest, and it's Grayson. Damn church, when I am the richest man in Garonia, I will grab the Pope and lock him in a room. And Kyle, that old bastard, couldn't have got me out sooner? Then he stops swearing and looks at me. Lord Kale, I'm bankrupt. His story is that a friend he sold salt to betrayed him, so I take it apart in front of him. To turn my salt into money faster, you broke guild rules yourself and sold it directly in Carcassonne. You bought at 7 and sold at 8 or 9, call it 30 gold profit on 4,000 caddies. But the church holds the price of salt hard, and they noticed. And so I wouldn't suspect you invented a friend. Correct? He looks like a man who has just been picked up by the scruff, and then I tell him the other half. There are 2 things I admire about you. First, you chose to be ruined rather than name me. Second, your confidence in your own judgment. You knew you'd come here, and I'd help. The Brown family rule, it turns out, is straightforward and vicious. Every young Brown gets starting capital, and whoever has made the most by 30 inherits. Get into trouble, and you either withdraw from the race, or you hand over everything and start again from 0. Grayson handed over everything, so 20 gold, 3,000 caddies of salt, and a wagon. About 100 gold on credit. And the price isn't an oath. Browns are forbidden to swear to anyone on pain of exile. The price is a promise. When you become head of the Brown family, you put your hand out to me the way I'm putting mine out to you now. He understands exactly what that is. That's not charity. That's a position in a company that doesn't exist yet. He leaves shouting, "Damn it, I'm going to go make money right now." 5 days in the hills with the vein detector. Nothing. Nothing. Herbs for medicine and nothing. I actually say, "Right, we're going home," and the panel goes off. Mineral vein detector, medium-sized open-pit coal mine, 200 meters southeast, and then the second line. Anthracite, the top of the 3 grades, burns steady, burns clean, no black smoke, and it burns hot, which means forging, which means lime, which means the salt evaporators stop being limited by firewood and start being limited by how fast men can shovel. 20 miles from the village. Downstream, so the river's no use. I need a road. And before the road, I need carts that can survive the road, because a wagon loaded with coal on a downhill grade will outrun the horse pulling it and then kill the horse. So I put Kalen and Gareth in front of a wall and draw brakes on it in charcoal. Shoes on the rims, iron linkage instead of wooden, a lever so the driver can choose how hard he's braking instead of choosing between nothing and everything, and a chalk for when it's parked. Understood, says Gareth, who understands about half of it and will understand the rest by tomorrow. We'll make it. The first one holds so well that under full lever, the loaded wagon moves about 2 centimeters. Then 1 a day for 20 days. Your medicine level has been raised to 1. Unlocking, collection and encyclopedia. An icon for every quality item I produce, 100 energy stones each. I brew mint decoction and hand it out to the entire village, and old Alaric stands there holding a bowl of it, looking through the kitchen doorway at a nobleman boiling medicine over a fire, with an expression I can't read and don't ask about. Population 620, 300 people on the lime road to the coal seam, 100 quarrying limestone, 100 burning it, 100 laying it, and I go and feed the piglets out of a bucket myself, which sends Rorik into a small crisis. My lord, we can do that. Until I look at him and he stops talking. The wolf cubs are half grown. They still flinch. They'll take minced meat off my fingers, and then they curl up together in a ball and sleep like they've never been anywhere else. White Spirit. Black Night. The road takes a month, and on the day it's finished, I ride 20 miles in 20 minutes. 300 on the seam, 100 cutting up top, 50 hauling down, 100 crushing and sorting, 50 carting to the village. First swing of the pick pays out an achievement titled, "I'm really not a black slave," which I'm choosing not to examine. 5,000 caddies on day 1, and an order to the cooks that saves more lives than any wall I've built. Put salt in the miners' drinking water. Men who sweat all day in a pit and drink plain water fall down, and I own a mountain of salt. At the end of the shift, I stand near a fire and listen to 2 miners talk. It's hard, but you know what? You don't have to go find night work after. You don't have to lie there working out whether the 3-year-old eats tomorrow. You work, you eat, you sleep. I just want to feed my family and hold my wife and my kids at night. Anthracite under the salt pans takes production to 700 caddies a day, 20 gold, and it's still not enough because now the bottleneck isn't heat, it's hands. Old Alaric comes and bows to me, properly, which he has never done. Thank you, Lord Kale. You gave me a reason to live. Their thirst for knowledge is like cracked earth waiting for water, and I give him the condition, and I give it hard. You teach knowledge, only knowledge. If I find you spreading church doctrine, death will drag you into the abyss. Old Alaric, there are no gods in this world. If gods existed, why would a priest end up a slave? He doesn't argue. Later, I find out the whole of it, and it explains everything about him. His real name is Alaric Conway, eldest son of Baron Ralph of Silver Moon City, in the lands of the Grand Duke of the Red Dragon. At 8, he met a priest and caught faith worse than any noble child should. He learned the Oath of Light by heart. At 13, he inherited the title, and he gave the church everything: the gold, the land, the servants, himself. And then one afternoon, he walked behind the main hall and found a bishop with 2 nuns. It is a rite of instruction. They are confused. Then the confessional. Then the prayer room, then the baptistry. And on a rainy night he walked in with a silver dagger and went to the bishop, and then the priest, and then the 3 nuns, and the blood went out across the marble in the dark. And the question that actually broke him wasn't what he did. It was, if the gods exist, why did they let demons live inside a church that had stood for centuries? So he left the city and then the empire and went looking for the truth, and what he found was men killing each other over a piece of barley bread, men knifed in the street for a few pence, brothers going at each other over a strip of dirt. Nobody's prayers worked. Dry ground stayed dry, and then a horse trampled a child of 7 or 8 in front of him, and he went down on his knees and prayed out of pure reflex, and his hands filled with clean white light, and the child got up, and Alaric felt his own life go out of him to pay for it. That's when he stopped believing. Gods never existed. When a miracle happens, it isn't a god, it's an exchange at equal value. And then slavers found him on a road, and now he teaches numbers to farmers' children in a valley on the southern border. A fat man in silk rides up my road with a saber in an emerald-studded scabbard. Aidan Morrison, freshly granted the manor of the murdered Lord Powell in Bordeaux by clerks, without the Marquis Valerius troubling to receive him in person. He is still furious about that. Garrick felt ignored. He's giving his Squire Walker instructions as he rides. Find the runaway farmers, kill all of them. My lingerie haven't had live meat in a while. Then Caney's checkpoint stops him. 20, 30 large men, identical spears, and several with Shardor slave brands on them. Garrick's calculation is visible from where I'm standing. Either there's a new lord here, or this is unclaimed land, and unclaimed land can be his. I come out. You've entered my territory without invitation. If I ordered you killed right now, the Marquis Valerius would do nothing to me. He demands the deed. I hold it up, and he sees the crossed sword and shield. Let me read it. You might be an imposter. Of course, come closer. He does not come closer. 10 seconds, I tell him. You're in my field of view for 10 more seconds, and then I start killing you. There's no threat in my voice at all. That's what frightens him. He's spent his whole life around men who shout. A few miles down the road, Walker suggests coming back and finishing the village off, and Garrick takes his head off at the neck from horseback without slowing down. Search him. The gold's yours. On Walker's chest, an Iron Blood Brotherhood tattoo. Knew it. Bring the body. My lingerie like live meat. I send Bryn out alone that night to intercept and kill the courier Garrick will send to the Marquis's castle. Then I go and find Caney. Caney, can I trust you? Master, you can always trust me. The direction your sword points is the battlefield where I, Caney Hawk, will rush headlong. Then take a detachment and hold the mountain pass. If the enemy wants to enter the master's territory, they will have to step over my dead body. I extend the working day from 6 to 6 to 6 to 8, and nobody complains, and that bothers me more than complaining would. Bryn comes back covered in blood with the letter. Garrick wasn't reporting me. Garrick was requesting information from the Marquis about a vassal holding. He didn't believe the deed, which buys me time and nothing else. A delay isn't safety. If we don't want to be afraid of enemies from outside, we have to become strong ourselves. There is no third option, and there never was. The Iron Blood Brotherhood has grown to somewhere between 100 and 200 riders, and they are working the villages around Carcassonne. The Marquis Valerius is doing nothing about it, and I'll find out why later, and the reason is worse than incompetence. So I stand up in front of 1,000 people. How many of you were driven off land your grandfathers lived on? By bandits? Nothing. Of course nothing. You don't answer a lord. You've never in your life been asked a question by a lord that wasn't a trap. Alani, front row, loud. Me too. Bryn. And then it comes apart. I was. They killed my whole family. And me. 1,000 people shouting over each other at their own lord, and I stand there and let it run until it starts to fall away. Then I do something cruel, deliberately. You live well here now. Some of you have probably started to forget what it was like. Silence. So I'm going to open those wounds again. And I do. Out loud, specifically. The fathers, the houses, the women. I take 1,000 people back into the worst hour of their lives and hold them there. Now, I need 100 soldiers. You will train until it feels like hell. You may die. You will stand at the front. Who wants it? The hands go up in a wave. More than 50 of the 100 I take are Sharder slaves because they've been eating meat for months and they are physically the best material I have. Total armed force, 150. And I'll be honest about what that number actually is. Ride the wave of revenge and men will volunteer for anything, but when the heat goes out of it, the only ones who'll still stand in a line are the ones you forged with sweat and blood in the months in between. That's what the next months are for. A warhorse costs about 30 gold, with a pedigree, 50. From a famous line, hundreds. A free man's annual income is under 5. A suit of armor is a month of a smith's life. So I buy the second best thing, in bulk, 100 round shields, oak core, iron boss, iron rim, and spears, and I extend the lime road to the mountain pass because I'm going to put something there. Inside his manor, Garrick Blackwood is being fed off a fork by 3 or 4 maids, and he's just torn the dress off one of them because, as he explains, she is his property. His courier Wood has been missing for 12 days. His scouts come back with nothing. Sir, there's only one entrance and it's guarded. Useless. And then the bandits arrive, and I want you to meet the man who is going to matter. Anthony, black warhorse, full plate, a lance and a proper rest, an actual knight. Not a bandit who found armor, a fallen nobleman who was stripped even of his knighthood, riding at the head of scum, with a scar coiled down one side of his face like something that grew there. One of his men, Hughes, complains out loud about riding past rich villages on an empty stomach. Tiberius puts his helmet on without a word, drops the lance, and takes him off the saddle at a canter. The body goes 3 or 4 meters. Nobody breathes. His deputy Bale is the one with the brain. We need somewhere defensible to winter, and we need refugees and weapons. And then the invitation. Garrick, Manor Lord of Morgantown, invites you. He says he has a large gift for you. Your breeding level has been raised to 1. Unlocking. Quests. All 9 skills at 1. The quest list is empty. Caney asks what exactly I want built at the pass, and I tell him, and he doesn't believe me. No, not a barricade, a city wall. Lime, sand, and stone. 4 meters thick and 10 meters high. Because Caney has ridden in cavalry, and Caney knows precisely how long a wooden barricade lasts against 100 riders, and the answer is about as long as it takes to say the word barricade. The gap between the mountains is 100 meters wide. From 10 meters up you can see for kilometers. Grayson comes back with his sister, Audrey Brown. White hair, eyes like the river in December. Trade level 3. Eloquence level 3. Negotiation level 3. Talent. Psychological insight. Skill. Eloquent. She skips every part of the conversation a human being would normally have. A large number of slaves. 500 people. And then before I can respond, the second half. This is the first of 4 shipments. 2,000 people. The population of a small town. On carts, on my road. Where from? Portland Empire. Southern Campaign. Any more questions? 5 shillings a head. 125 gold. 125 gold, I say. Or 4,300 caddies of fine salt. And for exactly a quarter of a second, something moves in that face. I want fine salt. Then, to her own men, already walking away, load the goods quickly. Grayson explains the Southern Campaign on the way out, and it is the worst thing I have heard in this world. A witch appeared in the south of the Portland Empire, so a witch hunt started. Here's how a witch hunt actually works. The church needs to demonstrate that it is divine, and a burning demonstrates it. The emperor needs the peasantry looking at something other than the harvest, so the accusations land on the people nobody will fight for. Old women living alone, widows, herb gatherers, midwives, and once a name has been written down, everything after it is a formality. Real witches exist. The hunt is not about them. 50,000 cavalry combed the southern provinces and took anyone accused, including married women with families, and their husbands who knew perfectly well their wives were not witches, picked up iron farm tools, tens of thousands of them, so the emperor declared them bewitched and sent in the cavalry. 4,000 dead, old men, women, children, all counted the same, the survivors sold. Corpses across the fields, and newly plowed land gone crimson with the blood of farmers. The summer harvest in the south must have failed, I say. Grayson stares at me. Half a month of rain, the whole crop gone. You don't start a witch hunt because there's a witch. You start one because there's a famine and somebody has to be blamed before the peasants work out who's actually responsible. In the wagon on the way out, Audrey says something to her brother that I don't hear for a long time. Your ambition is to turn the Brown family upside down. His ambition is the entire Calradian Empire. 500 slaves go to the quarry. Work until you're hungry. Eat and go back. When you're tired, sleep where you are. 1,500 people, allocated. 150 soldiers. 15 brewery, 15 forge, 10 carpentry, 30 kitchen, 12 on 3,000 mu of crops, 200 salt, 5 herdsmen, 20 children with old Alaric, 200 on coal, 850 on the wall. Gareth, who actually knows how buildings work, lists the objections. You don't just quarry stone, you dress it by hand. The foundation has to go down to bedrock or the whole thing walks in the first wet spring. You need masons and you need more men than exist. I know all that, but the city wall must be built. Day 1, a dozen blocks of several tons each. We don't work nights. You cannot light 100 meters of construction with torches, and men working in the dark on multi-ton stone come apart. Loyalty across the village sits at about 90%, which is the only reason any of this is possible. August. The fenced hop field comes in. Mature hops. Flavor and aroma, yes, but mostly preservative. Beer that keeps is beer that travels, and beer that travels is a market instead of a village. I cut the bracts myself with a sickle, leaving the bine so it'll fruit again, and after an hour in the sun, Bryn appears next to me and holds out a straw hat. Put it on. Help me put it on. The wall reaches 7-8 meters, and hauling multi-ton blocks up a ramp stops working, so I go to the forge, a pulley system. Kaylin doesn't know the words, so I get on the hammer myself until the knowledge lands, and then I draw the section on the wall in charcoal, sheave, groove, axle, housing, chain. Tens of thousands of caddies lifted with 3,000 caddies of pull, 10 of them, 3 days. He asks for men, he gets 30. 3 days later there are 10 block and tackle rigs standing along a wall that is 5-6 meters up and climbing. Injuries, yes, no deaths. Old Alaric comes to find me with an expression I don't like. Great Lord, your lands have been invaded by darkness. A little mouse has entered your territory. She carries dark power. My first thought is Audrey, which tells you something about my instincts. But at night, in my village, a child walks straight past a patrol at 3 meters and not one of them sees her. 8 years old. Her name is Alara. Her face is deliberately black with soot. She slips into a house belonging to a woman called Isolde. Her village, more than 300 people taken apart by cavalry. Her mother pulled the riders off in another direction so her daughter could reach the cellar. Alara is what came out of that cellar. And she says it herself to her aunt, in the dark. I can hide in the darkness. They can't find me even standing right next to me. I can call animals, and I understand what they say. And then, I am the witch they're talking about. And then the question, from an 8-year-old, that I would not have wanted to be in that room for. Aunt Isolde, did father and mother and all the villagers die because of me? Thane arrives with 170 more slaves, 50,000 caddies of barley, 6,000 of meat, 20 horses, 15 oxen, and stops his cart in the middle of the road to stare at a wall going up across the pass. He remembers arriving here when there were 3 people, and he has news. The Marquis Valerius's eldest son, Corbin Valerius, has his succession ceremony in a month, which explains the bandits. The Marquisate isn't hunting them because the Marquisate is busy with a party, and it means something else. It means that in a month, the man who gave the order to kill me will be the Marquis Valerius, and one day he will find out that the bastard he had killed is alive and has built a power with his own hands, and Corbin Valerius is not going to let that go. Old Alaric takes me to Isolde's house. She sees the guards, screams, "Ilara, run!" and bolts with the child. Nobody chases them. Sienna Mike, 8 years old. Attack D. Talent, dark energy absorption. Skills, merge into the shadow. Listen to all things. Shadow mist. Isolde comes back on her own and goes straight onto her knees in the road. She's 8. She's never harmed anyone. If you want to burn someone, tie me to the cross instead of her. When did I say I wanted to burn her at the stake? She stops mid-sentence. She's a witch, I say. I never said she should burn. Terms. Neither of them works. They're fed for free. A guard on the house. Isolde's job is to raise the child, and when I need help, I'll ask. Old Alaric argues the whole way back. She must be tied to the cross and burned until the darkness is gone. Even at 8, even though she has never used the power on anyone, even though she has never harmed a soul, he opens his mouth and finds that he has, in 55 years, genuinely never thought about it in that order. She was born with dark power. That isn't her fault. With the right guidance, that power goes where I point it. And then the one that shuts him up. Old Alaric. The world isn't simply black and white. He walks the rest of the way in silence, and I know exactly which marble floor he's standing on in his head. The wall goes up, the shield comes off the bench and gets tested. Simple iron core wooden shield, 7 kilos, 60 centimeters, oak, iron boss, iron rim. I take a saber to it 7 or 8 times while Bryn holds it, and all I get is scratches and a dent in the rim. It's deliberately light. My soldiers are farmers who were holding a hoe 6 months ago. A heavy shield doesn't protect a man who's already on the ground from carrying it. Then Caney comes up the road at a run. Master, the city wall is complete. 10 meters of gray stone across the throat of the mountain pass, 2 towers with spiral stairs, crenellations, arrow slits, observation gaps, a 4-meter walkway along the top, drainage channels through the base because water is what actually kills walls. From up there I can see for kilometers in every direction, and standing on it, I stop being a boy with a piece of parchment. Gareth has aged on this job, visibly. Gates in one night. 3 shifts around the clock permanently. That night, the builders get a feast, food, beer, and a pound of fine salt each. For the ones who came in on the last few shipments, that's the first salt they have tasted in their lives. Somewhere in the middle of it, I hear a sentence I do not like at all, and I hear it more than once. They've started saying I might be more than a lord, that I might be a god who came to save them. I let it go. For now. It's useful, but I file it because a man who lets people call him a god eventually starts agreeing with them. Morning after. The wall is built. That doesn't mean this land is safe. If a real army comes, one wall isn't enough. I need another 100 soldiers. The hands go up immediately. A woman shouts, 250 soldiers. The ceiling for 1,670 people because 40% of them are old, or women, or children. And then 900 people go on to red brick. Digging clay, forming, drying, kiln building. The bricks you fire will build the red brick houses you live in. Because here's what they understand, and I didn't at first. Brick is what lords live in. Peasants live in wood, or wattle, or nothing. I have just told 900 people they're going to live in a lord's material. The forge gets 300 spears and shields in 5 days. The cotton comes in. 60 plants, 6 bowls each, 1,800 seeds, which is 2 acres next year, and around 200 caddies of fiber. 2 years to a textile industry. On schedule. The canal goes in along the edge of the lime road, 2 meters by 2, so the Arcadia walks itself out to the fields instead of being carried. And then Ek. Ek is a section foreman at the salt mill. Ek has been taking salt home. Alani slapped him across the face herself, then reported it to me. I have him beheaded in front of everyone, and his head displayed. The village is shocked, and I understand why. They expected a flogging, or a hand. Ek himself doesn't argue for a second. No objections. And the one mercy I give him, which he cares about more than his life. Your crime will not touch your family. Alani goes gray for 2 days afterwards, so I explain it to her, because she's the one who has to enforce it next time. In another lord's territory, theft might not be death. This is my territory. If theft only gets a scolding, then next time it isn't theft, it's robbery, then it's a fight, then it's a killing, and then this whole place is a rubbish heap. Why wait, when you can put the fire out early? She takes it, and it puts a thought in my head that won't leave. This territory needs written law and a court, answerable to me and to nothing else. Not yet. But it's on the list now. The gates get faced with 5 millimeters of sheet iron against rams, and Caney asks for something that keeps me awake. He wants 200 soldiers barracked in the pass itself behind the wall. A soldier should eat and sleep in a barracks, he says, not walk home after drill like a man finishing a shift. I say yes without pausing, and I want to be clear about what I just did. I have put my army, and the only fortification I own, and the throat of my entire territory, into the hands of a foreign cavalry officer I bought as a slave 4 months ago. Caney goes down on one knee. Master, if the enemy wants to enter your territory, they'll step over my body. And then, without being asked, and my brother Pip will stay in the village. He hands me a hostage. I didn't ask for one. He gives me one anyway because he understands exactly what I just handed him, and he wants me to be able to sleep. 3,230 energy stones. 1,000 stones raises 1 attribute 1 grade. I dump everything into attack, F+ to E+, and feel the difference in my hands immediately, which teaches me the real lesson of the milestone system. Pouring stones into life skills is slow, and pouring them into myself is not. The evening it happens, Isolde brings the girl to me. Lord Kale, I heard the cuckoos say, a cavalry unit is approaching your territory. They should arrive by midnight at the latest. How many? They don't know numbers. They said the men held torches, in a long chain, and my cuckoo friend is afraid of fire. I believe her instantly, because Listen to All Things is right there on her panel, and because an 8-year-old has just given me 4 hours of warning that no scout in this world could have bought me. She turns around in the doorway. Lord Kale, be careful. I ride for the wall with 50 guards. And behind me, for the first time in her life, Alani stands up in front of 1,000 people. I am Alani, the steward appointed by the Lord. There is an invasion. We cannot sit here waiting to die. We are not soldiers, but we can be what they stand on. Go to your houses and get your tools. And 1,000 people roar back at her. Be Kale's strong support. She tells me later that she'd never understood what it costs until she felt 1,000 people turn toward her at once. On the wall, a panel opens. Quest. Eliminate the Iron Blood Brotherhood. Reward. Depends on completion. I close it. I am not spending soldiers I bled to assemble to satisfy a notification. Out in the dark, 100 of Garrick's squires and 100 odd bandits. The deal Garrick made was 50 gold to Tiberius to destroy my armed forces, plus the right to loot, with the lord and the slaves taken alive. Their scout comes back confused. Ahead, there's darkness, but above the darkness, there are torches. It's like a wall, a city wall. Bale laughs at him. There isn't a city wall in this backwater, and Ford, Garrick's man, the one who scouted this place, swears on his life that there was no wall here a month ago. Then they get close enough to see it. Nobody says anything for a while. Ford slaps himself in the face to check. There was definitely no city wall when we came here. How did they build it so quickly? And Tiberius, in a voice like a door closing, to Ford. This is the gift your master was talking about? Then, to Bale. Go and smash the city gates. I can't. So you think I can do it? And they turn around. 200 men ride away from my wall without loosing a single arrow, and they go straight to Garrick's manor, because as one of them says, we were invited. We're not leaving empty-handed. Ford works out what that means at about the same moment I do, and starts sweating in the cold. The wall just cost them nothing to fail at, and it cost me one night's sleep, and that is the single best return on investment of my life. Then I run the after action in my head, because a wall that didn't get tested is a wall you don't know anything about. We have no bows on it, no crossbows, no prepared logs or rocks, no hooks to push ladders off, no incendiary oil. Caney, get logs and boulders up onto that wall. Yes, master. And make the men carry them up by hand. It's good for them. I ride back into the village at dawn, and 1,000 people are standing in the square holding farm tools, with Alani in front of them, and they have been standing there all night. Draven, Kalen, Gareth, Lorian, Tobin, and old Alaric's students, who are children, holding sticks. If you had fallen back, Alani says, we would have defended the village. I've been building an army for 4 months. It turns out I already had one. The city plan goes together in my head over the next week, and it isn't a village anymore. A castle, defense, authority, and storage in one structure. A market district, housing, about 600 brick houses of 30 square meters, call it 70 acres. And craft quarters, a forge district organized as a production line for weapons and armor, textiles for winter clothing and armor padding, leather, ceramics, paper. The textile part isn't ambition, it's arithmetic. Winter is coming, and slaves without warm clothing simply freeze to death, and I have thousands of them. Grayson arrives and gets lost on his own route, because where the road used to run through a gap in the mountains, there is now a wall taller than the one around Carcassonne, built in under a month. 500 slaves and 25,000 caddies of grain for 162 gold. He takes 6,500 caddies of salt, and a new job, bring me other merchants. 1% of turnover on everything, forever. I watch him do the sum. 30 or 40 young browns, a dozen senior traders. If even 30 of them start running goods up this road, his commission makes him rich while he does nothing at all. And then he has a thought he immediately tries to put down as insane, and can't. The headship of the Brown family might be sitting in his pocket. Bricks come out of the kiln at 24 by 11 by 5, beige white, high alumina, which means fire resistant, which means I can line furnaces with my own product. 500 a kiln, 50 kilns, 5,000 a firing, 4,000 bricks per house. I need more than 1,000 houses, so we're not building kilns anymore. We're building a brickworks. Your forging level has been raised to 2. Unlocking, special building blueprints. Reward, skills. Copybook, ×1. The copybook lets me take somebody else's skill and put it on my own panel. I don't spend it. I put it away because a thing like that should be spent on the right person, and I haven't met him yet. The blueprint library is priced in energy stones and, in some cases, in something called magical ore, which I have never seen. Wild pig breeding farm. Boars mutate, grow larger, learn commands. I stop and look at that one for a while, because my brain has immediately produced an image of knights riding armored tusked boars, and I would like it very much. Wolf den, wolves mutate, scent, speed, scouting, snowball launcher, pharmacy workshop, magic workshop. Cheapest is 1,000 stones. I have none. Moving on. Rorik gets 60 people and a month to build a ranch, and he chooses the site himself. Level ground, drainage, its own wells independent of the river, pens, shelters, silage pits, worker housing. Target, thousands of head, meat, milk, eggs, and leather for armor, and horses for the cavalry I don't have yet. Gareth builds the water lifting wheels. At the manor, Garrick's plan is eating him alive. Ford's original idea was elegant. Drive the tiger off with a wolf. Let the bandits bleed the neighbor, then finish them both and take the land, avenge Powell, and look good in front of the marquee. The wall stepped on that plan, and now the Iron Blood Brotherhood is camped around Garrick's own manor, in tents, going nowhere, and his household is terrified. Ford's solution: ask the Marquis Valerius for troops. Ask about the missing courier while you're there. Maybe come away with a grant. Excellent idea, says Garrick. You'll go. What? Me? 8 days into the primeval forest along the Arcadia, trunks several arm spans thick, which I log in my head as future shipbuilding timber and not much else. Hunting on the move. Camps. Sleeping on the ground next to a fire like the first week all over again, except that now there are 20 men doing it with me. The detector goes off twice. A medium copper vein and a small iron one, both deep underground, both unreachable with anything I own. From the top of a bluff, I can see the Elfeni Empire on the left bank and my own forest on the right, and the river running away like something alive. Note to self: chart the river. Put hidden watch posts along it, and on the way home, 3 days out, the panel says, mineral vein detector, large open-air iron mine, 200 meters to the southeast. There's a black mountain under the moss, large-scale open-air iron mine, several square kilometers of surface, reserves in thousands of cubic tons, or, the panel suggests, considerably more than that, and the ore is good. Low alumina, low harmful impurities, sinters beautifully. I have salt, I have coal, and now I have a mountain of iron. I stand on that black slope for a while, and I let myself feel it, which I don't usually do. Every soldier I own in armor, not leather, not padding, plate, heavy cavalry, enough of it to knock any enemy I currently have down with one punch. What is it? Bryn says. It's an iron mine, which means that from today, every soldier on this territory wears good plate. Then reality. It's 40 miles through forest to the village, and then geography saves me, the way it keeps doing. The seam is 2 or 3 miles from the Arcadia. I don't need a road, I need boats. There's a merchant waiting outside my wall who has been there for 2 days. Alan Brown, 18. Trade 3, Eloquence 3. Decision-making 3. Talent. Multilingual communication. 2 days at a closed gate, and when I finally come down, he doesn't complain. He makes a joke. Any longer, and the pork in the wagon would have gone off. Ha! 50,000 caddies of barley and 10,000 of wheat, and he wants fine salt. I give him 3,500 caddies, which is about 4 gold over the market rate. And among merchants who will fight each other over half a penny, that reads as exactly what it is. An apology for the gate. He catches it immediately. How much salt do you have left? I'll buy it. Not for sale. What I need is goods. All kinds of goods. His warehouses in Carcassonne hold 300,000 caddies of barley, 100,000 of wheat, 100,000 of peas. Bring all of it. And one detail about Ryland that I file and keep. Of all the Browns, he's the only one who doesn't trade slaves. It's the devil's business. Even a slave is a person, not a commodity. I put Kalen on 300 picks in 3 days. He has 50 apprentices now, and I give Gareth something nobody in this world knows how to do. 20 flat-bottom boats, 8 meters by 2. 2,000 caddies of cargo. My lord, I have never built a ship. I don't know how either, but I'll learn shortly. So I pick up a saw in front of his entire workshop and build the first one where they can watch. Keel, ribs, oak, bent over fire. Planking, rudder and oars, pine tar for the seams. Understood? Understood. 5 days, 20 boats. And somewhere in there I notice that I've stopped being the man who does everything. Kalen has iron. Gareth has timber and construction. Lorien and Tobin have the fields. Draven has the brewery. Alani has salt and coal. Caney has the army and the wall. Old Alaric has the children. And Alara has early warning. I only need to point at a direction and hand out the work. My energy is finite. That took me 6 months to learn, and it should have taken 6 days. 400 men walk 40 miles to the mine, and I don't put a single one of them on the rock face. First we build barracks, then a kitchen, then the road down to the water, then the loading ground. Because a man who spends every day wondering what he'll eat and where he'll sleep cannot mine ore. He'll last 3 days, and then he'll riot. I live out there with them for 3 days and eat what they eat, and on the 4th day the picks go in. 300 cutting, 50 carting to the river, the rest loading boats. Coming home I take a boat instead of the trail. 4 hours through forest becomes 1 hour on water, and out in the middle of it I get a proper look at my river for the first time. Nearly a kilometer across. No bottom worth speaking of, which means nobody lands an army on this bank without real ships. Caney lets a stranger through the gate for the first time, a small merchant from Morgantown with 4 wagons and not 1 guard. Bor Hansen. He watches the iron gates close behind him, cutting off the world, and then he watches my fields go past. Rows, no weeds, water wheels, and a village the size of a market town. When did all this get here? 4,000 caddies of flax, 25 gold, or 1,000 caddies of fine salt. He chokes on it. Lord Kale, do you mean fine salt? He leaves whipping his horses because a small agricultural trader with the source of cheap fine salt is not a small agricultural trader anymore, and I'm not worried about him talking. A merchant with a supply like that hides it harder than I would. Every competitor he tells is a competitor at my gate. Then I hand Kalen the biggest thing I've asked anyone for. A blast furnace. He's never heard the words. 20 square meters of pit, 2 meters down to firm ground. Red brick, bonded courses, half-meter walls, clay skin, 10 tuyères, a domed crown, tap hole and slag hole at the bottom, and the blast, a water wheel driving piston bellows so the air never stops, 10 meters tall, 4 meters internal diameter, 100,000 caddies of ore per charge. To be clear about what that replaces, in this world, a smith takes 1,000 caddies of ore and gets 100, maybe 200 caddies of iron out of it over days or weeks in a bloomery by hand. When the tap hole opens and the first cast iron comes out gold red and moving like lava, Kalen starts shaking. It's a success. It's really a success. And standing there watching molten iron run into sand, I get the idea that changes the shape of my army. We're pouring it into sand molds for ingots. Why not pour it into the shape of a breastplate, cuirass, pauldrons, vambraces? Standard components, standard molds, in series, because the alternative is what everyone else does. A smith spends a month on one suit of plate. 1,000 soldiers is 1,000 months. Money, fuel, iron. Give me enough people and let's see who wants to try me. And then the cold water, which I keep on hand for exactly these moments. I have never once eaten bread I grew. Every grain in my granary was bought. One bad season anywhere, and my whole territory starves on somebody else's harvest. To eat reliably, you plant on your own land. Thane comes back and doesn't recognize the road. You won't need to go out anymore, I tell him. His face goes gray. He thinks I'm replacing him. What I mean is, my territory needs a steward merchant. He's on one knee before I finish the sentence. 70 earth kilns make 35,000 bricks in 3 days, which is a drop. So, a proper brickworks. 10 lines. 10 kilns of 60 cubic meters each. 360,000 bricks per 5-day firing. 5 times what 70 kilns could do. Gareth says he's never heard of such a thing, and I say that's fine. I'll show him on site, and 600 people go and live next to it. And when the next slave column arrives, I give them the speech I've refined down to the parts that work. From this moment, your fate is in my hands, but you are lucky. Hunger will always be one step behind you. 3 meals a day, with meat. A house of red brick. The work is hard, but nobody here will ever whip you. You will have a safe life. And the hook at the end, which does more than everything before it. And these bricks are going into the houses you'll live in. The crowd comes apart. I want it. Me too. I've never thought of myself as a good speaker. I just tell slaves in advance what their outcomes actually are, which is apparently unheard of. 3 days in, I haven't sat down because I'm being pulled between the brickworks, the furnace, and the mine, and doing all 3 badly. So I open the panel, replicate knowledge of large-scale red brick factory construction, and pass it to Colin Hall. Yes. Successful. Nothing happens. Nothing visible. My orb count goes from 9 to 8. And then, a minute later, from across the site, where's the plumb bob? If there's no plumb bob, where's the wooden right-angle rule? Gareth has never used the word plumb bob in his life, and he doesn't notice that he's just said it. That's the whole problem of this world solved in one item. Knowledge doesn't have to be taught anymore. It can be issued. In a year, I tell Thane, this territory is self-sufficient. And then anyone who wants salt, coal, or ore goes through my chamber of commerce. Only merchants who meet its terms buy anything. He goes pale. That's the Merchant Guild. My lord, the guild is held by emperors and great nobles. Don't be nervous, it's only a plan. In Bordeaux, a young man in studded leather walks through a castle and the guards call him Your Excellency, Marquis. Mark Ducas. At his father's door, a servant says the master is ill and has retired. And then, are you going to stop me? Inside, Donovan Ducas is lying in a bed, the lion of the Marquisate flat on his back like a dog somebody left out. Corbin wants a favor. Princess Luna's coming-of-age ball is soon. He'd like an introduction. I'll help. When he's gone, the physician lifts the blanket, and there's a wound in the old man's back that has gone down to bone and stayed there, and the smell in that room is not a smell you get from a wound that's going to heal. Worse, my lord. And Valerius laughs, which costs him everything he has, and then says the thing the physician will remember for the rest of his life. He loves me, but he loves power more. He's set his eye on Luna Lockhart. Does he not know whose daughter she is? The daughter of a deposed prince. The Imperial Spears line. He dares to look at imperial power. Old man, my son wants to be emperor. 2 days later, at a side gate of that same castle, Garrick's man Ford is still standing in the mud where they left him. He finally gets somewhere by giving the steward's son 10 gold. And the steward's son, to bury any trace that a bribe was taken, has him flogged 50 times and thrown out of Bordeaux. Rylan runs 60,000 caddies of grain a trip now, and Thane handles the deals. Calm, professional, no self-consciousness at all. I was a merchant too, he says. I'm just following orders. Your crafting level has been raised to 2. Unlocking. Real-time projection, reward, skills, copybook. Every person on my territory live on the holographic map, and I can throw my point of view anywhere inside my own borders and stand there in my head. Outside the wall, it's black. The map ends where my land ends. The plate armor hits a wall immediately, and it's an honest one. My lord, Kalen says, nobody on this entire territory knows how. Which is true. So we start measuring height, chest, waist, arm, and leg lengths across the whole army, and build molds for a handful of standard body types instead of 1 suit per man. And the second shortage, leather and linen, for the padding under the plate. Without it, a man in armor is a man being beaten with a bell. I go and grind cooking in the communal kitchen because I need cooking at 2, and because I want to be somewhere with no decisions in it for an afternoon. The cleaver goes 7 or 8 centimeters into the block now. That's the energy stones talking. The women who've cooked all their lives stand there watching the lord of 2,000 people chop boar bones, and the rule I set for that kitchen is the only rule that matters. There is always slightly more food than needed. Surplus goes to the animals. A shortage becomes a fight at the pot, and a fight at the pot becomes a riot. The ranch comes in at around 1,000 acres, laid out for 1,500 horses, red brick shelters, individual stalls, because cows and horses have different manners, and housing them together produces injured horses. Torvin brings me 1,300 chickens in 1 load, 3 breeds, 59 gold, or 2,400 caddies of salt. He takes the salt, and he clears 20 gold on the run, and I watch a small trader turn into a supplier in real time. Then I stand up in front of 800 workers and tell them, I need you to demolish this entire village. The noise they make is not a good noise. The wooden houses you live in will become red brick houses. The lime road you're standing on will become a brick road. You will be the ones who build this village again. The first thing down is my own cabin. The first structure I ever built in this world, 4 meters by 3, the one I ran into with a wolf attached to my coat, then the smokehouse, then the brewery. Alani stands next to me while they take it apart and cannot keep it off her face. I just grin at her. 4 days later, there is no village, 1,000 log cabins reduced to stacks of timber, and every soul on this territory sleeping around fires under open sky. Gareth gets the plan. Grid layout. Districts, castle, market, housing, craft quarters, gaps between rows for light and air, and inside every district within 200 meters of every door, a well, a public bathhouse, and dry latrines. I am not having this whole territory go down with a plague over something that stupid. The castle. Lord's quarters, feast hall, council hall, corner towers, watchtowers, courtyard, storehouses, cellars, a dungeon, and a wall. Under 30 acres. Gareth privately thinks Lord Kale is still far too simple about how a nobleman is supposed to live, and then remembers that this particular nobleman spent 6 months in a log hut, and lets it go. Garrick's month with the Iron Blood Brotherhood parked on his land ends the way it had to. He hires the Iron Thorns mercenary group under a man called Cortez, who does drive the bandits off, and who then, standing in the aftermath, requires an additional 30 gold for the widow's allowances, or they'll end up in a Morgantown brothel. Garrick throws the purse at him. Get out of my manor right now. Mercenaries rob weak lords exactly the way bandits rob unarmed farmers. Cortez goes through his own dead men's pockets on the way out. And Garrick starts screaming for Ford, who is currently face down outside Bordeaux with 50 stripes on his back. Grayson and Rylan arrive on the same day and race each other up my road, and I get my first proper look at how much they hate each other. Grayson, 700 slaves and a map of the Calradian Empire. Rylan, 80,000 caddies of grain and meat, and a gift, 18 Baytan thoroughbreds, 17 two hands, 1,900 pounds, bred to carry a fully armored knight and not think about it. 50 gold a head, 900 gold, 36,000 caddies of salt. I take all 18 without haggling, and then I say the sentence that will change my army permanently. As long as they're sound adult warhorses, however many you bring, I'll trade fine salt for all of them, because the difference is not decoration. A draft horse is calm and strong and will walk into a field. A warhorse will walk into fire and into a hedge of spears and not break. That training is why cavalry costs what it costs. While the horses are being led off, Rylan leans in. Watch out for Grayson. They call him the money-staining devil, and there's a dagger against his throat. One more word, Grayson says pleasantly, and I'll tear your mouth open, armor or not. And if I killed you, the Brown family wouldn't do a thing to me. Ryland smiles, presses Silk to the cut, and leaves. They settle it outside my wall with fists, one-on-one. Caney watches the whole thing from the parapet and does not intervene, on the grounds that nobody ordered him to protect them. I have never been prouder of anyone. Then Grayson brings news that reorganizes the entire economy of the continent. Sirens in the Broda Strait. Ships can't get into Calradia's inland waters, which chokes every import there is, and the first one to bite is sea salt. The population of this empire is somewhere around 200 million. The salt on the market lasts months, not years. So what exactly is my salt mine? It's a gold mine. And the practical consequence isn't the money. It's that every merchant on this continent is about to start pointing his wagons at the one inland source of fine salt, which means I need more soldiers, immediately, to hold a hole in the ground that just became the most valuable object in the South. Grayson works it out at the same moment and decides to sit on his stock until the price peaks. A shilling a pound and his fortune doubles. 150 new soldiers, guard to 100, and I move into the first finished red brick house on the territory. 2 rooms and a hall, 30 square meters, and spread the empire map out by candlelight. My land is an unnamed blank at the very bottom, on the Arcadia. The river runs north through forest and mountains and snow. The waterfall cuts off shipping, which means my territory defends itself from one direction for free. Beyond my pass, Wasteland. Then Kent Village, and everything around it, which is Morrison Manor. Then Morgantown, and 3 more manors. I sit with it for a while. My first target is Garrick Blackwood, not because he insulted me, because he is the nearest thing with people, grain, cattle, and land, and because he has already sent 200 men to my wall. Your cooking level has been raised to 2. Unlocking. Disaster warning. Of the 18 warhorses, 1 black comes over and pushes his head into my hand. Since your coat is as black as ink, I'll call you Ink Shadow. The first time I let him run, I learned what a top-grade warhorse actually is. 60 kilometers an hour over broken ground through fallen timber, and at the end of it, he isn't blowing. 5 days of hunting and herb collecting. I kill a red deer and start wondering whether deer can be farmed. The detector finds another open iron mountain about 200 miles out. Too far, filed for later, which is a sentence I could not have written 6 months ago. Alani's report when I get back. Salt at 800 caddies a day. And 2 men fought at the coal seam. I don't execute them. They work as a pair every day, 500 caddies of coal between them, indefinitely. And then, because she looks surprised, since when do I withhold wages? And there it is again, the same thought, louder. This place needs a court and written law, and it needs to be the same law for the foreman and the digger. Old Alaric comes to complain, and his complaint is the most encouraging thing I've heard all month. There are no books, no materials. All I can do is draw on set lime and on boards, and any passerby distracts them. Paper, printing, a school, everything in my head, written down, and handed to a lot of people. And then he tries to trade with me, which is new. If you can teach others to heal, I tell him, I'll consider building a church. He spreads his hands. He genuinely doesn't know where it comes from. Torvin arrives on foot. The Iron Blood Brotherhood took his caravan. His drivers are dead. The goods and the slaves are gone. He asks for soldiers. Mr. Torvin, if that's the case, I can't help you. I don't know their numbers. I have fewer than 400 soldiers, and half of them are recruits. And there's a quest sitting in my panel offering me a reward for exactly this, which is precisely why I won't do it. What I need right now is population and intact strength, not a notification. Then, before he's finished absorbing that, but if this bankrupts you, that's not a big deal. I'll lend you 3,000 caddies of fine salt, and a wagon, 75 gold, given away, to a man who has just lost everything. Lord Kale, you are truly my second parent. I've always treated my partners this way. Same day, Caney gets an order. Pick 10 men who are careful and good with their mouths and put them into Morgantown and Carcassonne as eyes. Your medicine level has been raised to 2. Unlocking. Crop variety improvement. 1,000 stones for the first improvement, up to 10,000 caddies of seed. It gets more expensive after that. 200 caddies of wheat per acre stops being a fantasy and becomes a purchase order. 1,000 red brick houses are finished. Starting today, you're moving into red brick house. Iron beds, tables, and chairs from the forge. And then the part that lands like a hammer. Tomorrow you'll be registered. And after the census, you will hold permanent right of residence in that house. They can't process it. Your own house? Permanent right? In every other place these people have lived, they did not have permanent right to their own bodies. The census runs 2 days. Alani asks, old Alaric writes, 2,843 people, 1,700 adult men, 1,100 women, 43 children. 43 out of 2,800. I look at that number for a long time because it's the only number on the sheet that tells you what these people's lives were actually like before they got here. The peas go to vine and need trellises, which nobody here has heard of because agricultural knowledge in this world is passed mouth to mouth by people who have never met anyone with a better idea. A-frames, 2 rows, a meter apart, 2 poles tied at the top with vine, 3,000 mu, 5 days, 200 people, and the same conclusion every time. Only a school changes any of this permanently. The next Brown to arrive is 16 years old and extremely annoyed about it. Callie Brown, trading 2, negotiation 3, decision-making 3, talent, price negotiation. Skill, charm. Grayson said the Lord here was as cunning as a fox and as vicious as a viper. I was expecting some faded old bastard. 20,000 yards of linen cloth, 300 slaves, 726 gold, or 21,800 caddies of salt. 28 days of my salt works in one transaction, and I take it without blinking because a robe takes 6 yards, which means that cloth is clothing for 4,000 people, and most of my slaves are currently wearing a strip of something, and autumn is 3 weeks out. Zara then attempts to negotiate, which involves a great deal of leaning. I look away, I go back to the ledger. She reports later that I looked at her the way a man looks at a sow, considers whether I prefer men, and then catches me smirking and realizes I have read the entire performance from the first lean. At dinner, she finds out I eat at the common fire, from the same pot as the slaves, and she is so thrown by it that she eats the porridge too. On the way out I say over my shoulder without stopping, "Very fair-skinned." She goes scarlet. And then, according to Grayson, she laughed out loud in her own wagon and said, "They pay after they look." And for the first time all evening did not think about money. The craft quarter goes up, 4 forge halls, each with its own blast furnace, 4 textile halls, laid out as a line, raw store, carding, spinning, weaving, dyeing, finished store, brewery, ceramics, hemp, leather, paper and printing, and a school, and a new weapon. Standard yixing spear, a winged spear, 5 meters long. 5 meters, because a cavalry charge dies in a forest of points, and the wings catch a rider's weapon, and then the rider. And from the top of a 10-meter wall, you can reach a man on a ladder without leaning out into the arrows, an inch longer, an inch stronger. I forged the first head myself over a few hours, and then hand Kalen the order. 500 by the end of August. I hear him relay it to his shop through the wall. 500 yixing spears. If you die, die with one in your hands. The wolves are knee-high now. White Spirit and Black Knight have stopped flinching. They find hidden meat, they follow me around the workshops, and, this is the important part, they do not go near the chicken runs. I feed them out of my hand and grind breeding while I do it. First eggs, 8 or 9 a day. Nobody eats them. Every single one goes under a hen. Chickens lay eggs, eggs turn into chickens, chickens turn into meat. And you do not raise knights out of men who grew up without eggs or milk. Bone doesn't come from porridge. Bryn's guard gets half plate, all metal shields, and one-handed swords, and it isn't about their combat value. It's because Bryn is the first person who ever risked his life for mine, and I've decided that everyone standing behind him gets to be expensive. Grayson comes back with his face laid open. Rylan waited for him outside my wall. 1-on-1, no guards. I won. I'm slightly disfigured. He's worse. He then attempts to matchmake. First Zara, who he assures me is a real girl and an untouched flower. Then his 30-year-old widowed sister, Audrey. I look at him for a long moment and conclude he went to a brothel on the way here. Business, 200 slaves in bad shape, dozens dead on the road, 50,000 of barley. 3,000 caddies of ryegrass seed for pasture, and salt is 9 pence and about to break 10. The Emperor has appointed the Red Dragon Grand Duke to deal with the sirens. The next morning, Alani brings breakfast, and there are 5 fried eggs on the plate. The first egg I have eaten in this world. They don't travel, they break, they go off. No merchant brings them a month up a bad road. I eat all 5 and don't say anything about it, and she notices anyway. Then, at night, 20 men have a fight out on the waste ground, and it isn't about a woman or a debt. They were slaves, and now they eat the same food and live in the same houses as us. Separate them, kill anyone who resists. The ringleader, Lure, runs for the pea fields. I put an arrow through his back mid-stride. He's still alive when I get there. Do you have family? No, my lord. Spare me. For my work? I can leave you a whole corpse. Thank you, Lord Kale. Then I deal with the other 14, and this is the part I actually care about. I call them by name. They're shaken by that alone. A lord who knows the name of an unremarkable plowman is not a thing that happens. Then I stand a free man, Yorn, next to a slave, Vane. Look closely. Tell me the difference between him and you. Yorn looks at the ground. There's no difference. Then why does the discrimination happen? He has nothing. It's a man called Timo who gives it up. Yorn said they've got slave blood in their veins. And there it is. That's not a brawl. That's the whole architecture of this world in one sentence. A free man clawing for a rung to stand on, because status is the only thing he has ever been allowed to own. He's not a villain. He's poor in a way that goes deeper than money. This is the tragedy of our time. The 14 don't die. They go to the coal cut, 5 hours added to their day, until spring. And I write a new line on the list in my head. Prevent the formation of cliques. Whatever it takes. The textile hall is finished and full of 50 women with nothing to work on, because there are no wheels and no looms. I can make a spinning wheel, Gareth says. I need a spinning wheel that is more efficient than a hand spinning wheel. I spend a day on it. 90-centimeter flywheel, oak bent over fire spindle, drive band, rope for now, leather later. A Saxony wheel in a world that has never seen one, several times the speed and, more importantly, even thread, which is what you need if you want a production line instead of a craft. My mother was a weaver. She spun by hand on a stick her whole life. I don't say that to anyone. Caney's scouts come in, salt in Carcassonne, 10 pence. The Red Dragon Grand Duke has been appointed marshal for the extermination of monsters. His fleet has been broken. Half the ships were pulled under by tentacles. Tens of thousands lost. Not one siren killed. Second item. The Iron Blood Brotherhood have been driven out from around Morgantown by the Iron Thorns mercenaries. I think about hiring mercenaries for approximately 4 seconds and then discard it. Hiring mercenaries is letting a wolf into your house and then explaining to it about the rules. What I need is my own intelligence service, including men inside other lords' households. Pigeons are out. Hunters shoot pigeons. September. 3,000 mu of peas come off in half a month, threshed with stone rollers dragged on sledges. Over 300 caddies per mu. The local standard is 100. 900,000 caddies of peas. And it isn't luck. It's 30 caddies of seed instead of 25. The heavy plow, row sowing, weeding, watering, top dressing, and trellises. This is simply the harvest that should be given to land that has been farmed properly. New order to the forge. 100 heavy plows by the end of September, 1 gold pound each. Kalen has 111 apprentices now, a dozen of whom are genuinely quick, and when he announces the terms, his shop makes a noise like a battle. The rest of the territory can be jealous if they like. Let's see whether that cuts anybody's head off. Or they can go and become a blacksmith. And I close the file on the Iron Blood Brotherhood as a recruiting pool, permanently. You can't absorb them. Their thinking is already broken. The day the food runs out, they steal, because stealing is the only skill they respect. So there's one target, and there was only ever one. Next spring, Morrison Manor. The first 200 sets of clothing come out of the textile hall. Linen robes and trousers, 3 sizes. Alani tries one and immediately starts to take it off, and I look at her elbow, where her old robe has worn through to skin. Wear it. It was made for you people. The hall gets a mistress. Imani Jo, crafting level 3, who at first shakes so badly she can't speak, because being singled out by a lord has historically been the last good day of somebody's life. Then Alani whispers something in her ear, and Serafina straightens up and says, quite firmly, Lord Kale, it can be done. Later I find out what she whispered. Do it and you get a gold pound, like Kalen the blacksmith. Alani has learned to promise my money without asking. I shake my head about it and then let it stand, because the gold works every single time. 3,000 sets by the end of the month. Rylan comes back in a helmet, limping, with a voice that isn't quite his voice. 150 forest pigs, 20,000 caddies of barley, and in the tavern, after 3 tankards straight down, he tells me how his family actually works. Every young brown competes until they're 20. Highest earner takes the house. Rylan went out 3 years early, which made him everybody's target, and a chunk of his own relatives have decided to withdraw from the race entirely, purely to help Grayson beat him. And the two of them, after knifing each other outside my wall, made an arrangement. If Grayson becomes head of the family, he won't kill my family. He agreed. That's the deal. That's what beating each other half to death was negotiating. Then he sets his tankard down. If Grayson hadn't met you, he'd have had no chance at all. But you appeared and everything changed. And then, yes, it's you. Kale. Black. I don't move. The Brown Merchant House knows my real name. And what are you going to do? I don't know. He admits he's considered reporting me to the Marquise, to the Guild, and to the Church. Considered all 3. And then loaded 80,000 caddies of grain onto wagons and drove them up my road anyway, because a supply contract with me is the only path he has that doesn't end with Grayson. When he's gone, I unclench my hand. Killing him is not an option. It doesn't close a mouth. It opens a war with the Brown family, and the secret was never going to hold anyway. There are no walls in this world that cannot be sealed. 3,340 people, 2,170 men, 1,700 of them able-bodied. 300 already under arms. The other 1,300 are on salt, coal, and iron, and there is nobody left to give anyone. There are exactly two solutions. Keep buying labor on a scale nobody has ever bought labor, or take it. The harvest festival is a dozen roast piglets, bread, porridge, fruit, and barrels. Eat and drink as much as you want. You earned it. And then, while they're still chewing. However, after tonight, this territory starts a new journey. I want every one of you out on the waste ground breaking new land. Only by plowing more do you eat forever. 3,000 people shouting reclaimed land at a bonfire. Morning, 2,000 of them in 4 streams and 140 heavy plows. 1,000 people with sickles clear about 200 acres an hour. Winter barley has to be in before the end of October. Target, 40 to 50,000 mu. I stand on the rise for a while and watch a line of 1,000 human beings move across the waste ground and flatten it like somebody smoothing a sheet of paper. Nothing gets thrown away. The cut weeds go to decoctions. The straw goes to the animals. The small stone goes to millstones. Everything has a use. In a world this poor, everything had better. Disaster warning. Approximately 60 bandits are robbing a caravan adjacent to your territory. It's the Iron Blood Brotherhood, and the man at the front in full plate with a scar coiled down his face is Tiberius. The caravan is Torvin's. He's hired 10 guards under a captain named Ethan Grayson, which against 60 riders is a rounding error. Once the goods are out, Tiberius says, "Get out of here." Ethan puts a hand on Torvin's arm. "If the goods are gone, you can start over. If you lose your people, you lose everything." So Torvin gives up the wagons, and then, over the lip of the wasteland, 300 men come up in step, identical robes, a forest of 5-meter spears. Bail, quietly. "There's 300 of them and 60 of us. Withdraw." And on the way out, Bail gives one last order. "Brothers, burn all this grain." They fire the grain wagons and ride off, and Torvin stands there screaming at them. "You beasts!" They have bread, and they're burning it. And my reaction, watching 300 of my soldiers arrive too late to fight, is not relief. Is a soldier who has never had blood on his hands a qualified soldier? Of course not. Afterwards, Torvin offers Ethan Grayson a permanent job, caravan guard, 10% of the profit on every run instead of a flat gold from the guild. That works out to £5, 6 a trip. All 10 of them take it. Remember that. It matters later. Bryn turns out to have been hiding something for 8 months. He can make longbows. So I build a bow workshop for 100 craftsmen, and I take his requirements down like a student. Yew or elm, ash, hickory, strings from ox, horse or deer sinew, and where sinew runs out, hemp cord. Arrows 70 centimeters, 20 grams, faceted head, because a faceted head goes through armor, and then the arithmetic that nearly kills the project. A cow yields 3 to 5 usable sinews. 300 bows is not happening. What saves it is 4,000 caddies of flax that Torvin sold me in the summer, which has been redding in my river ever since. If that man hadn't wandered up my road by accident, I would not be starting a bow workshop today. 5 days in the forest, 12 deer, 5 boar, 5 pheasants, 2 foxes, and 40 or 50 yew logs. Call it 500 bows. White Spirit and Black Knight make their first kill without being told, and bring the hair to my feet. I scratch the white one's ears. You hunters can eat the prey yourselves. Your hunting level has been raised to 2. Unlocking. Resident Information Panel. Every person on my territory, searchable by skill, without assembling anybody in a square, which is how I find the scholar. Except I don't find him. He walks in with a refugee column and finds me. Tate Watts, 38. Education level 3, writing 2, agriculture 2, skill, writing and copying, a scholar out of Triumph City, the capital. His field is crop yield. He stops at the pea trellises. Why the frames? Breathability? Photosynthesis? Photo? What? Put simply, more light, faster growth. And he goes completely still. My lord, are you saying that sunlight accelerates growth? In this world, they have farmed for centuries, and they believe good weather is a mercy. Nobody has connected the mercy to the sun. He has parchment and a metal pen out before I finish the sentence. Then he sees the heavy plow, and he chases it down the furrow at a run without noticing that his shoes have filled with mud. Truly a masterpiece. And then he starts doing sums out loud, and I let him, because he's arriving at it himself. If this spreads across the world, world harvest jump, and if world harvest jump, the order of the world itself changes. He turns and looks back at me standing in the sun on a plowed field. At this moment, he says, it is so magnificent. His price for staying is not money. I wish to remain at your side and learn planting techniques. In exchange, I will teach the children of your territory. And he admits the real reason, which I respect more than any oath I've been given. He wants a name that outlives him. A day after he arrives, his loyalty reads above 80%. At Morrison Manor, the bandits burned 7 of Garrick's villages in a row. Garrick screams at Ford. Ford offers 3 options: go to the Marquis in person, hire mercenaries, or ally with a neighboring lord, including the lord behind the wall. And at that last one, Garrick loses what remains of his mind. And then, mid-tantrum, he assembles the mosaic out loud. Walker guided us into that forest and did not report the checkpoints. I killed him and found an iron blood tattoo on his chest. You just happened to recognize the tattoo. You were the one who introduced me to the bandits. And now they burn my villages in daylight, knowing perfectly well I will not come out. Once is coincidence, twice is coincidence, 3 times. The only possibility is that you are a traitor. Ford almost talks his way out. If I'm a traitor, why did I ride to the castle and take 50 lashes for you? And in the half-second Garrick wavers, Ford comes across the table with a dagger, straight for the heart. It goes in half a centimeter. Under the silk, Garrick is wearing the dead Lord Powell's mail. He puts the emerald saber through Ford's stomach and then takes his head off in the doorway. This is my territory, and no one can take it away. And Ford's last words, which Garrick will get to think about later. Just wait, your territory will eventually be taken by the chieftain. Then, without a pause, to the room. Take it out and feed it to the lingerie. Don't waste it. And to the man behind him, Rohan Cruz. From now on, you are head squire. Rohan beams and starts looking at the maids differently within the hour. Remember him too. Zara comes back with 30,000 caddies of coarse wool at 3 pence, winter clothing, blankets, mattresses, and tries her routine again. I take the wool. And in the next load you bring me goats and sheep. She stops. Because I don't want wool. I want the animals that grow wool, and after that I never need her wool again. That trick, she says slowly, works on every lord I've ever met. Then she does the thing I don't expect. My lord, do you know salt is 12 pence outside? I know that. And you still sell to us at 6? It doesn't matter. She sits with that for a while, and I hear later what she concluded, that she is not like her brothers because she cannot look at that gap and not blink, and that is probably why she will never be head of the family. Comic epilogue. Alani corners me that evening and asks, in the tone of a woman conducting an audit, what exactly I like. You're still young. She doesn't understand. She goes and interrogates Bryn about it, gets nothing, comes back, looks down at herself, and turns a color I have not previously seen on a human being. 30,000 caddies of wool, washed and carded, comes out at around 26,000. 5 caddies a set, 5,200 woolen robes, plus mattresses and blankets, and I say the quiet part to Serafina directly because she'll work better knowing. This batch decides whether this territory survives the winter, including you. The flax comes out of the river ready, and 10 of the best women get moved onto 5mm cord. Bryn tests it and nods. Then he makes a bow in front of me. He saws without measuring. His eye is the ruler, chalks the line, roughs out the stave, planes it, bends it over anthracite in a form, files it, strings it, tunes it. Ordinary longbow. Effective range, 270 meters. He puts 3 arrows into the middle of a target at 100. I empty a quiver and my hands are shaking at the end of it because that draw is around 130 caddies and my arms are 15 years old. The bow workshop gets a master, Jose Morgan, crafting 3, talent, ball crafter, who initially denies being Mateo Lucas because when the guards come looking for a slave by name, nothing good has ever followed. He only owns up when I say, fine. If you're not Mateo, go and break new ground. Then he beats his forehead against the floor until it splits, and I let him do it until it splits and then stop him. Since Mateo has made this choice, he must be prepared to pay the price. He runs that workshop for me for the rest of this story. Zod Brown, 16, bows at 90 degrees and brings 300 slaves at 3 shillings. They're so far gone that a woman dies in my square while we're still talking, and what stays with me is that none of the others react. Not one. They've watched it happen so many times it's weather. I take all 300. Then Rex makes me an offer. A succubus. They exist. Certain lords keep them as pets because a succubus takes the shape the person looking at her most wants to see, and the whole subject is close to forbidden on this continent. My first thought is not the one he's expecting, and it arrives instantly and cold. A trained shapeshifter is the perfect agent to place inside a king's household. Bring it. And to the 300, from now on, your lives are in my hands. But there's one thing, you don't have to worry about starving anymore. They don't believe a word of it until they see the cauldrons. Nobody runs that night either. Grayson comes back with 800 slaves, 200 went overboard in a storm in the Whirlpool Sea, and 50,000 of barley, 10,000 of wheat. And the news. The sirens have left the Broda Strait. On their own. And there's a story attached. On the night of the storm, a barefoot woman in red silk walked down to the strait, and the rain went around her. They say, Grayson says, it was a witch. I have the rest of it before he's finished the sentence. If a witch can call sirens, then the sirens were called. So who benefits? Calradia suffered worst, and the man obliged to send a fleet was the Red Dragon Grand Duke, the strongest of the 3 dukes, and the nearest. He sent it, and he lost it, which means the person behind the witch wanted the Red Dragon weakened, which means the Emperor. Grayson, cheerfully, if I were Emperor, I wouldn't sleep well next to a vassal like that either. Chaos is about to come down on the Calradian Empire. And every year they spend tearing at each other is a year nobody looks south. Then he offers, in the same breath as a grain price, to start importing goblins and ents. I've spent 8 months thinking this world was empires and farmland. The more people I meet, the more it turns out I don't know what I'm standing on. 12,000 caddies of salt, 600 gold at market, and he's gone, shouting, I, Grayson, am going out to make money, and promising to bring me gin from an island I've never heard of. The resource panel, end of September, gold, 2 pounds. Everything else goes straight back out as barter. Population, 4,500, which is more people than live in Morgantown. Farmland, 32,600 mu. Barley, 200,000. Wheat, 80,000. Peas, 900,000. Beer, 20,000. Quality iron, 50,000 caddies, which is about 1,000 suits of plate. Anthracite, 100,000. And one line that stops me. Find salt in store, under 20,000 caddies. I've sold the mountain. Every grain of it has gone out of the gate as grain, iron, cloth, horses, and human beings, and there is nothing in the warehouse. Which is correct. Salt in a warehouse is a rock. But it still gives me a bad 20 seconds. 200 more soldiers. 500 total. The speech is 1 line long. However much you plow, without strength, you are just somebody else's granary. They fight to be picked. The ones who aren't picked take it badly because a soldier does no field labor, gets a pound of meat at every meal, and a shilling a month. Caney asks carefully whether expanding the army in the middle of the reclamation is wise. Grayson brought 800 slaves. I took 200 into the army. It's not a problem. And then I tell him the real answer. War. I'm going to start a war. He goes very still. Morrison Manor and the Iron Blood Brotherhood, because while those bandits are alive, no merchant on this road sleeps. Get ready, Caney. Before long, you will be a sharp blade going into an enemy's chest. 50,000 mu ready for winter barley, 100 women winnowing seed by hand and the grain soaked in rock salt brine, and Theron Shaw standing there writing it down and visibly struggling. Salt, the thing the farmers cannot afford to eat, being poured over seed corn. 2 caddies of seed per mu, 50,000 mu, 1,000,000 caddies of winter barley. I have a couple of 100,000. Kalen comes to collect for 100 plows, 100 gold pounds. I have 24,000 caddies of wheat instead. Would that do? And he is happier than he would have been with the gold. Because Kalen is a blacksmith, and blacksmiths in this world do not eat wheat. He hasn't tasted it in years. His apprentices were plowmen a season ago. There are very few places in my territory where gold is actually the thing anybody wants. The bow workshop in the same period has produced 5 bows. 5. Too slow. 100 by the end of October. 200 by the end of November. 300 by February. Mateo starts to hedge, and I look past him at the whole shop. I did not bring you here to enjoy yourselves. If there are not 100 serviceable bows in 1 month, all of you will be executed. This is not intimidation, this is an order. And Mateo turns around and says, to his own men, what are you standing there for, or are you waiting to die together? 10 days later they have 55. Torvin comes back and I don't recognize him. Silk. Leather shoes, rings, 4-horse wagons carrying 5,000 caddies, 30 guards in matching leather with bows, 150,000 caddies of winter barley, and then he points back down the road at 82 more wagons, small traders, Morgantown, Taylortown, Simtown. He went and collected them personally, over 1,000,000 caddies of grain, sitting outside my gate. And here's the detail that makes me revise my whole opinion of him. He left every one of those merchants outside the wall. None of them see the territory. None of them get to speak to me. He has made himself the only door, and his price to me is exact market rate, not a penny of markup when he could easily have charged for the difficulty of assembling it. But 82 wagons of cold, tired merchants camped outside a wall overnight is a rumor factory, and by midnight an old trader named Li Wan has planted the obvious seed. What if Torvin is beating our price down and keeping the difference? By dawn they've got him surrounded, calling him worse than a pig or a dog. And Torvin calmly from horseback. Anyone who thinks I'm cheating you and doesn't want to sell, stand on the left. 12 of them go left. He settles with all 12 immediately, at honest market price, in coin, and sends them on their way. And then he turns to the rest. Lord Kale is grateful to us for the grain. He settles in fine salt. At 8 pence a pound. Salt is 12 pence outside. The noise the remaining 70 make is the noise of 70 men understanding simultaneously that they have just been made rich. Salt? At 8? 2 wagons of barley is 100 caddies of salt. Li Wan, desperate. Show us the salt. And Torvin digs a wooden ladle into a mound of it and lifts it up, and it catches the torchlight. The 12 come crawling back one at a time. Li Wan is last, and his legs won't hold him properly. Torvin walks his horse in a slow circle around him. I promised you a price, I never lowered it, and you deliberately damaged my reputation as a merchant. And then, instead of a beating, salt, now and in future, I will supply to you at market price, or at my discretion, if I feel like it. That's the whole sentence. That's the entire punishment, and it's worse than a knife, because Li Wan now has to be pleasant to Torvin Riker for the rest of his life. Out of that night, Torvin founds his own chamber of local merchants and makes himself its president. He takes salt from me at 6 and passes it to his members at 8, and the entire flow of agricultural goods in 3 towns runs through one man. There are also 2 heads on his wagon when he leaves, and I don't ask, and he doesn't explain. And the last thing he does before he goes is send Ethan Grayson to escort Li Wan and Leighton safely home to Simtown. So they don't get robbed, he says. The way I did. Winnowing by hand gives 100 women about 300 caddies a day. Against 1,000,000 caddies, that is not slow. That is a failure with a schedule attached, so I build a winnowing machine, plank body, a shaft with vanes, a hopper, an adjustable gate, an air channel. 1 man cranks, 1 man pours, and 10 caddies of grain separates in minutes, chaff blown out the tail, full grain rolling into the box, light grain in the middle. Gareth, Theron, and about 40 apprentices stand and watch a machine sort grain by weight using nothing but moving air. 100 of them. 80,000 caddies a day. Theron writes down every dimension and then writes something else underneath it, which he doesn't intend me to read. How come this young lord knows everything? When the school is built, I tell him, you will teach everything you've seen here, systematically, not just farming, smithing, animal husbandry, weaving, different technologies, different classes. You'll be the headmaster. And it isn't the title that gets him, it's the concept. A lord who intends to educate his own people. On purpose, in a structured way. He writes in his own notes that this is the most advanced and most humane territory he has ever seen. And then he writes down the 8-hour working day, which he has never heard of anywhere, in any form, and adds, in his careful scholar's hand, that if such a schedule were ever known outside these walls, it would shake the continent, and Lord Kale would be declared a heretic within a month. Garrick Blackwood goes to ask a neighbor for help. He is met at the gate of Jonas Frank's manor by a one-eyed servant who informs him he is not Lord Alistair's guest and should leave. Then, on reflection, allows that he may come in, but his dogs stay outside. Then takes his weapons. Inside there are carpets, bronze lamps, and tapestries, which Garrick does not have. We hear the result of the negotiation from Garrick himself, screaming it in his own carriage. Alistair is really desperate for money. I offer to clear the bandits together, and he tells me that I'm the one who needs his help. 100 gold. For 100 gold I could hire mercenaries or buy 700 slaves. Then he takes it out on his maids and then on his new head squire. Find me a way to get rid of the bandits without spending a single coin. If you can't, you can go and keep Walker and Ford company. 6 trips later, Torvin has delivered 1,160,000 caddies of winter barley, 966 gold at market. He takes 36,000 caddies of salt at 6 pence. He arrives on the last run gray with exhaustion and starts thanking me, and I cut it off. Mr. Torvin, you've misunderstood. We're conducting a transaction. Each takes what he needs. He tells his guard captain afterward that he will never meet another lord like this as long as he lives. All preparations are complete. From this moment, the autumn planting begins. 4 streams. Furrow. Compost every 20 centimeters. Seed. Cover. 55,000 mu. 2,000 a day. A month of work. And halfway through the first week, I notice the thing that means I've actually won something permanent. The farmers are teaching each other, not me, not Alani. Old hands walking new arrivals down a furrow like instructors, correcting spacing, showing depth. The technique is inside the people now. It doesn't need me anymore. At sunset, I call it myself. That's enough for today. Everyone go back and rest. And Theron, standing beside me, goes quiet in a way I can hear. He's thinking, shouldn't lords exploit free men to the absolute limit? And then, in his notes, it's like a paradise. Alani brings me a bath and food, and I get in the tub in front of her, and she executes a perfect 180-degree turn and starts explaining that she has urgent business at the textile hall. Wait a minute. First, give me a back rub. I've been a bit tired lately. There is a pause of some length. She's a free woman. She has never rubbed a lord's back in her life. Her hand is actually shaking when it touches my shoulder, and I can hear her heart from where I'm sitting. Half an hour later. That was a good massage. Go back and rest. She gets outside the door, exhales like a woman who has been holding it the whole time, and then, according to her own muttering, concludes that the master clearly still prefers women built like dairy cattle. 10,000 mu sewn in 5 days. The bow workshop has changed atmosphere completely. Mateo is at the bench himself now, explaining as he works. And he tells his apprentices something I never told him. If you're ever called up and you go to war, every serviceable bow kills one more enemy. The more of them that die, the better your chance of winning and coming home. 55 bows. In the pottery workshop, a married pair, BEO Smith and Lyra Lake, both crafting level 3 dye, have started entirely on their own initiative making glazed dishes with feldspar, which in this world is a luxury good for nobility. I give them 100 people and a feldspar quarry, promote the capable, and let them teach the ones who aren't. Rylan arrives, and I don't recognize him either. The fat is gone, his face is a normal shape. After the duel, the wound went bad. I spent half a month recovering at the Baghdad hospital in Perth. Unfortunately, it is a veterinary hospital for war horses. They treated me exactly like one. 50 baton war horses at 30 gold, 1,500 gold, 60,000 caddies of salt. I check the panel. I have 67,000. I take all 50. Then, over beer, he tells me about the witch. They call her the Witch of Pleasure, and also the Witch of Pain. He has seen her personally and says one look is enough that you don't forget her for the rest of your life. She takes a man into the dark and turns him into a skeleton at the exact moment of his greatest pleasure, and men still go looking for her. And then he arrives at the point, which is the only reason I let him talk this long. The Emperor is using her to weaken the Red Dragon. The Red Dragon lost a fleet and tens of thousands of men, and said nothing. Rylan stands up in the middle of the tavern. War! A far bigger war is coming across the whole of Calradia, maybe across every empire in the center of the continent. The whole order gets reshuffled, and then, with total honesty, only through war can you rise rapidly, and I understand exactly what is sitting across the table from me. A war profiteer, in the pure form, who cannot wait. 10 cauldrons of 15,000 caddies of brine each, and 2 new brick saltworks. Target, 2,500 caddies a day. And then, because I have been working since March and I am 15 years old, I make myself a fishing rod, hook from the forge, 2mm hemp line from the textile hall, ash rod from the carpenters. First fish is a 5-pound perch, worked in figure eights until it stops arguing. Then I do something that makes Bryn's jaw come open. I run a grass cord through the fish's nostril and out at the tail and bend it into a hoop so it stays alive out of water for hours. What is that? Bow fishing technique. And then the panel pays. Fishing. Every fish gives a reward. An ordinary fish is 10 energy stones, 10 stones per fish, out of a river. And a 15-pound carp, which I go into the water after because the rod snaps, gives me a skill book. One-handed weapon mastery. The technique arrives whole, saber work, at master level, in my hands, in about 4 seconds. Over the following days, the river also hands me equestrian mastery and bow and arrow proficiency. The Arcadia is not a river, it's a bottomless energy stone deposit that also contains lunch. Attack goes E plus to D plus to C. I can hold that 130 caddy longbow now and empty a quiver from it, and there is nobody left on this territory who is stronger than I am. 2 men fight over a tool, one nose broken, nobody dies, one goes to the iron mine, one to the coal, until spring plowing. Both of them are delighted, which tells you what they were expecting. The more trivial the matter, the more seriously it should be handled. Those who seriously disrupt order will die. Even minor offenses get punished hard, and for the 3rd time, this place needs a court and a written law. Zara brings 250 Cotswold sheep at 4 shillings a head. A grown ram runs to 250 pounds, with excellent wool and good milk. She arrives, attaches herself to my arm, and hangs there. How many head? Standing agreement. 10% over market for livestock and poultry, and she calculates the premium on her fingers in front of me. I laugh at her. She goes red. Everyone has their own method, and I have never miscounted once. Then, on the way out, over her shoulder, Lord Kale, I am still a virgin. Please call me Miss. And in her wagon, privately, the sentence she'll build her whole career on. Compared to gold, fine salt is the truly enduring hard currency. 3,000 linen sets are finished, and 5,200 woolen ones have to be done by December. Your construction level has been raised to 2. Unlocking, prosperity, and wonders. My territory has a prosperity value, and it reads 410. And there's a shop. Lord statue, 500. Raises the Lord's prestige and reduces conflict inside the territory. Golden clock, 1,000. The city does not accumulate filth. Junimo's hut, 2,000. Spirits guard the fields against pests. 55,000 mu of winter barley go in, and then I call the whole territory together, and this is the day I keep. One reason I've gathered you is to give out clothing. I had the textile hall make robes and trousers. They don't believe it. In every other territory in this world, a lord gives slaves rags and straw and watches to see who's still moving in spring. And then I have to say the second half. There are 3,000 sets. There are 4,500 of you. Some of you will get nothing today. And out of 4,500 people, a voice. Sir, I'm healthy. I don't need clothes. Lorian. Then Tobin. Give mine to someone who needs it more. Then it goes through the crowd like fire in a dry field. I'm 20. I'll manage. Our family won't take any. You're not taking one? Then I'm not taking one either. And Alani starts taking hers off in front of 4,000 people. She's the steward. She barely swings a pick, and she's wearing one of the few new robes on the territory. Bryn puts a hand on her shoulder and shakes his head. Before winter arrives, I tell them, every single one of you will have a coarse wool robe. Then the work assignments and one new item, a penny a day for the hardest posts, the 3 mines and the forge. Their faces change again, because until this moment, on this territory, only soldiers were paid. Now let me tell you what I actually want the army to be, because it decides everything about the next 6 months. 200 heavy cavalry in full plate on barded horses with winged spears, 300 longbows, 300 heavy infantry, 200 light infantry with shields and swords, 1,000 men. Leather armor? I don't have the hides. Mail and lamellar? Every ring and every plate is woven by hand, one at a time, by a man who could be doing something else. And hand-forged plate, 1 day for a breastplate, 1 to 2 months for a full suit. Does Kale need to wait 1,000 months? So we cast it. I forge a breastplate blank myself over a day, to my own measurements. Then I ride to the river for molding sand. Then a flask, 60 by 40 by 20, and I press the breastplate into the sand as the pattern. Then a puddling furnace beside the blast furnace. Cast iron in, wrought iron out. And instead of a man stirring a bath of molten metal with a rod, water-driven blast, because it's faster and it doesn't cook anybody. Pour. Wait half an hour. Break the flask. Kalen lifts out a cast breastplate and holds it like it might go off. Lord Kale, is it considered a success? It's a success. The shop comes apart. Grown men shouting. Blacksmith loyalty goes from 80 to 90 in one afternoon. Then 10 days of my life forging every one of the 11 pieces by hand and molds for 3 standard body types. And the line gets written on a wall. Blast furnace, puddling, pour, break out, remake flasks, dress and quench, assemble with leather backing. Kalen gives his new apprentices a speech I would not improve. For a soldier, the battlefield is his fate. For a blacksmith, the forge is his battlefield. Look away for one moment and a hammer or a hot billet takes your life. I do not want your wives and sons taking the neighbor's family name. Then I put a full suit on, around 50 kilos, black and silver, no decoration at all. I walk in it. I run a lap in it. Nothing falls off. Then I draw a knight's sword and, with one-handed weapon mastery doing the driving, run a full sequence. Thrust, horizontal, rising cut, diagonal, parry with the blade, parry with the vambrace. And a room full of blacksmiths goes silent because a black figure in closed plate with a sword is a thing men like them are not permitted to dream about. Then the cold water, on schedule, half-starved serfs cannot carry 50 kilos of steel, which means feeding and training for months before a single suit gets worn in anger. Order, 900 sets, 300 in each size, and on every breastplate, a raised wolf's head, 30 centimeters across. Caney explained the reason to me, and I liked it. The step honors the wolf god. Courage, strength, cunning, and a pack that moves is one thing, and then the shortage that stops everything. You cannot wear cast plate without a leather backing. Bare metal cuts the skin at every edge and chafes until a man is bleeding under his own armor. The leather sets the fit at the neck and waist and takes the shock out of a hit. On this entire territory, I have fewer than 2 finished hides. Grayson arrives with 1,000 slaves, the last shipment out of Portland, and 20,000 caddies of first-grade leather at 3 pence a caddy, which is more expensive than quality iron. I ask him what possessed him. Audrey. His sister ran the arithmetic from a wagon seat 200 miles away. Kale started from nothing. Therefore, he is either already making armor or about to be. Bring leather and he will take it at any price. She's right, let alone 3 pence. At 10 pence, I'd have taken it. 20,000 caddies of salt, gone in one transaction, and that is precisely why I doubled the salt works a fortnight ago. Then he gives me the news from Portland. The emperor's grandson, at his coming of age, asked that all the serfs taken in the southern campaign be freed, and the emperor agreed. I put it together out loud before I can stop myself. The emperor's eldest son is 10 years old. The grandson is 15. So the throne is being prepared for the grandson, and this mercy is a popularity purchase for a boy who is going to need it. Grayson stares at me for a long moment. Is this Lord Kale's meticulousness? That seems a bit too terrifying. And then he gives me a bottle. Qingting Island Gin. Triple distilled barley malt and rye with juniper. Draven tastes it and cannot work out what he's holding, so I explain it in front of him slowly. This liquor is made by distillation. Different substances boil at different temperatures. You heat the wash, you take the vapor off, you cool it and collect it back as liquid, and what you collect is stronger than what you started with. Draven physically jumps. Lord Kale, I understand. I get it. And what he's actually just been handed, though neither of us says it, is a road to strong spirit, which is a road to cleaning wounds. Because buying a slave is easy and growing a soldier is hard, and if my men are going to die, they are going to die on a field and not of lockjaw in a tent 3 days later. Gentlemen, being sold here by Grayson is the greatest blessing of your lives. 1,000 faces, none of them convinced. That barley behind you will feed you, and while there are soldiers standing on that wall, nothing gets in here. You are not the first from Portland. Thousands of your people are already here. They eat meat 3 times a day and they live in those brick houses. Population, 5,500. Under construction or finished, a canteen for 5,000 people, 20,000 square meters, kitchen inside, a market district with a 2-story chamber of commerce, a school. The castle, up to its 3rd floor, barracks at the wall, dormitories at all 3 mines, and a shipyard at Crescent Bay, where I built my first cabin. The 1,000 new arrivals are told to build their own houses, and they try to finish in a day. 3 salt works. The old one at 1,000 caddies a day, the 2 new ones at 500 each while the crews learn. Alani stands over one of them with her arms folded. The work isn't complicated. Why is the salt so slow? I'll watch for 3 days. If it doesn't improve, you can go and swing a pick. I ride the whole territory on ink shadow, salt mine, iron mine, coal cut, brickworks, ranch, wall, even though I have a holographic map that would show me all of it from a chair. I do it precisely because of the map. I want them to see me. Whatever the job, whoever they are, I want it physically demonstrated that I don't abandon anyone out here. The miners bow with a hand on the chest, and after I ride off, they swing harder. I ask Caney whether the soldiers are ready. He doesn't lie to me, which is why he has the job. They can hold a spear, master. They cannot carry 50 kilos of plate. They don't have the frames for it, and the answer isn't iron. The answer is food and time, and I don't get to shortcut either. What I don't see is what he does after I leave. He forms them up and takes them apart. The master asked whether you were ready. I told him no. I told him you can't even put the armor on. 3 meals a day, a pound of meat, a shilling a month. I understand now. You didn't become soldiers to defend this land. You became soldiers to eat for free. 500 men going red in the face and white in the knuckles. If you can't stand hearing that, then train like lunatics, until you can wear the plate, until you can move freely in the plate, until the master is proud of you. Understood. From today the load doubles. Until you drop dead, train until you drop. I send Caney 700 eggs every 3 days, plus the pound of meat at every meal, and I stop asking whether they're ready. I do ask Caney one thing though, on a quiet evening. How did you decide to charge heavy elite cavalry head on? He takes his time with it. Master, honestly, I still don't understand it myself. All that was in my head was Shardor and the Kruma tribe. I thought, they're men of flesh and blood like us. Their armor is just thicker. And I did kill an Emerald Knight. And then I turned around and the entire 6th detachment had been crushed into pieces by their charge. And then the part he's ashamed of, which isn't his shame at all. The commander of the 6th watched what was about to happen and pulled the tribe's cavalry out. Caney's unit was left in front of it. Here is the exchange rate for heavy cavalry in this world, and I want it on record because everything I do from here is priced against it. 5,000 men in heavy plate, people take you seriously. 10,000, you own a province. 50,000, they give you a title. 100,000, you rewrite an emperor's history. 1,000,000, the continent is one country. Alani notices I sit in the sun all day and gets Serafina to sew me a canopy out of offcuts. It is the ugliest object on this territory. 40 colors, a patchwork sky over a fishing chair. I use it every day. Torvin has taken a shop and a warehouse in Carcassonne itself, so he can buy for me inside the city. Draven proposed exactly this months ago, and I refused because of the exposure. Torvin just went and took the risk onto himself without asking. 10,000 caddies of vegetable seed, onion, cabbage, radish, beans, carrot, beet, and 40,000 of wheat, and a new request from me. I need labor. Carcassonne is home to at least tens of thousands of free men. Not slaves. Free men, who can be persuaded. And the other way, which I don't say out loud to a merchant. Robbery. Or to use the accurate word, liberation. Because the manors around me hold hundreds and thousands of people, throw seed by the handful, and harvest barely more than they sowed. That isn't farming. That's wasting land and wasting people at the same time, and there's 100,000 MU of it within 4 days' ride. The mercenaries finish the Iron Blood Brotherhood off. Out of 100 riders, fewer than 30 are left. The food is gone. Men fall off their horses and die face down on the stones, and the others ride past without turning their heads. Tiberius turns on Bale. You sent me to Morrison. You told me to raid the villages. You told me to run. And now you tell me we can't do this. Bale, you are putting me in a difficult position. Bale beats his forehead against the rocks until it bleeds. And then the campfire starts to run like water. The flames pour sideways and stand up in the shape of a woman, and out of the dark behind it comes a figure that is completely black and has no face, trailing threads like ink, and where her feet touch the ground the footprints turn into black snakes. Tiberius brings a two-handed sword down through her from crown to ground. The blade goes through and into the dirt. The shadow closes back over the cut like water. Then she takes hold of Bale's shadow with both hands. He can't move his feet. He shouts for help. Nobody moves, not one of 30 men, and she goes into his mouth in ropes. Bale stands up with eyes that are entirely black, and a woman's voice comes out over the top of his. Sir Tiberius, I think you need my help. A witch? What I am doesn't matter. What matters is that with my arrival, your Iron Blood Brotherhood is saved. Meanwhile, Garrick refuses to pay the mercenaries their balance. While Tiberius and Bale are alive, not a penny. You want the rest? Bring me both heads. Their captain is a young man called Fan Ki, and he doesn't argue. He calmly calls off the pursuit. Let the bandits come out and start robbing again. Then the fat man will crawl to us with the money himself. A mercenary isn't a man who can fight. A mercenary is a man who completes the job, keeps his reputation, and squeezes more gold out of the employer than he was promised. Remember him too. I'm sorry, there are a lot of people in this story, and most of them are trying to get onto my land. Armor, 4 halls, 200 people each, 7 or 8 complete suits a day. The order is 900. Bows, 100 finished, 200 a month required. Every breastplate wears a gold wolf's head painted with Finn's pigment. Arrows, triangular armor-piercing arrow, quality iron and yew, quiver of 30, and the first archer company, 100 men under Bryn, shield, hand axe, longbow, and I set their objective honestly in front of them because it saves months of wasted training. You are not going to be marksmen. You are going to loosen volleys on an arc. With enough draw weight, arrows dropping out of the sky will go through anyone who isn't in heavy armor behind a shield. Crossbows get considered and rejected. They need sinew and precision mechanism. You cannot mass produce them here. Shipyard, 20 more boats, fishing nets, 10-centimeter mesh, 10 of them. The school is finished, 1,000 places, and the Chamber of Commerce goes to Thane with an instruction attached. Get the outside world out of these merchants. Information is worth no less than cargo. I give Theron an oral examination because I want to know whether he's learned it or memorized it. What is the essence of row sewing? He gives me all 4 legs of it, the heavy plow, the fertility, depth and spacing, and the aftercare, and doesn't stumble. And the brine soak? Disinfection and germination. Then he asks me a question, and it's the first time in 8 months that anyone in this world has asked me why. How did you know that after a salt bath, full grain sinks and hollow or insect-eaten grain floats? Density. The upward force equals the weight of the fluid displaced. He understands each word individually and not one of them together. He becomes the schoolmaster that afternoon. 100 children, boards, and chalk cut from lime, and on the list behind it, paper, printing, metal pens, ink, then candles, oil lamps, glass. In the classroom, I find Ren, Lorian's son, who was 3 when he stood in a yard holding a sickle, and Pip, Kaney's brother, with the brand on his cheek, and Alara, in the back row, who looks up and smiles at me across the whole hall. The rule on this territory is that children do not work until they come of age. I feed them, clothe them, and teach them, all of them, whoever's they are. And the longer plan, which I do not write down anywhere, not just letters, eloquence, trade, concealment, infiltration. And then those children go out into the world, into merchant houses, into noble households, into royal ones. Old Alaric asks to keep the children. And then he says the thing that reframes my entire territory for me. Out there is a world where a man eats a man. For a piece of bread, they'll open a neighbor's skull with a hoe. For a mouthful of water, they'll knife a comrade. For a couple of pence, they'll cut a brother's throat down to the bone. And when the hunger comes properly, they eat each other. Here, every one of them sleeps in a brick house next to their own family. If Eden exists, you have it. He gets the hospital and 20 assistants and instructions to teach anyone who wants it. Stop bleeding. Dress a wound, boil a medicine, because in this world, the most trivial cut kills people. He still can't teach healing light. He genuinely doesn't know how it works. And I look at Alara in the back row and think about the fact that she can hear cavalry through birds from tens of miles away. Grown properly, that is a scout who covers Morgantown, Carcassonne, Bordeaux, and the capital at once. I don't say that to an 8-year-old. I just make sure she gets fed. 40 miles away, 30 starving men take a village of 20 or 30 people apart in half an hour. I'm not going to walk you through it. Afterwards, at the fire, Tiberius tells Baal the only thing that matters to him. You are the vessel she has chosen. Without you, we'd be dying in a forest. Baal, you are the benefactor of this brotherhood, and forbids anyone to ask questions. It is enough for you to know he is that lady's vessel. What matters is that nothing happens to him. Then the witch comes through the gaps in the wall and into Baal again and names her price. She called the mercenaries off. She pointed them at the undefended villages. They have eaten, drunk, and had women, and it was her doing. And now, a large gift. Outside the window, 200 horses. Jen Shadowfen and his entire mercenary company riding under Tiberius's command. That is the appetizer. Complete my task and you get a bigger gift, capital enough to stir up the whole Calradian Empire. You have until January. If you're late, a small punishment. Nobody said anything about punishment. I set the rules. And do you actually have a choice? You are starving. Torvin comes back with 60 free men out of Morgantown, 50,000 of grain and meat, and a face like a dropped fruit. Alistair Sutton's guards beat him for poaching labor. When I hear about it, I add 500 caddies of salt to his settlement without being asked, and he shows up on the next run still yellow with bruises, personally leading 60 families up my road. 3 of the 60 are level 3, one of them is a smith. That's the difference between free men and slaves. The free men bring skills, so I give them the sales pitch, and it's the most shameless thing I say all year, and every word is true. 3 meals a day, bread and porridge, salt in the food, a brick house for 2, with a hearth, wells, bathhouses, latrines within 200 meters of your door, a market where you can trade anything you like, and no taxes, no levies, nothing. And a real scholar teaching your children. A blacksmith steps out first, with his weaver wife, then the rest. And Torvin, behind me, says quietly, compared to the outside world, your territory seems like a secluded paradise, and then admits he'd like to join it himself. No. With your abilities, I'd keep you outside anyway. And then, in the middle of that conversation, I stop. Caney, bring me the 4 in gray sackcloth from the middle of the column. No panic. Alive. They come up between guards, and they have knives hidden on them, and I wave it off. Carrying a blade in times like these is normal. What isn't normal is the panel. All 4 of them read 0 loyalty. 0. Not low. 0. Let's see who sent you. They give me the village idiot routine. Poor farmers, don't understand, my lord is mistaken. And I take the saber off Caney's belt and take Crab's head off with one motion and put the saber back. The head rolls under their leader's feet and ends up looking directly at him. 10, I say. He starts to move. 9. He tries to bargain. Then he turns and shouts at the top of his voice to the whole street. Murder! Everyone, come quick! The Lord has killed someone! And several hundred of my townspeople look over, without interest, and go back to work. He watches that happen, and something goes out of his face. 2. The one on the left breaks. Don't kill me, I'll tell you. Storm mercenary group, sent in to count my soldiers and see what they're equipped with, and if the opportunity came up, to raise the serfs into a revolt and rot the army from the inside. The order came from the Iron Blood Brotherhood. Our commander made some arrangement with them. Strength, not less than 300 horse. Can we go now? Of course. Caney, send them on their way. Torvin doesn't get it for about 4 seconds. Half an hour later, Caney comes back without them. Master, they've been sent on their way. And then Caney goes down on one knee in the road, and 50 soldiers go down behind him. I beg the master to punish me severely, because 4 enemy agents walk through his gate in his column past his checkpoints. If I had more generals or more instructors, I would have beheaded you. He doesn't move. But I'll give you a chance to make it right. Next spring, you will destroy the Iron Blood Brotherhood. The fishing hall turns into an industry while I'm not looking. Nets of hemp, 10-centimeter mesh, off the new boats. 8,000 to 16,000 caddies of fish a day. And then everything downstream of it. Fish glue, boiled and reduced, for cooking and for carpentry. Fish oil for lamps and for greasing axles. Gallbladders for tanning leather. Guts into the compost. Nothing goes in the river. In a territory that intends to feed itself, every part of a fish has a department. Gareth comes to see me about the hospital and can't get the first sentence out. His mother died of a fever. There was no physician in the village and no money to fetch one from the town, and it took her 4 days. He never asks me for anything. He asks me for the hospital. Then I go and stand in front of 200 new recruits at the archery range, and I do something purely theatrical. 50 meters, hit, 100, hit, 150, hit, 200 meters. and the fourth arrow goes into the shaft of the third and splits it down the middle. That isn't skill. That's 130 caddies of draw weight, bow and arrow proficiency, and about 900 energy stones worth of fish. 200 men make a noise like the wall falling over. Soldier loyalty jumps to 97%, which is a number I did not previously know was available. Rex Steele comes back with 2 items, and I've never seen a Brown so pleased with himself. 100,000 caddies of fine salt, 2,000 gold, for 2 people. The first one is in a cage with her eyes down. Yar. Half-blooded succubus. Bought and sold as property, which is the world these people live in, and I'm not going to pretend the transaction was anything other than what it was. I put her in a cell in a red brick house with a guard on the door, and I go and look at the second purchase. Flint furnace, dwarf, forging level 4, 4, talents, metal mastery, fire resistance, skills, weapon enchantment, armor enhancement, and the panel calls him, in plain text, a forging master. He looks up at me from about chest height, entirely unbothered by having been in a cage this morning, and states his terms for working. 2 kegs of hopped beer, a day, done. Then what do you want made? 1,000 suits of armor. He laughs at me for a while, and then goes and looks at my blast furnaces and my puddling hearth and my 4 halls, and stops laughing. The first thing he makes for me is a one-handed sword and a scale-lined mailcoat, both fine grade, black, with gold thread running through the pattern and little points in it like stars in the dark. And the first thing he says about my iron with genuine sympathy is, "Your iron is basic. Better than iron is steel, and better than steel is magical ore." Somewhere in there I finally spend a skills copybook on a fighter called Rorik Ashworth and take bloodlust off him, plus 30% to every attribute. I now have one-handed weapon mastery, equestrian mastery, bow and arrow proficiency, and bloodlust, and I have never been in a real fight in my life. That's going to come up. And Draven, in his brewery, finally gets a clear run of vapor off the still and produces the first distilled spirit on this territory. Medical grade first, everything else after. Then a man walks up to my wall and kneels in the road before anyone asks him to. Wesley Don Quixote, hunting level 3, attack D+, defense C+, talent, blessing of the wind god, skill, power of the wind, and he doesn't pretend about why he's here, which is the entire reason I take him. I wish to use your power to allow the Montague family to once again stand tall in this empire, but the Don Quixote family will forever be the blade in your hands, my lord. His family's story is the oldest one on this continent. In the War of Light and Darkness, his ancestor shot down the 68th of the 72 pillars of demons with an arrow carrying the power of the wind god and was given a title for it, the Arrow of the Demon Slayer. And then, as Corin puts it, when the darkness was driven back into the abyss, this land no longer needed heroes. The heroes got old and died, the titles stayed and the money didn't, and out of an entire house there is one man left, kneeling in a road in the far south asking a 15-year-old for work. One day, I tell him, the Montague family will stand tall on this continent again and be a household name. He looks up fast because he's expecting a boy making noise, and what he sees, he tells me later, is ambition. Then he shows me what I've bought. At the range, in front of 200 men, he throws 3 arrows straight up over his own head, and without once looking up, he catches the first as it comes past his hand, knocks it, draws, and puts it in the gold. Then he leans sideways and catches the second out of the air. Gold. Then he drops into a crouch and takes the third one about a foot off the ground, comes up with it already on the string, and puts it in the gold. 200 men and me, and none of us make a sound for about 3 seconds. "Master," he says, "I'm afraid I'll make a fool of myself." "Very good archery." He takes the archers, all of them. And Bryn, who has been training them since there were 11 people on this territory, steps back for him without a flicker. "Sir, I'm not suited to lead soldiers." He means it. He knows exactly what he is and isn't. "Then from now on, you stay by my side. Wherever I go, you go." The paper mill comes up in stages, and every one of them is somebody's whole trade in another world. Bark stripped and soaked, boiled with lime to break the fiber down, pounded in stone mortars, suspended in a vat with animal glue for strength, lifted on a bamboo screen, couched onto boards, air-dried, trimmed, pressed under stones, then a dry, ventilated store, because paper hates damp more than it hates fire. 300 new workers, 250 to Gareth to train, 50 to the docks to raft timber downriver, 5 wagons of anthracite on permanent assignment, 1,500 caddies, 3 round trips, 22,500 caddies a day, more than the mill can burn. At the forest edge, 400 people are dropping half-meter pines, and it's going far too smoothly for 400 people, so I go and find out who's running it. Garcia. talent, planning, which, on a two-handed axe, doubles his felling rate. 1,000 trees down already. I call him over and use his full name, and he nearly falls over, because a territory of 6,000 people has one lord, and that lord just pronounced the name of a man who cuts wood. Since you set us to felling, sir, we've brought down close to 1,000. Were they logging under your guidance? Yes, sir. My old job was cutting trees. I'm a little more skilled than them. Very good. I'm building a logging camp at the forest edge. 50 men. I need you as foreman. And his face falls, because he's been poor his whole life, and he knows what happens to men who get promoted above themselves. Sir, I'm afraid I'll let you down. How will you know you can't do it if you don't try? Besides, aren't you doing a great job right now? He decides visibly in about 4 seconds. Sir, I can do it. Then I take an axe off the man next to me and spend 2 hours in the line. Gathering experience +1, +1, +1. And here's what all that timber is actually for. 20 lie from the coal seam to the town is 10,000 meters. A sleeper every meter is 10,000 sleepers. A 20-meter log yields 5 sleepers, so that's 2,000 trees. Rail timbers run 10 meters, so 1,000 trees more. 11,000 trees, minimum. Working in pairs, they can drop 2 a day. Even pulling every construction worker and every carpentry apprentice off the paper mill, that's 1,000 people and 10 days of nothing but felling. Slow. Doesn't matter. The coal is there, the coal comes out of the ground fine, and the entire bottleneck of my industrial economy is a horse's back. So I stand on a stack of logs in front of 600 confused people and tell them what they're doing. I need logs, a lot of logs, because this entire territory is being upgraded, wooden tracks, and carts to run on them. And the miners in the crowd start muttering, because they have seen mine carts, and every mine cart they have ever seen was pushed by a man or dragged by a mule, and I've just implied otherwise. I don't explain. They'll see it. 800 construction workers go to the forest edge in 200 teams of 4, 2 fit men on the saw, 2 of the weaker or the older clearing branches and hauling, 4 trees a team, 14 days for the lot. And 200 carpentry apprentices build their own processing hall on the spot, 100 square meters with 40 benches, so nobody has to cart red clay in from town. Thane brings me the news from outside while all this is happening. Torvin has been through with 10,000 caddies of barley and 10,000 of meat, and a story. The Iron Blood Brotherhood has taken Manichaean Town apart. The survivors joined them. The band is now at least 1,000 strong. Morgantown is under martial law, and Torvin may have to reduce his delivery frequency. I take that in and check my own numbers against it. 400 sets of plate finished, 200 heavy cavalry, 300 heavy infantry, 200 archers, 200 light infantry. Against the tens of thousands of real Lord Fields, that is nothing. Against 1,000 starving bandits with farm tools, it is more than enough. And I catch myself thinking that a war with the Iron Blood Brotherhood might be good for the men, because a soldier who has never been through iron and blood isn't a soldier. He's a greenhorn in expensive clothes. I'm aware of how that sounds. I thought it anyway. Bryn stops dead at the castle's iron gates. Master. Alden. I be working here from now on? You don't want to? No, you misunderstand. It's just, I'm an ordinary person, drifting along. He was a farmer who hunted to stay alive. He got treed by wolves and left there to bleed out. And now there's a castle in front of him with his lord walking into it. You're not an ordinary person now. You're my guard captain. He follows me in, and I watch him memorize the layout of every corridor as we go, because if anything ever goes wrong in here, he intends to be the one who knows the way out. From the 3rd floor balcony, you can see the whole thing at dusk. Streams of people coming in off the lime road and converging on the canteen. Smoke off the red roofs. Workshops, market, kilns, shipyard. Bryn stands behind me and doesn't say anything for a long time. This strange feeling, he says eventually. It's like being in another world. 10 months ago, there was one cabin down there and a wolf trying to get into it. 40 miles north, a small town that held 1,000 or 2,000 people is standing open in the dark. Doors wide. Clothes and crates in the street, bodies, and blood that has run together into the cracks between the paving stones and dried there. In the guild hall, there's a fire built out of the chairs and the door frames, and 4 men sitting around it, Tiberius in plate, Bale, face the color of tallow, eyes sunk in, lips gone purple-black, shaking so hard he can't hold still even sitting on top of the flames. Jen Shadowfen of the Storm Mercenaries, now 2nd in the Brotherhood, and Tyron. They've been watching my wall for weeks, and they have nothing. 10 meters high. Guarded around the clock, sometimes 20 men on it, sometimes 40, which means the garrison has noticed them watching and started changing the pattern. They have no idea how many soldiers are behind it. Jen Shadowfen has nearly 2,000 men, and at least 1,000 of them are villagers he dragged out of their own homes carrying sickles and hoes. Sending that at a granite wall is a way of committing suicide with extra steps. Then we fill the ditch with corpses, Tiberius says, and the fire goes out sideways. Bale gets about 4 steps toward the door before his leg folds. He goes down on his face and starts crawling, and he's screaming, "A devil! She's a devil! Lord Tiberius, save me!" And Tiberius sits and watches. So do Jen Shadowfen and Tyron. The black tentacles go into his mouth, and there's a wet sound, and then nothing, and Bale stands up with 2 black eyes and a woman's voice laid over his. "You're running out of time." Tiberius holds his ground. I'll give him that. He's the only one who does. The agreement was December. It's the middle of December. There's still time. And Bale walks around him the way a cat walks around a chair and puts a hand on his shoulder. "Oh, it seems Sir Tiberius is quite confident. Tell me, how do you plan to break through that city wall?" "A strong attack. I refuse to believe one wall stops 2,000 men." And the thing wearing Bale takes its hand back like it's touched something dirty. "Sir Tiberius, is this the kind of scheme a knight who has undergone the 7 knightly disciplines produces?" Tiberius's hair stands up on his arms and he asks, with as much steadiness as he has, "And what brilliant idea do you have? Why do we have to attack the city wall at all? Couldn't we simply let the Lord inside the walls come out?" And Tiberius's eyes light up, and Jen Shadowfen's eyes light up, and Bale's mouth curls into something that doesn't belong on a human face and says one name. Torvin Riker. The 20th of December. I'm walking the town on the holographic map with my eyes shut. 800 men on the tree line. Bark going downriver to the paper mill, sleepers stacking up outside the processing hall, the brickworks burning through anthracite at a rate I've decided to accept, because when I need bricks, I need them in 5 days, and coal I can dig. At the forge, Kalen reports, 300 sets of standard plate finished, 100 of the remaining 400 breastplates and helmets done. All of it by month's end. His apprentices are visibly short of sleep. There's nothing to be done about it. With a war coming, plate is the only thing standing between a farmer with a spear and a cavalry charge, and I do not have men to spend. Next door, Grom is teaching. He's standing on a wooden box because otherwise nobody can see him, and pointing a stick at a suit of scale. Forging armor isn't difficult. Remember a few key points and good armor is easy. First, the force and the rhythm of the blow. Start with the small hammer, find the balance, set your reference, then the big hammer at a medium beat and drive the metal out. Second, shaping, flat work, strike vertically. To bend it, put it over the form and strike at an angle. For complex work, you prepare several sets of forms. Third, and everyone knows this one, strike while the iron is hot. When it drops below the critical temperature, the plasticity goes and the resistance climbs. Back in the fire, again and again until it's formed. Force it cold, and all you make is cracks. Then the most important step in the whole process. Quench and temper. Water quench is fast and hard and full of stress. Oil is slower and gentler. Brine depends on the metal. Then rough grind, fine polish, final finish. That is the whole of forging. Hold it in your heads. And I watch Grom's face while 200 human apprentices look at him like he's handing out fire. He has never felt this in his life. Among his own people, this knowledge is something you're born with. It isn't worth anything. Nobody looks at a dwarf like that. "Of course," he finishes, at about twice the necessary volume. "I am of the Fire Furnace clan. I am Grom, a true master of forging." Then he sees me at the back and does not stop, which I respect enormously. Later, he brings me the fishing rod I asked him for weeks ago. Fine fishing rod, crafted by the dwarven forging master Grom from high-quality iron and demon deer sinew. Strong and tough. 3.6 meters, about 2 pounds. Raised grip so it doesn't come out of your hand. Tensile strength? I tried it when I finished, 200 pounds at least, and then, without any transition at all. However, my lord, the strong distilled spirit you promised me. Bryn produces a clay jar from behind his back, and Grom's nose goes up. The jar is sealed. He can smell it through the lid. What a fragrant wine. He reaches for the stopper, and then remembers where he's standing and who's watching, and puts on a smile of enormous innocence. Drink during the break, drink during the break, and then he runs, holding it against his chest, into the back room. December, 5 degrees, no sun, and I go fishing because a 15-year-old who has not sat down since March is going to break something. The rod bends into a bow inside about 90 seconds. I get both hands on it, butt into the stomach, and start walking the bank. Give it water, but never enough to load the rod past what it'll take. Behind me, Bryn has drawn his sword. He doesn't know why. He has simply decided that if I give the order, he is going into the river to fight the fish. 4 minutes and the pole starts falling off because a big fish burns everything it has to move that much of itself that fast. I back up the bank and swing it out into the dead grass. White spotted pike, about a meter, 40 pounds. Hint, obtained common fish. Reward, skill book, commander's roar. A passionate speech to a body of soldiers triggers this skill. It raises the morale of the whole army and increases their attack and defense for a period. I stand on a riverbank in December holding a rod in one hand and a skill that makes men fight harder in the other, and I genuinely think it might be more useful than one-handed weapon mastery. Bryn and 2 guards pile onto the pike to hold it down, and it beats them across the face with its tail until all 3 of them are spitting mud, and all 3 of them are grinning like idiots. 10 fish all day, 120 energy stones, plus the milestone rewards, that's over 3,000. I dump every one of them into Constitution, E to E plus to D minus to D, and something warm goes through the middle of me and settles, and the river wind stops registering as cold. Then I look at the empty counter and say the only sensible thing, obtaining energy stones is too difficult. Alani finds me on the road with no breath left. Sir, the woman locked in the cell at the red brick house, she's gone. The guard who fed her is a middle-aged man called Marcus, and he stands in front of me shaking like a rabbit under a hawk. Sir, I delivered her meals on time as before. Don't look her in the eye. Don't listen to what she says. I set the food down beside the cage and I was leaving, and then I saw that the cage contained my mother. That face, that body, her voice, and the way she talked, even the way she looked at me, it was exactly my mother. My mother was in a cage and she was calling my name. I moved closer. The moment I touched her hand, everything went black. Then he drops onto his knees and starts driving his forehead into the brick, fast and hard, and by the 4th one, there's blood on the ground. Punish me alone, my lord. I beg you, spare my wife and children. A year's salary will be deducted. He looks up with his face open and doesn't believe it. Because even chained in a cell, a succubus can show a lonely middle-aged man his own dead mother, and I'm supposed to execute a guard for being human. Go to old Alaric's hospital for treatment. Bryn asks whether we're sweeping the town, and here's why we're not. Coarse wool robes, 1,000 identical red brick houses, a shapeshifter who can be anybody. I could burn a week and find nothing. Better to let her come out on her own. Grom finds me on the square that evening with a nose like a cherry, breathing beer into my face. My lord, what is the name of the wine you gave me? It tastes truly excellent. Grom, if I want to, I can honor you as master of forging, and I will never restrict your drinking. But if you cause trouble because of drink, forging master or not, I will throw you into the dungeon. Master Grom, have I made myself clear enough? He sobers up in about a second and a half. My lord, I understand. I assure you, drinking will never cause any trouble. Otherwise, I will bear all the consequences. Draven tells me afterwards that Grom drinks a 300-pound barrel of beer in 2 or 3 days, and turns up in the forge the next morning at full strength every single time. Dinner is the 40-pound pike, steamed whole, and the 3 of us, me, Bryn, Alani, get through about a quarter of it. Alani preserves the rest, apologetically, in case I mind eating it again tomorrow. I don't mind. I have eaten snake-boiled in river water. Yesterday's pike is a holiday. That night, I'm in the bath with a hot cloth over my eyes when there's a knock. Sir, may I come in? Go in. The door opens and closes. Footsteps, then a pause in the wrong place. Sir, would you like me to give you a massage? A massage? Sure, it's been a while. She comes over. She warms her hands in the water first, which is a professional's habit and a good sign. Arm, shoulder, head, the other arm. She works for half an hour, and it's genuinely excellent, and then she moves in a way that isn't part of it, and I take the one-handed sword off the floor beside the tub and put it against her throat. Ire bead, I think you can go back to how you were before. There's a beat where she keeps playing it. Sir, what are you saying? I'm Alani. I don't say anything. I just look at her, and her face starts to have trouble. Your talent is very strong, I tell her. But what? You've overlooked the relationships between people. To dare to approach someone with nothing but a body and a shell, relying purely on talent, that's far too naive. Because Alani Thorne is a free woman who has worked since she was a child and does not have that figure, and because the real Alani, who has known me for a year, still can't look directly at me in a bathhouse. Half an hour ago, that woman offered to give a lord a massage without being asked. Every single move she made was a hole. There's a silence, and then her body starts to move wrong, and there's a sound of bones going where bones do not go, and Morwen is sitting in my bath. Blood-red eyes. Black goat horns. A black tail with a red heart on the end of it curling slowly in the water. Bat wings, soaked through, which she seems annoyed about. She recovers faster than I expect and gives me a smile with too many teeth in it. My lord, I'm a little cold. May I have a hug? She shifts her weight forward and stops because there's a line of heat on her neck where the blade has already been. I'll give you 10 seconds to put on your clothes, or else die. The playfulness comes off her face like something wiped. She gets out and dresses. Come in, I say, to the door. Bryn comes through it with 6 guards, swords already out. He glances at her the way you'd glance at a chair. Sir, are you all right? I'm fine. lock her in the dungeon. Afterwards, Alani, the actual one, who has been running the salt works all evening with no idea any of this happened, asks me how I knew the woman would come tonight. It's just a guess. Don't overthink it. Go and rest. She doesn't believe me, and she doesn't push, and that's why she's the steward. The next morning, Gareth comes out of the paper mill with something in his coat and his hands are unsteady. He unrolls a sheet of brown-yellow paper. Rough. Uneven fiber, visible texture under the thumb, the first paper ever made in this territory, and it's about 20 pounds a day, and every sheet is going to Theron's school and old Alaric's hospital before anything else, because with paper, Theron can write down what's in his head and put it in the hands of 100 children at once. Then I go down into the dungeon. 2, 3 slits of light, straw, a wooden bed, barley porridge spilled across the floor. Would you like to collaborate with me? She doesn't move. If it can be arranged, I can free you from slave status and make you my partner. That gets her head up. What kind of cooperation? You go where I send you, and you gather intelligence. So. Her voice goes flat and cold and about 10 years older. Use my face and my body to get close to other lords and pull out whatever's useful to you. I don't answer that, which is an answer. And aren't you afraid I'll simply run the moment I leave your territory? That's why I said partners. And then, because she's still calculating, even if you ran, where do you think you can go? Hide in a human city? I think the clergy would be delighted to take you. It's an excellent promotion, and I suspect that before they burn you at the stake, they'd enjoy you properly first, or you go back to Charm Forest and live alone in the dark like a rat. On my territory, I can give you a bright, open life, out in daylight. She sits with that. What is the test? I'm already walking out. I'll release you. You can disguise yourself anywhere in this territory and hurt me without my knowing. That is passing the test. Bryn catches up with me on the stairs. Master, isn't keeping that woman around too risky? Of course there's risk. But whether I'm saying it to her or to you, the captain of my guard, it's a test. Because her abilities, honestly, aren't much. If I ever want to put an agent next to a real lord, she needs to be better than this. And if a shapeshifter better than her ever comes down that road, I would like to know in advance whether Bryn's guard can stop one. Better to find out now, with a half-blood I own a contract on, than later. Caney reports at the forge yard, 500 sets of full plate, 400 sets of helmet and breastplate. The order was 900 full sets, and he tells me the shortfall to my face. And there's intelligence from Morgantown, from Alvin, one of the 10 men Caney put outside months ago. The Iron Blood Brotherhood has grown. Morgantown is sealed. Nobody in or out. They got Alvin's message out by hiding a man in a cart of night soil. Caney, fix the intelligence route. The lag is 3 days minimum. In 3 days, a real army can raze this entire territory to the ground. Grayson brings 600 slaves. Portland Empire, but not the Southern Campaign this time. The Crown Prince, Arian Davies, has been killed. He left the throne to his eldest grandson, Orion, and the grandson's own father, Eris, who has just been skipped, is not accepting it. A war between father and son has already begun. And Grayson, with the cheerful obscenity of a man who has made peace with his own profession, but no matter how Portland fights, we cross-border merchants never lose. If Eris wins, everyone who backed the sick boy becomes a slave. If Orion wins, everyone who backed the father becomes a slave. Both sides sell the prisoners to clear future trouble and raise funds. And Audrey is the biggest slave trader in Portland. Bingo. Then the part that actually interests me. Audrey is financing Orion, personally, not the Brown family, her, in her own name. Calradia has 50 districts of 1.6 million people, 80 million souls. Portland is about the same. A war of succession there involves tens of millions of people, and one woman is paying for one side of it out of her own purse. Which means that if Orion wins, the new emperor of Portland is a 15-year-old boy who owes everything to a merchant, and she will hold the money, the army's supply, and the throne's gratitude. I sit with that for a while. 600 slaves at 5 shillings, 30,000 yards of medium burlap at 8 pence a yard, 30,000 caddies of coarse wool at 3 pence, 61,000 caddies of fine salt. Then he walks into my hall and stops, because on a stand by the wall there's a pale blue glass bottle, and the light coming through the window is going through it and throwing stars on the floor. And then he sees that there are dozens of them, in every shape and color that Finn and Alani have been experimenting with. Flared mouths, saucer lips, long necks, round bellies, bases the color of chicken blood, peacock blue, purple shading into green. And then he looks up and works out that the windows themselves, 4-5 meters of them, are glass. A single decent glass vessel costs a nobleman tens of gold pounds. Glass belongs to great houses and to the church, and it belongs to them precisely because almost nobody can make it. Grayson swallows twice and then produces a price he clearly believes is generous. Lord Kale, I can offer 1 gold pound for a bottle of this style, not even 2 pieces of gold rust. Take 10 of whatever you like, consider it a gift. He sells 5 of them at auction in Carcassonne for 5 gold each. The next order is 100 bottles at 2 gold apiece, 400 gold, 16,000 caddies of salt, for river sand, flux, limestone, and coal. Then I sit down with the resident panel and go through 600 Portland slaves one at a time. Avery Dean, Construction 3 and Crafting 3, Lorenzo Reeves, Jode Tech, Randolph Vera, Planting 3, Gathering 3, Rachel Richards, Pamela Arnold, Amber Allen, Renee Richmond, Crafting 3, all of them, and a dozen more behind them. Brendan Xavier, Nora Ferguson, Bettina Neck, Breeding 3. 100 people at level 3 in a single shipment. And the reason is not luck. These aren't villagers taken out of fields. These are townspeople and craftsmen out of a working empire, ruined by a war of succession and sold by the woman financing it, using resources for the people and taking them from the people. What a wonderful principle. The succubus sends her terms up out of the dungeon, 5 years. Then she walks, whatever happens. Bring her. She comes up in irons wearing Alani's face and starts talking before she stopped moving. My lord, are you sure you want to agree to my conditions? Aren't you afraid I'll use some other contract to enslave you? Tell me about this evil Fang contract. It's a simple ceremony. I recite a string of words, then a single drop of the Lord's blood, and it's done. Begin. And that surprises her, which is the first honest expression I've seen on her. She closes her eyes, opens them completely red, and starts speaking in something that is not a language. Red light collects under her feet and turns into a circle full of characters. Bryn moves half a step in front of me. 6 guards shift their feet. 2 minutes later, she stops. My lord. All I need is a drop of your blood, and the contract takes effect. And the panel, which she does not know I have, reads the whole thing out. Equal Evil Fang contract. Caster. Ayer Bede. Terms. Ayer Bede shall gather intelligence for Lord Kale for 5 years. After 5 years, the caster regains freedom. If either party fails to fulfill the contract, the consequences will be severed. Then they will suffer the eternal scorching of the fire forever. Have you forgotten to tell me what the consequences of breaking the contract are? Her whole body locks, because I just read back a clause out of an incantation she spoke in a language no human on this continent knows. The price of breaking the contract, she says, eventually, is to be scorched by eternal fire for eternity. Bryn starts to say something. I accept this price, because I have no intention of breaking it. In 5 years she can walk out of my gate, and by then either I'll have something better than her, or I'll have lost. I put the sword across my left index finger, and before I can do anything with the blood, she steps out of her own circle, takes my hand, and puts her mouth on it. And the contract has been successfully concluded. Does the Evil Fang contract require you to swallow the blood of the other party? She licks her lip. Of course not. I simply wish to taste the Lord's blood, and incidentally, to help heal your injury. The cut has stopped bleeding. From now on, you are free. As long as it doesn't affect the normal development of this territory, you may use any method you like to get close to me and hurt me. That is passing my test. They take the irons off, and she rubs her wrist and gives me one more smile. Then, my lord, you'll have to watch your heart. And changes into Alani. And then into me, my face, my height, my voice, close enough that Bryn actually flinches, and then into one of the young guards standing next to her, and runs off around a red brick house and is gone. Somewhere out on the gravel road, 12 wagons are moving north with 60,000 caddies of barley on them. Torvin's caravan, 30 guards under a captain called Ethan Grayson. And on the lead wagon there's a boy of 16 or 17 with mud on his face, driving and grinning on his first escort job. Second uncle. Alden, our escort missions always be this easy? Ethan gives him a look. Sam, you think this is easy? The boy nods, because he genuinely does. That's Mr. Torvin's doing. And luck. A few months ago, before you joined, we ran into bandits. Riding hard, weapons up, making noises you've never heard. You only understand that kind of pressure when you've stood in front of it. Then, because the road is long and dull, he starts on the boy about the girl he's going to marry once he's done a few runs. Where are you two at? Holding hands? Hugging? Kissing? Sam goes the color of a beetroot. The whole guard laughs. Even Torvin, who's been sitting in the wagon with his eyes shut, opens them. And then Ethan's face changes. He puts one finger up in the air. Everybody stops. Pull back your horses. Stop the wagons. Transfer Mr. Torvin, immediately, now. They get Torvin out of the wagon and onto a warhorse, and Ethan rides up alongside. My lord, we abandon the cargo and ride flat out for Lord Kale's territory. All right. And then Ethan raises his whip and brings it down across the rump of Torvin's horse. Ethan, what are you? The horse takes off. Sam, get after him. Protect Master Torvin. And Sam can hear the ground now, and he knows exactly what his uncle is doing. But, Uncle, what did you promise me when I brought you out? Your first escort mission isn't even finished and you're already disobeying orders? I didn't execute the order. Yes! And Ethan whips that horse too, and Sam goes up the road with his eyes streaming so hard the wind takes it off his face and puts it on his shoulder. He looks back once. There's a cavalry column coming across the open ground on the right, and it's raising dust like weather, and the stones on the road are moving. Ethan turns to the 30 men who are still with the wagons. Gentlemen, Ethan Grayson wanted to help you all make some money. It looks like this is where we end up. You've all got wives and children. If you want to live, run the other way now. You've still got a chance. Nobody moves. One of them says, Captain, you saved my life. Even if I die, I want to die before you do. Another one, I'm not going either. If it wasn't for the captain, my wife and daughters would have been sold to a brothel years ago. If none of you are going, then I'm not going. Ethan stands there and looks at them, and his hands start shaking, and he can't do anything about it. In that case, follow me and meet them. Killing one is no loss. Killing two is a huge profit. And 30 men shout it back at him across an empty road. Killing one is no loss. Killing two is a huge profit. Charge with me. They were engulfed by the cavalry tide, and no one could be seen anymore. Torvin gets 4 hours up the road and then sees torches ahead of him as well as behind, and that's when he understands. They aren't after his goods. He pulls up and turns to the boy. Your name is Sam, isn't it? Is this your first time riding with a caravan? Yes, sir. Very good, Sam. As my guard, you are hereby given your first task. Dismount, go into the forest, then go south 50 miles to the city wall. That is Lord Kale's territory. You will tell Lord Kale that Torvin has been captured by bandits of the Iron Blood Brotherhood, and that's the whole message. Because Torvin Riker is a married man who would very much like to survive, and he does not dare ask me to come and get him. Have you remembered it? 50 miles south of the forest at the city wall. Tell Lord Kale he's been captured by the Iron Blood Brotherhood. Go. Sam gets down and takes 2 steps and then works it out and turns around with his eyes wide. Mr. Torvin, you're... Go. That's an order. The bushes move and then stop moving, and Torvin lets out a breath. Consider it repaying you with your life. Then Tiberius rides up in full plate and they drag him off the horse. Torvin plays his last 2 cards from his knees. Registered merchant of the Merchant Guild. Market taxes paid to the Marquis Valerius. Protection of the Marquisate. Tiberius glances at him once and looks away. Jen Shadowfen leans down from the saddle. It seems a little mouse, disregarding his master's safety, has run away to save himself. Tyron starts to go after him, and Jen Shadowfen stops him. No need. The whole caravan has been taken. There's nobody left to carry information. And without anyone carrying information, how would the Lord behind that wall know what happened here? And if he doesn't know, how does he come out? And if he doesn't come out, how do we ambush him? Which is when Torvin finally understands that he was never the target either. He is the bait, and a piece of bait works whether or not the fish comes. And the last question he asks himself, tied to a tree, is the one I would have asked. How does a bandit gang in the wilderness know that there are 3 mineral veins behind that wall? That night, in a red brick house in my town, Isolde finishes knitting a linen scarf by the light of the anthracite and takes it into a sleeping 8-year-old, and watches Alara's face pull tight. Her hands close on the blanket until the cloth deforms. Then she sits bolt upright with a sound like a gasp going backwards, and her eyes are completely black. No white, no pupil. Isolde goes back until she hits the brick wall. Alara, are you all right? Don't frighten your aunt. The head turns. The blackness bleeds out over 4 or 5 blinks. Aunt? And then, in a voice that isn't entirely hers, Auntie, I heard so many sounds. They come to the castle. Isolde wraps the scarf round her neck on the way. My lord. I heard from the Raven, a large army has split into 2 and is camped 40 or 50 miles from your highland. One group is 800, the other is 1,000. They have a name, Iron-Blooded Brothers. 1,800 men in 2 bodies, 2 days ride out. Is there anything else? She thinks properly about it, the way children do when they're frightened of being wrong. I'm sorry, sir. That's all I heard. The information you gave me was very useful. Go back and rest. And to Alani, 2 chickens out of the store. And then, because I've been looking at her while she talked, haven't you noticed that she's getting thinner and thinner? Isolde's face falls apart. She turns and looks at the child properly for the first time in weeks. Barley and pork porridge, chicken porridge, bread, vegetables, eggs, because she's a child, and she's disappearing. Whatever that talent is, it's being paid for, and an 8-year-old is paying it. Now here's the thing about 1,800 men in 2 camps. They cannot storm my wall. Jen Shadowfen knows that, because Jen Shadowfen has looked at it. They cannot starve me out in December. So splitting into two bodies means only one thing. They intend to have me in the open, with something in front of me and something behind, which means they have bait, which means they already have it, right now, tonight. It's the 30th of December, 2 degrees. Tomorrow it's -2 with sleet, and after that, nobody in this world moves cavalry anywhere. Tonight is the last night they have. Bryn, dispatch all the guards fully armed to the city wall immediately. Tell Corin, 200 trained archers, full quivers, to the wall. Everyone warms themselves by fires under the wall and stands by. And then I sit in the hall and wait for a messenger I already know is coming and spend 1,000 energy stones on Constitution while I do it, because there is nothing else useful to do with my hands. Population 6,600. Salt 3,000 caddies a day. 500 sets of full plate. 1,000 5-meter spears. 300 battle spears. 500 longbows. 6 or 7,000 armor-piercing arrows. Prosperity 510, which unlocks the Lord statue, and I look at it for 2 seconds and close the panel because I have a war on. The messenger arrives around midnight. Sir, a young man claiming to be a guard from the Torvin caravan has come to the city wall. He says the caravan was attacked and Torvin has been taken by bandits. I understand. You may leave. He blinks. He was expecting something. Half an hour later, I come out of my room in black scale-lined mail with a one-handed sword on my hip and a closed helm that catches the lamplight gold along the edges, and Bryn, who has heard about this armor from Alani and never seen it, raises both eyebrows. Ink Shadow does 20 miles in under half an hour. Below the wall there are 800 men sitting around 10 fires, because it's below freezing in the pass, and men who don't warm themselves will be dead before an enemy arrives. Their faces are pale, some of them are shaking, and in every pair of eyes there's the specific tension of men who have trained for a year and never once been hit. I walk into the firelight and flip the visor up. They see it's me, and the first 4 or 5 stand up, and then it goes through 800 men like water going uphill. They force their bodies still. They stare at me and wait. Are you cold? Nothing. They have no idea what the correct answer is. Answer me. It's not cold. It's not cold. It's not cold. 3 times, in one voice, and the mountain gives it back. Perhaps you don't know why I sent you here in the middle of the night. Now I'll tell you. The iron-blooded brothers have been looking at this highland. They want to storm this wall, take my territory, and take away your home, the place you depend on to stay alive. You watched this highland get built. You built it, brick by brick, with your own hands. Are you willing to just hand it over? No! 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 Behind this wall is the land you cultivated, the houses you live in, the people you love. If bandits get in, they wreck your fields, they take your homes, and they do what bandits do to your wives. Can you bear that? No, no, no. Then put on your gear and hold this wall to the death. Yes, yes, yes. And that's when the boy comes out of the red brick house, hair matted, one cheek opened up, blood dried into the mud in a black crust, leather armor cut to ribbons with bits of branch still in it, and a dislocated right ankle he is walking on anyway. 10 meters out his legs go, and he gets up and keeps coming. Bryn stops him at 5, and Sam, who has crossed 50 miles of forest tonight, looks past Bryn at me and says, defend the city wall to the death? Lord Kale, aren't you going to rescue Lord Torvin? Caney and Bryn both start forward. I put my hand up and they stop. He's been captured by bandits. If we don't rescue him, he'll have no chance at all. Mr. Torvin told me Ethan and the others retreated the other way, but I'm not stupid. They stayed with the wagons. They're dead. Lord Kale, I can't go. His eyes come open. Can't go? Why can't we go? You have well-trained armored soldiers. You have war horses. If you send troops, Lord Torvin will surely be saved. I know, but I still can't go. His chest starts working like a bellows. Aren't you and Lord Torvin business partners? When Mr. Torvin was in danger, you chose to run and hide behind this wall? How could you betray the trust Master Torvin placed in you? As a lord, all you know is how to sit in your mansion and enjoy yourself. How would you know what he goes through? How would you know he's harassed by rivals and hunted by bandits, and then he runs out of breath and some of the anger goes with it? Are you done? He doesn't answer. Since I'm just killing time anyway, I'll explain it to you. First, I admire your courage. Speaking like that in front of a lord with guards standing behind him. Based on what you just said, I could behead you at any moment. His face changes. He's remembered where he is. But that's all it is, courage and nothing else. You abandoned your master. You crossed mountains and valleys to get to my territory. And then you stood in front of me and used his life as a lever. If I don't ride out, I've betrayed him. Whether I go or not is none of your business. And if you're so righteous, why aren't you standing next to him right now, protecting him? Why did you leave him and come here looking for someone else to do it? He doesn't have anything. Torvin's life is precious. Are the lives of my soldiers not? They also have wives and children. They also have things they want. They also want to live. And on your word, I'm supposed to force men who have never seen war to ride into one and die. And Sam finally looks past me. At 800 men standing in the firelight, all of them staring back at him, resentment, confusion, anger. And in some of them, something worse, the flat willingness of men who would go if I said go. And you can see it land on him. These are people. Every single one of them is a person, and he has just spent 5 minutes spending them. He puts his head down. Now, repeat exactly what Torvin said to you. He said, I want you to tell Lord Kale that Torvin has been captured by bandits of the Iron Blood Brotherhood. And do you know why that's all he said? Why the word rescue never appears in it? He thinks. And then he looks up, because he's realized it's true. Because he doesn't dare, and because he isn't worthy of asking me to come. I gave him fine salt to trade so he could earn. I gave him wagons and a new coat and enough gold to hire guards like you. That's how he stopped being a man moving a few thousand caddies of barley. That's how he had the capital to found the local merchants' chamber and become its president. Without me, Torvin would still be scraping a living out of other men's grain. Do you think Torvin has the right to ask me for help? And the boy finally understands the shape of the world he's standing in. Torvin Riker and I are partners. And Torvin Riker is a partner I chose and could stop choosing at any time. He lowers his head and doesn't say anything else. Out in the wasteland, Tiberius is making a speech of his own to 1,000 conscripted farmers. I know it was our arrival that cost you your homes and your families. We did this intentionally. We did it to cut the cord between you and your masters, the cord of servants. Your blind masters worked your bodies for their own profit and kept what you earned. They kept you busy every day for a mouthful of coarse food, and 1,000 starving men look up. Tonight you attack under my command. We take that highland, we break that wall, we destroy everything that resists, and we free the farmers from that high lord's hands. And then every one of you will have your own land, and every grain you grow will belong only to you. Who is willing to attack with me? I'll go. I'm willing. Land. I want land. It is, I have to admit, an extremely good speech. I've made worse ones. And while they're shouting, the thing that has been living in Bale's body leaves it, because Bale is almost finished, and goes into Torvin instead, in black ropes, through the mouth. This body can no longer carry me down to the city wall. I can borrow Lord Torvin's for a while. The torches come across the wasteland in a line about 1 kilometer long. I stand on the wall and watch them get close enough that the sound arrives. Caney has the gate reinforced with solid timber and an iron frame behind the plate. Logs and stones are stacked along the parapet. The spearmen are formed up below. Corin, the archers are ready. Deploy. Begin the defense. 200 archers step up behind the Merlins in ranks of 50. First batch, prepare to fire. Second batch, stand by. 50 men draw together. Raise the angle 40 degrees. Corin watches the dark and the count in his head, and then turns to me. Master, the enemy has entered range. Fire. 50 strings go at once, and the sound they make going away is a hiss you feel in your teeth, then 2 seconds of nothing, and then screaming. Enemy arrows, take cover. Wooden shields, wooden shields. Damn it, they even have archers. I can see bodies coming off galloping horses, and the horses behind going over them without slowing. First batch back, second batch forward, prepare to fire. Raise the angle, 10 degrees. Flat now, into the front rank. Fire. The triangular heads go through thin cloth, and through the thin mail some of them have scraped together and out the other side and keep going. 4 volleys. And then, because it's the only sane thing to do, hundreds of them run to the base of the wall and press into the angle where the arrows can't reach. Some of them get pickaxes off their backs and start on the masonry. 4 or 5 swings. Damn, this is way too hard. This wall is built entirely out of granite. Get to the gate. Get to the gate. Rolling logs. Ready. Caney, roaring it down the wall. Rolling logs ready. Men get their shoulders under 2,000 pounds of timber and stone and walk it to the edge. Release. And a section of the base of my wall stops having people in it. Dozens of men are pinned to the ground before any of them get a sound out. The screaming starts afterwards from the ones behind. Rolling logs. There are still logs coming. Scatter. Everyone scatter. Where's the ladder? The ladder. Ladders come up. Men climb them with nothing over their heads at all, into arrows and stone, and some of them get to the middle of the wall before Corin's people take them off it. Up on the walkway, Sam has climbed up at some point and is standing very still with his mouth open. He is watching what happens when you send men at a wall, and he is doing the arithmetic he refused to do 4 hours ago. Without that wall, in the open, against that. Then a runner comes up the tower stairs. My lord, they're on the gate. Down below, men with iron tools are working on the plate facing. Everyone, focus the defense on the gate. Dozens of soldiers cross the walkway and start putting logs and stones straight down onto the men underneath. No skill required. 12 men lift, 12 men push. Gravity does the rest, and gravity is more dangerous than any of us. The noise below the gate falls off. They keep coming anyway, so I walk out onto the wall where they can see me. Soldiers, let me hear you. It comes back ragged, then less ragged. Then it's one sound, running the whole length of the wall, and at the bottom of it, a couple of hundred bandits stop what they're doing because it sounds like there is an animal up there waiting for them. From this moment, whoever kills the most enemies is promoted to sergeant and becomes Instructor Kane's second in command. A reward of 100 caddies of fine salt and 100 caddies of wheat. Who can take it? I can. Very good. Remember your count. After the victory, come to me and claim it. Note: Commander's Roar successfully activated. Morale raised across the army. Attack and range defense increased by 10%. Duration, 1 hour. 10% on 800 men with fixed attributes is a great deal of 10%. And down at the bottom of a ladder, a man in full plate has heard all of it and looks up. He can see a black figure with a cloak on the top of the wall. And there is only one man that armor belongs to. He starts climbing fast. Anthony Austin, 35. Swordsmanship 3. Archery 2. Horsemanship 2. Attack D. Defense E+. Speed E+. Constitution D+. Energy F. Talent, Wrathful 1. In a rage, all attributes increased by 10%. Skills, War Stomp, Counterattack, Wind Slash. The sword swing is extremely fast and powerful, capable of cleaving the oncoming air. 2 level 3 skills, a talent that scales everything he has, and riding, sword, and spear. Consume 1 skill. Copybook to learn Anthony Austin's Wind. Slash, yes. Learning success. And it lands. The grip, the acceleration, the timing, the 10,000 repetitions I never did. It feels like a decade of my life that happened to someone else. Caney comes down the walkway at a run. That's a knight. My lord, leave that knight to me. You are no match for him. Go and command the wall. Yes, master. Bryn, cover me from the side. I walk to the head of the ladder and my boots are loud on the granite and I draw the sword. He's 2/3 of the way up. I put my foot on the parapet and go up onto the edge of the wall and stand there. Because 800 exhausted men have been carrying stone for an hour, and every one of them can see a black figure standing on the lip of a 10-meter wall with a cloak coming off it and gold running along the plate edges in the torchlight. Lord Kale is a lord, and he is standing on the front line in armor with a sword. They're only moving logs and pulling bows. What exactly do they have to complain about? I thrust straight down at him. He's expecting it, and his knight's sword comes up, and the blades take each other and slide, and the noise it makes goes right through the back of my skull. He uses the parry to throw himself off the ladder onto the parapet and down onto the walkway. 1/2 meter of drop. He lands like it's a step. A few of his men come up behind him, and Bryn and 4 soldiers close the gap and put them back off the wall. And then it's the 2 of us. He is 35 and I am 15, and he has been a knight for 20 years, and I have been in one real fight in my life, against a wolf when I was starving. But I have strength and constitution bought with energy stones and paid for with fish. I have bloodlust at plus 30% to everything. I have 10% from my own speech, and I have his own sword technique in my hands, taken off him 9 minutes ago while he was climbing. Thrust, horizontal, rising cut, diagonal, parry with the blade, parry with the vambrace. My feet are light, and every landing is where I want it, and I can feel exactly how far my own body will bend, and it is further than his. 10 minutes, and his steps start arriving late. Mine are too. I'm in 50 kilos of plate, and I'm blowing like a horse. But he's worse off, and worse off in the way that finishes fights. I close 2 steps inside his measure, and put the edge across the inside of his bent left elbow, where the plate has to have a gap, or he can't fold his arm. The leather lining opens. The tendons go. His arm drops and stops being part of the conversation, and blood comes out of the wrist of the gauntlet in a steady line onto the granite, and he makes a noise I will hear for a while. I'm going to kill you, Wrathful One. 10% to everything. At the exact moment his body has nothing left to give. He comes at me one-handed, and he is faster now than he was 2 minutes ago. I get the scabbard into my left, and I take 4 of them on steel, and then he stops swinging, and there's a white light along the edge of his sword. Die! And the air makes a sound like cloth tearing. I push off my right foot and roll left. Wind slash goes into the granite where I was standing and leaves a cut in the stone 1 meter long. He's still recovering it when I come up, step through, sword horizontal, and silver white light runs down my own blade because I'm doing his technique back at him with a body he can't match. Less than a second, and the point goes into the throat gap under the helm. Metal shattering and bone breaking arrive at the same time. He stops moving. He is looking down at the sword in his neck with an expression of pure administrative confusion, like a man who has found an error in a ledger. And along the wall, 800 men who have stopped working start shouting, "Kill! Kill! 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 Kill!" I pull the blade out, and the blood comes out under the gorget in a jet, and his hand opens, and he goes backwards over the edge of my wall. 2 seconds, then the sound of armor hitting ground, and underneath, in the dark, Chief Anthony is dead. He fell off the wall. He's dead. What do we do? What do we do? My hands are shaking. I put the sword away before anyone sees it, and I call for Caney. Are the cavalry ready? 200 heavy horse below the gate, master. Ready to charge at any time. I look down at what's left underneath my wall. Pass my orders. Those who resist are killed without mercy. Those who surrender may become prisoners. Then I take a breath and put everything into it. Open the city gates, counterattack. It goes down the mountain and comes back off the rock. The iron gate, tens of centimeters of oak and plate, starts to open, and a few of them actually run toward the gap because they think a gate opening is an opportunity. And what comes out of it is 200 men in full plate on baton war horses with 5-meter winged spears leveled, and the spearheads catch the torchlight all the way down the line. Cavalry! It's heavy cavalry! It's over! Caney puts his spear up and drops it. Charge! 200 voices from behind 200 visors. Yes! And 1,000 men who came here with hoes find out what a horse weighs. It takes a few minutes. There is nothing in it worth describing. Weaving through, and the 5-meter spear doing what a 5-meter spear does, and then men putting down farm tools and lying on the ground with their hands out. Some cavalry breaks off to the north, 30-40 riders going hard. Caney takes 100 after them without being told. I don't call him back. Tiberius is dead, and the leader of the storm mercenaries is not among the bodies, and a man like that comes back in 2 years with a plan. I open the resource panel while they're still cleaning up. Population, 6,600, 6,580, 20. I stand on my own wall with the sky going gray and read a number that has gone down by 20, and I have to work at it for a while. They were farmers 11 months ago. Every one of them volunteered in a square. War means sacrifice and death. I know the sentence. I've said the sentence. It turns out that saying it and reading it off a panel are different activities. Dawn comes up over the eastern ridge, and I finally get to see the bottom of my own wall. Timber and stone driven into the ground with things underneath, pools of blood that have run together and stopped moving, bodies on their knees, held up by the arrows in them, horses down, still breathing, making noise. We aren't equipped to treat wounded horses. Most of those will be smoked as reserve meat, which is a sentence I'd have been sick over a year ago. Caney comes back up the road with prisoners. Master, the fleeing cavalry surrendered without resistance once we surrounded them. All captured. Our cavalry took no losses. Their storm mercenary group. They bring the leader to me with his wrists tied, and he takes one look at my face and starts talking. Zhen Shadowfen, leader of the storm mercenary group, greets your highness. Your highness is truly extraordinary, so impressive. Tell me why you attacked my territory. He doesn't even hesitate. Mercenary, he explains. Employers pay, mercenaries perform. Like the Iron Blood Brotherhood, for instance. They're worthless. Take them out and behead them. Caney gets a hand on his shoulder and starts walking him toward the gate. My lord, I'll tell you. Caney stops. A mysterious woman gave me instructions to join the Iron Blood Brotherhood temporarily, to help him grow it by raiding the towns and villages nearby, and then to take your wall together, seize your territory, and take control of your 3 mines. Continue. She promised that if I took your wall, the 3 mines would be mine, and I would rightfully become the new lord of this territory. Who is she? I'm sorry, my lord, I don't know. Tiberius didn't know either. But she has a strange ability. She can conjure a black body out of the darkness, and she can use that dark body to enter a living person and briefly possess and control them. A witch? I think so, my lord. I've never seen a real witch. It's a guess. Besides the Brotherhood and your company, are there other forces? As far as I know, just us. You're sure? He does the arithmetic on his own life for a couple of seconds, and comes back with, my lord, I'm sure. Caney, take them out beyond the wall and behead them all. And his face goes through 3 separate weathers. My lord, I told you what you wanted to know. Why do you still want to kill us? I don't answer. I am a descendant of the Gibson family of Carcassonne. You cannot kill me. Damn it, you have absolutely no credibility. I let him say all of it, because here's my arithmetic. A mercenary company is a bandit gang with better paperwork, and men who have spent their adult lives living off other people's fields are worse material than the starving conscripts who at least remember being farmers. I've got 20 of my own to bury. There's a long, ugly sound outside the wall, and then there isn't. Corin brings me the tally in the middle of the morning. Around 1,300 enemy dead, buried in the wasteland 2 miles out. 220 prisoners. About 200 caddies of iron tools and weapons collected. 180 wounded horses. 150 light, 30 bad. 120 dead. Keep the usable iron. Send the rest to Kalen for remelting. The prisoners go to the coal seam. Lightly wounded horses to Rorik's ranch, and send old Alaric with them to work on the animals. The bad ones and the dead go to the kitchens, process and smoke them for reserve meat. Then I stand on my wall and do the after action, because a victory you don't take apart is a defeat you haven't had yet. The ground in front is too open. Cavalry rode straight to the foot of the stone. I need horse traps and lines of barricades. There's no second line. If that gate goes, they're inside. I need a barbican behind it. We had arrows and rocks and nothing else. I need wolf-tooth sweepers, gate-blocking carts, heavy portcullises, poles to push ladders off, and if I ever get the chemistry, fire. And my men have never defended a city before. Caney and Corin both did well, and both were making it up. Bandits got onto the parapet, and men died who didn't have to. Trained properly, with that wall, this should have cost me nothing. Last, expand the army. Again. Quest. Eliminate the Iron Blood Brotherhood. Completed. Reward. 5,000 energy stones. I put 2,000 into Constitution. D+ to C- to C, and 2,000 into defense, and I feel my body change shape underneath me. And there's something left over, a warm current moving slowly that doesn't come from the stones. Because at the moment I put the point through Tiberius's gorget, something came up out of me and went along the blade, and I felt it, and I don't have a word for it. I look at my own right hand. An extraordinary being? Sleet starts on the ride home, pea-sized ice off my helmet, exactly as the panel said it would. And in the middle of the afternoon, my soldiers find Torvin Riker alive in the wasteland. They bring him into the hall soaked through, hair in his face, mud to the eyebrows, shaking so hard he can't hold the cup. Lord Kale. I never thought I would still be alive. People can be trained again. Goods can be bought again. Lose your life and you really lose everything. And both of us think about Ethan Grayson and 30 men at the same moment, and neither of us says it. Then he gives me the piece I'm missing. My lord, your territory has been targeted by an unknown force. I don't know which, but I know there is a witch inside it, because I saw, with my own eyes, the silhouette of a woman entirely in black walk out of the darkness, and under my own gaze it entered my body. Entered your body? Jen Shadowfen never said that part. Yes, my lord, it forced its way in, and my spirit withered, as if I hadn't slept for days, and I went down into a deep sleep. I have no idea what happened after that. The last thing I remember is being tied to a tree. I give him a wool robe and 2 horses, and in the entire conversation, Torvin Riker does not once mention that I did not come for him. I take it to old Alaric because a man who was a priest for 30 years has read things nobody else here has. He listens and his eyebrows come down. A shadowed woman out of the darkness, entering another person's body. Taking the body, and the person loses consciousness. My lord, I have never seen such a thing, but it resembles something in some old records. Soul invasion. Explain it. A witch of sufficient mental power separates her soul from her body, crosses distance, and forces her way into another. If it succeeds, she controls that person's actions, speech, and thoughts. Some can extract memories, but the greater the power, the greater the constraint. Distance, or a medium, the target's hair, close-worn clothing, a rune array drawn in magical ore, and repeated casting leaves the caster extremely weak. Sometimes it backfires. How do you stop it? I'm sorry, my lord. I don't know. If there were ancient texts here, I could look. Which is the answer I expected and hate anyway. If a person can walk into another person from a distance, then the thing standing next to me is not necessarily the thing standing next to me, and there is no wall that fixes that. Kalen is waiting in the forge yard and goes down on one knee before I've stopped walking. Please punish me, sir. For what? I promised 900 sets of full plate by the end of December. I have made 500 sets of full plate and 400 helmets and breastplates. I disobeyed your order and failed your trust. He could point at the fact that I gave a whole workshop to Grom. He doesn't. If it wasn't done, it wasn't done. So you do know that you've betrayed my trust. Master, do as you please. Kalen has no complaints. And then a voice from the shop floor. Lord, please spare Lord Kalen. I'm willing to take your punishment for him. A boy of 15 or 16 with a smith's shoulders already. Then another. My lord, it's our own limited strength that burdened him. And another. My lord, Lord Kalen only sleeps 3 or 4 hours a day. And in about 2 minutes, every apprentice in that hall is on his knees on the brick. Kalen, still kneeling, starts to shake. So all of you are willing for Kalen to be punished? Yes, sir. Very good. From now on, the daily wages for all 3 of your forge halls are cancelled. I will restore them when you produce a result that satisfies me. And 200 men look up with delight all over their faces, because I've just fined them instead of him. Blacksmith loyalty goes from 90 to 95 while I'm standing there. Get up. He does, and he's got a grin he's trying to sit on. Laugh if you want to. Your face is as wide as a daisy. Hey, I knew Lord Kale was the best. When you finished laughing, go and finish the 400 sets. The last night of the year, 10 whole pigs go on spits outside the canteen, and every soul on this territory comes in off the roads. Gentlemen, I am Kyle, the lord of this territory. I don't have much to say. Many of you were refugees before you came here, or free men, or slaves. After you became townspeople of this land, you are all the same. The same food, the same houses, the same treatment. The only difference between you is your job. And then I go through it, looking at the actual people as I do. Some of you dig ore, and salt, and coal. The ones at the back with black dust in their clothes. Some of you are in the forest felling and hauling, the ones with wood shavings still in their hair. And some of you have jobs that are worse than that. Some of you collect and carry away other people's filth. Different jobs, one identity. You are all townspeople of this town. Nobody makes a sound. To every other lord in this world, they are 2-legged livestock. Livestock they'd rank below the horses. 3 slaves are worth less than a team of draft animals. Perhaps some of you know what happened last night. That's right, at least 1,500 bandits attacked the city wall, and the room makes one noise. And because the wall was built ahead of time, and the army was raised and trained ahead of time, and the armor and weapons were forged ahead of time, we stopped them outside it. But that does not mean this territory is safe. 20 soldiers were lost defending you. This land will never forget them. Their families will be cared for, and their names will be carved into a stone monument that I am going to raise. They are the true guardians of this territory. Then the workshop foremen come up to the castle and eat at a 30-meter table, and the maids pour something into clear glass that is the color of scattered gold. Kaelin, Gareth, Seraphina, Finn, Alani, Corin, none of them have seen liquor that color in their lives. They drink, and their eyes come open because it burns across the teeth and then goes down as a line of heat into the stomach, and the cold that has been in all of them since November goes out. Draven, has it been named? No, sir, you are the master. It was brewed on your instruction. It awaits your decision. Then let's call it Draven Gold Wine. The table stops, because that name is going to go out of this valley on Grayson's wagons and Torvin's wagons, into Carcassonne, and then further, and a one-armed man thrown out of a manor gate is going to be attached to it. Draven stands up and bows all the way down. Thank you, my dear Lord Kale. He remembers and says so, that when he arrived here, there was not one brewery on this land. Then we do business. Kaelin needs 2 more halls, 2 more blast furnaces, and 400 apprentices to move from 30 sets a day to 40. Gareth has the paper mill running and is introducing a rank of captains between the workers and himself, and Corin gives me the honest review of my own war. The defensive methods are too simple. The soldiers have no experience of holding a wall, and their conditioning is too poor to sustain a long action. Then the fixes: a barbican, defensive engines, spies in the nearest towns, and, this is the one I hadn't thought of, sentries, patrol routes, watchtowers, beacon towers, and outpost forts on the approaches. A beacon tower means you see them tens of miles out. An outpost means they have to stop and take it first, which buys you the time to form up. When we build them, you'll survey and choose the sites. He goes bright red and says, "Yes, master," about 4 times. And Finn and Alani find out their glassware is going out into the world and being fought over by nobles. And Finn sits there holding a cup he made and cannot work out how he feels about it. Last item. The castle is finished. From tomorrow you can bring your families and move into the castle district. 6 people stand up at once and bow, and Kaelin says, "Thank you, your excellency," in a voice that isn't steady. They are foremen and instructors, and a year ago every one of them was hungry. Then it's rails. A clearing 4 meters wide, straight across the winter fields, 20 miles to the coal seam. Sleepers 2 meters by 20 by 20, 150 kilos each undried, carried by 2 men, stacked 100 at a time every 50 meters, 500 meters on the first day, then 1,000 a day once the crews learn, 1,400 people on it by the time Grayson's next shipment lands, and in the middle of it, a woman in a snow-white mink cloak rides up my road with 12 wagons. Zara, 50,000 caddies of barley, 10,000 of wheat at market, and 3,400 caddies of salt in exchange, which is about 70 caddies more than the arithmetic supports. She notices, she always notices. Then she asks to spend the night on my territory, which she has never done anywhere. Alani takes one look at her and thinks audibly, at me, "It's that cow again." By the fire, Zara gets 3 glasses of Draven Gold wine into herself and stops pretending to negotiate. I love strong liquor and spirited horses. I once drank an entire tavern in the Elfeni Empire under the table. Her guard captain leans in to suggest she's had enough. Nonsense. I've only had 3. I've finally found a suitable listener. Can't I even pour out my grievances? And then she pours out her grievances, and every single one of them is intelligence. Luna Garland's coming-of-age ball in Triumph City, which was not a ball, it was a husband selection, and underneath that it was a side selection. 2 of the 3 dukes of the Calradian Empire have gone to Sterling Everhart, and the Red Dragon Duke, the strongest of the 3, has gone to Hector Everhart, plus the big merchants on both sides, plus other forces. Michelle and Hector's War of the Crown is only a matter of time. And then casually on her way to the next complaint. Oh, and I heard bandits are rampant down here. More than a dozen villages in a small town. The Marquis Valerius has dispatched troops to the borderlands to suppress them. They've already set off, barring anything unusual, 7 or 8 days at most. My stomach goes somewhere else, and I keep my face where it is. She stands up shortly after, thanks me for the hospitality, and is helped out by her guard. And the moment the door of her room at the Merchant's Hall closes behind her, the drunkenness comes off her face like a coat. Leah. Leave this territory tomorrow and go back to the Brown family. Then she stands at the window and looks out at the dark over my fields and thinks that it's like an abyss that wants to swallow the place. She has just ridden across half a continent in December, out of her way, to deliver me 8 days of warning inside a drinking performance. She can't explain to herself why. She writes it off as not wanting to watch a paradise get plowed under, or not wanting to watch me get plowed under. Either way, she says to herself, that's all she can do. In the morning, she's back to normal. Lord Kale. The beds at the Merchant's Hall are very comfortable. If you'd like, please reserve my room. Marching south from Bordeaux, a column of 3,500 men is doing 8 or 10 miles a day in the frost, under blood-red banners with a black greatsword and shield on them. At the head of it, a young man in good armor looks back at his own ranks and is pleased with them. Lawrence Ducas, second son of the old Marquis, 22. His knight and strategist rides beside him, Goffrey Harvey, middle-aged, who has been teaching him since Dorian was 7. Master, the Marquis Valerius values you highly. He wouldn't send so many men otherwise. Of course he values me. I'm his half-brother. I pledged to Corbin before he inherited, and I'll never betray him. And most importantly, my father had high hopes for him, but he had hopes for me too, which means that if it ever came to it, I have a chance at the title as well. Goffrey looks straight ahead and says nothing, because Goffrey knows precisely which sentences a knight is allowed to hear. How far to Morgantown? The cold is slowing us. 4 more days at least. It's getting dark. Find somewhere to stop. If it wasn't for that damn Corbin, I'd be in the cabin brothel right now, lying on Evelyn's chest. Those bandits deserve to die even more. Don't they know this is Ducas family territory? Come to think of it, the vassals down here should die as well, sitting on Ducas land, working all those serfs, and they can't even handle one small band of bandits. Then, to Goffrey, without turning his head, aren't you going yet? Do you want me to freeze to death here? And Goffrey goes and organizes a camp for 3,500 men. Here is what Goffrey knows, and Dorian does not know that he knows. He took the boy at 7 when he was too frightened to kill a chicken by hand. He put him through courage training, horses first, then the equipment, then a dagger and a small shield. 6 months and the child could handle a short sword and a buckler and get onto a horse by himself. A few months after that, long sword and spear, and using both in a real fight. On a bandit suppression, under Goffrey's protection, Dorian killed 3 men. Goffrey thought he had a genius. Then Dorian was knighted and understood that he was a second son and would never have the marquisate. And Goffrey found out that everything he had built was standing on a foundation of nothing but resentment. There is also a story about Bordeaux. Dorian was caught in the act at a brothel by another customer, and Dorian had that customer's entire family, 81 people, killed. Which is why the men behind him call him the killer, and why not one of them will walk past him slowly. Back at my forge, 20 hand-cranked minecarts come off the bench. Simple single-person hand-cranked minecart, oak and iron, 1,500 caddies. I draw the whole thing first, full blueprint, on my own paper, with every dimension and the number of nails in every joint marked in symbols they can read, because Gareth and Kaelin can't. If they still can't build it from that, I tell Bryn, we'll send them to Rorik's ranch and raise them as pigs. And the point of the blueprint isn't the cart. The point is that the blueprint goes to Theron's school afterwards, and after that, any carpenter who can read can build one without me being alive. The armor changes too, and it's Fiona Graham who changes it. 4 of my Portland women were weavers of armor plates, hemp cord, and leather, plate by plate, for their old master, which means I can stop casting whole suits. Cast the breastplate and the helmet where you want one unbroken piece. Weave everything else, abdomen, shoulders, arms, skirts, out of small plates. 50 kilos becomes about 40 for heavy and about 30 pounds for light. Same protection at the vitals, twice the mobility, and a man can actually run in it, and you can armor a horse, which you cannot do with cast plate at all. I forged the demonstration plate myself, egg of iron to a strip 10 by 3 centimeters and 1 millimeter thick, about 50 grams. Punch 4 holes, file the edges so the cord doesn't chafe through, quench, whetstone, a wipe of linseed oil, 3 hours for 1 plate by hand. Then the odd shapes, crescents for the waist and hips so the edges don't cut a man when he bends, and templates for all of them. The apprentices watch me start clumsy and finish clean, and Kalen says, to nobody, with enormous satisfaction, there it is. 200 women go on to plate weaving. Kalen's halls go on to nothing but forging plates, composite armor, 8 sets a day, then 10, and then the number I actually need. Kaney's spy Alvin comes in from Morgantown half frozen, having put his horse down 3 times on the ice, and stands in front of my fire drying while he talks. My lord, the Marquis Valerius's army has arrived at Morgantown. Tents outside the walls, at least 3,000. But the man leading them isn't the Marquis, it's Lord Dorian Valerius, the Marquis' brother. Dorian. I have a very old memory of that name, from a life that isn't mine. Second son of the previous Marquis. Bloodthirsty and fond of brothels. He has heard of me exactly never, because Valerius did not want people knowing about a bastard whose mother worked a spinning wheel, which is today the single most useful fact I own. Anything else? Rumors, my lord. When Lord Dorian went into the restaurant, several manor lords chased out ahead of him, and he had Lord Alistair bring 4 or 5 well-built women, and they were, 30, 40 years old. My face does not move because I already know that about him. Thank you for your work. Sir, you flatter me. It's simply our job. Alani, take Alvin to the kitchen and give him a gold pound. Then go home and spend some time with your family. You decide when you leave. He goes out of that hall at 95% loyalty. And I sit down and take his 3 sentences apart. 3,500 men marching into a marquisate they're resupplying inside means light logistics. Say a fifth of them are drivers, grooms, and cooks. Call it 2,800 fighting. The Iron Blood Brotherhood is dead. I killed it. Which means Dorian has arrived to suppress bandits who no longer exist. And a commander who marches an army out and comes home having fought nobody has committed the oldest sin there is. So Dorian needs something to have happened. And 40 miles from Morgantown, there is an unmapped territory with 3 mines, 6,000 people, and a boy running it. If that reaches him, my wall does not hold 2,800 trained soldiers of a real house. Which is why the Barbican, the trenches, the wolf-tooth sweepers, and the gate carts all get moved to the top of the list on the same afternoon. And at Morgantown, in a sealed upstairs room with 4 candles, Dorian puts the manor lords through it. I think you all know why I've come. Tell me. Where is the Iron Blood Brotherhood that has left you so helpless? Nothing. What? Not one person will speak? Or is one of you an inside agent for them? As the second son of the Dukas family and the commander of this operation, I warn you, even if your villages are burned, even if your serfs run and your arable land shrinks, none of that has anything to do with the Dukas family. You will pay every single penny of tax that is due. Old Alistair Sutton tries a careful sentence about not having heard anything for some time. Old Alistair, are you telling me I brought 3,500 soldiers through wind and frost to your remote borderland for sightseeing, and then they throw Garrick Blackwood to him, all of them, immediately and in chorus? He hired mercenaries twice. He came to my territory saying he was helpless. He's the one who suffered most. Garrick stands there and understands that he is being fed to a wolf by people who dined at his table, and he does the only clever thing he has ever done in his life. He says nothing about the salt, not one word, not when Dorian stares at him, not when Alistair needles him. Because with a salt mine, you have everything, and a manor lord with nothing left will still bet on the one card he hasn't played. And when the room is empty, Dorian rubs his temples and tells Goffrey the actual mission. You have a week to find them. After a week, we leave Morgantown. Back to Bordeaux? No. Target, the Red Dragon Duke. And Goffrey's eyes narrow, because that reorders everything. Corbin Valerius could have cleared a roaming bandit gang with 3 letters to 4 manor lords. Instead, he sent his brother south with 3,500 men. The bandit suppression is a cover. The war has already started, and nobody has announced it. Goffrey rides out to Garrick's manor at night with a handful of men and takes the fat man apart across his own table without raising his voice once. You hired 2 mercenary companies. The first, the Iron Thorns, drove the Iron Blood Brotherhood out of your own residence. Which raises a question. Why was the Iron Blood Brotherhood in your residence at all? If I'm not mistaken, they were invited there by you. So what could possibly require a vassal of the Marquis Valerius to cooperate with a gang of bandits? On that point, I need Lord Garrick Manor to enlighten me. Garrick holds. Barely. I don't know what you're talking about. They occupied my territory and my house. I'm the victim. And since the Marcus Valerius ignored me, I had no choice but to hire soldiers. The Marcus Valerius ignored you. My squire took a letter to the city. He never even saw the marquis. They flogged him and drove him out. And Goffrey goes quiet, because he grew up in that house. He knows the Ducas family is rotten. He did not know it was rotten in a way you could see from the outside. They take tax from their vassals and cannot give the vassals anything back. Do that for long enough and the vassals stop being vassals. Garrick Manor Lord, I act on Dorian Valerius's orders. He gave me 7 days. After 7 days, he will use other methods. Therefore, your time is not coming. And rides out. Torvin Riker's caravan comes down my road 2 days later, and he brings me 40,000 of barley, 10,000 of wheat, and 4,000 of vegetables, and I give him 3,400 caddies of salt, which is again slightly more than the arithmetic supports. And then he asks me a question, and I ask him one back. Did Mr. Torvin hear anything in Carcassonne or Morgantown? Carcassonne. Almost no merchant ships left at the Fisherman's Wharf. Morgantown. Dorian, with an army, claiming to be here to suppress bandits. Which is amusing, my lord, since you already destroyed them. If we'd waited for the suppression army, who knows how many would have died. And then he catches my eye and stops. His face changes and he draws himself up. Lord Kale, rest assured, even facing death I have not mentioned you, let alone given your information to anyone. Then that's fine. I let him load. And then, on the road out, half a mile from my gate, Torvin Riker stops his own caravan. Sam. The boy has been staring at his hands since we left. Did you tell anyone about the bandit attack? Nothing. Speak. Mr. Torvin, I didn't tell anyone else. I only told 2. Torvin's chest starts going. He reaches over and takes the boy's left wrist and turns his horse around and starts back toward my town, on foot, dragging him. Mr. Torvin, what are you doing? Mr. Torvin, please let me go. I really only told my second aunt. She'd never tell anyone. Please believe me. I trusted you. I trusted you not to say these things, the same way I trusted your Uncle Ethan. And you have betrayed my trust. Mr. Torvin, that's my uncle. She knelt down in front of me and asked me where he was. How could I say nothing? He brought me out of the village. He raised me, Mr. Torvin. And then quieter, because the boy can't stop himself. He brought me here, and you're going back alone. Torvin's hand jerks once, then he keeps walking. Sam gets his right hand onto the hilt of his sword and holds it there for about 40 meters. And then takes it off, because when the bandits came up the road, it was Torvin Riker who told him to go into the forest and live. They come back through my gate and Torvin puts him on his knees in front of me and goes down beside him. Lord Kale, I'm sorry. Torvin has failed your trust. Sam spread the word about your destroying the bandits. And here's the only decision I make in this entire scene. Mr. Torvin, Sam is your guard. You can do whatever you want with him. And I watch the boy's face come up, because for about 1.5 seconds he thinks he's been given back to somebody who loves him. Torvin draws the dagger off his own belt and puts it into the boy's chest. Sam takes hold of the arm holding it. Master Torvin, I'm in pain. And Torvin Riker, holding his own guard up off the ground with one hand and killing him with the other, says, Child, if you do something wrong, you have to accept the punishment. It's all right. It's all right. The pain will go away when you fall asleep. Then he stands up and looks at me and says he'll accept whatever punishment I give him. You can get up. You've already paid the price. He lifts the body in both arms and carries it out to the wagons, and his knees are visibly wrong the whole way, and nobody in my square says anything at all. 3 kilometers out on a low hill, 4 or 5 riders are watching my wall. Goffrey has been out here for days. He can see stone that isn't shorter than the outer wall of Bordeaux. He can see men digging fortifications in the open ground in front of it, and a party of 12 out on the flat, surveying, choosing a site for a watchtower. He unrolls a map of Calradia that is 3 years old. There is no family here, no wall, nothing. The scholars who drew it never came this far south, so either the territory is new, or the map is wrong. And that night in Morgantown, he teaches his squire how to think, over a charcoal brazier, and it's the best 20 minutes of reasoning anyone does in this entire story. Chess, he says, is an activity that requires strategy and wisdom. It trains logic, analysis, decision. You've never been able to grasp it. You asked how I know. I deduce 9 parts out of 10. The last 1 or 2 are only lacking verification. So, when we watched from the hill, the caravan went in fully loaded, and when it came out, it carried 2 or 3 wagons under tarpaulin. What does that mean? Dunk thinks and shakes his head. It means the value of 2 or 3 wagons buys an entire caravan of goods. What they carry out is extremely valuable. Now, what is extremely valuable? Gold, silver, coal, magical ore. And the wall was built recently, which means the territory is young, which means it is short of tools and short of labor. So of those things, which one can be mined with almost no tools and almost no men? And Dunk gets there. Salt mine. That's right. It's one thing to have a salt mine. What surprises me is that they also have a method of refining rock salt into fine salt, which is exactly the moment Dunk comes back from checking Torvin's caravan at a cave 20 miles out, having run his sword into a sack and licked the crystals off the blade. Fine salt? Yes, sir. Purchased in Carcassonne, sold in the villages. Dunk wipes the sword on his skirt and sheathes it and says, to a man whose guards have their hands on their hilts, be careful, salt that fine is expensive and nobody knows where the bandits went. If you meet a gang, this many guards won't fill their teeth. Torvin thanks him and slips him a gold piece, and the boy takes it and rides off with his 4 soldiers. And Torvin Riker breaks camp an hour after making it and drives all night for Carcassonne, because his cargo was searched by a soldier wearing a crossed sword and shield. Goffrey comes to my gate the next evening with 1 squire. Liam brings them up, and I have Alani lay 2 more places at the table. Let's eat first and then talk. He sits down and starts to reach for the chair, and then goes rigid, because I have just called him Sir Goffrey, and nobody in my territory has been told his name. He gets through dinner working on that, and he eats what I eat because the maids serve us both off the same dish, and because, as he privately concludes, if I wanted him dead, there was no reason to wait until now. Sir Goffrey, tell me your purpose in coming to this territory. My lord, since you know my identity, I won't beat around the bush. Goffrey Grimm, knight, attending Commander Dorian Valerius. I came on his orders to find the Iron Blood Brotherhood and suppress it. And while patrolling, I saw your city wall. Then there's no need to search any further. The Iron Blood Brotherhood and the Storm Mercenary Group together brought more than 1,500 men. 1,300 of them are buried in the wasteland outside that wall. He absorbs that without moving. Then I won't keep you. Liam, see Sir Goffrey out, and he asks one more thing, and he knows it's rude, and he asks it anyway. May I ask what the Lord's name is? Cale Stone. He says it back to himself twice. Forgive me, but I would still like to know how you became the lord of this territory. Of course. Alani brings me the document, and I hold it up between 2 fingers, and it has animal fat dripping off the corner of it because I've just eaten, and on it is a crossed greatsword and shield. Should I read the information inside to Goffrey? He is on his feet and bowed before I finish the sentence. My lord, there's no need. Please forgive me. As a knight of the Ducas family, I am merely upholding the authority of the Marquis Valerius. Forgive me if I've offended you. Of course. Riding back through the dark, Dunk asks him what he made of it. Did you sense anything unusual about that lord? His composure, sir? His calm? No, his face. Dunk didn't look carefully. I saw the outline of another face in his. I saw the young Marquis Valerius. In his youth, Valerius was a hero half of Bordeaux worshipped. Brave, skilled, resourceful. Every young woman in that city had an opinion about him. And in that boy's face, I see him. And Dunk finally gets there. You mean, with a resemblance like that, and a genuine investiture document, and the Ducas crest that no one forges, I can't think of any other possibility. Then the rest of the chain assembles itself in the saddle. Corbin Valerius has held the title for a few months, so Corbin didn't grant that fief. It was granted before the old Marquis stepped back. A young man nobody has heard of, personally granted land by Valerius Valerius, and carrying the name Black instead of Ducas, because the family never acknowledged him, which means bastard. Which means sent to the border to disappear, and by Ducas custom, a family member receives land at 15. In under a year, a 15-year-old cleared a wasteland at the end of the world, raised a town and a wall higher than Bordeaux's, and destroyed a 1,500-man bandit army. Goffrey rides for a while without saying anything. If you set that boy next to the other descendants of Valerius Valerius, what exactly are they? Then he reports to his commander. Dorian is behind a curtain with 5 or 6 people and does not get up. So, 7 days. Has Knight Goffrey found any clues? Master, I led several squads out for days. I even went to the most suspicious place, Morrison Manor. We found nothing. They vanished as if they had disappeared into thin air. Behind him, Dunk's head comes up, because Goffrey has just lied to Dorian Valerius. In that case, let them go, says Dorian, bored. They're a rabble. They can't make a fuss. Yes, master. On the stairs, Goffrey speaks without turning round. What? Do you think I'm not worthy to be the teacher you serve? He sits down by the brazier and tells Dunk to sit too. Do you think I betrayed the Ducas family? Betrayed Dorian Valerius? And Dunk, to his enormous credit, says it out loud. Isn't that right? You knew perfectly well the bandits were destroyed by Lord Cale. Why did you conceal it? That behavior violates the code of chivalry. And Goffrey smiles. Very good. You still remember the code of chivalry. Please sit down. Then he takes the boy through it. Dunk. You grew up in Bordeaux, the eldest son of a merchant. You grew up loved. Your parents gave you everything within their means because you're the heir. Now, what if a war suddenly strikes and destroys your family and kills your relatives and leaves you alone? And the root of that war is the lord to whom the code of chivalry requires your loyalty. What do you choose then? Of course I would continue. And he stops in the middle of his own sentence. Sir, I don't know. Dunk, you are going to be a knight. I want you to become a knight with the ability to tell right from wrong, who has his own judgment about right and wrong, not one who simply follows rules and regulations. That is a puppet with somebody's hand inside it. If you still consider me your teacher, from now on, you follow my steps. Yes, sir. 4 days later, Alvin rides in with the best news of my life so far. Lord Dorian and his army have left Morgantown. Not back toward Bordeaux, toward Wind Hill. And I know exactly why nothing happened to me, and it isn't mercy, because Dorian Valerius has never done anything merciful in his life. Goffrey did not report me, which means Goffrey worked out who I am and decided, which means my secret is now in the hands of a man I met once for 2 hours, and there is nothing whatsoever I can do about it except what I have been doing since March. Build faster. 7 days out, the weather panel puts up a number I don't like, -5 with heavy snow. Wheat seedlings survive -5. Wheat seedlings do not survive snow melting and refreezing on top of them. 55,000 mu of winter barley, the entire food independence of this territory, is about to be killed by a week of weather. So I take 4,000 people off every job on this land except the wall garrison, the forge, and the textile hall, and I stand in front of them and make it as ugly as I can. In 7 days, this territory enters its coldest period, heavy snow, at least a day of it. When it comes, everything on the ground is covered. We can sit in our houses next to the fire, but the wheat seedlings in those fields will freeze to death. 1 or 2 months of your work, gone. Next summer, 55,000 mu planted with 1,000,000 caddies of barley will yield nothing at all. And 4,000 faces change because most of them were farmers, and every one of them knows exactly what the word nothing means. Bodies in ditches, hunger, children. From tomorrow morning, everyone joins the covering work. Every mu of that farmland gets covered with weeds and dry grass. Do you understand? Understood, understood, understood. 8 groups of 500. 2 groups on hauling and water, 6 on the ground. 5 centimeters of dry grass over every ridge in 55,000 mu. 7,000 mu on the first day. 6 days and it's done, and I have been out there with a fork in my hands for every one of them, and then it snows. I stand at the glass window in the reception hall at dawn, and I lose about a minute because I've never seen this. I was a southerner in the life before this one. I saw snow maybe twice on television. The town, the workshops, the kilns, the fields, the road, all of it, gone white in a night, and more coming down like feathers. Then I go outside and the streets are already clear. The townspeople got up before it was light and cleared the snow themselves. Nobody ordered it. They did it because it's their town, and it took them 11 months to start thinking that. So I crouch down beside the road and pack a snowball the size of a steamed bun and throw it at Bryn. He takes it in the chest and freezes solid, arms out, eyes wide, a man in half plate who has no procedure for this. So this is what snow feels like. 4,000 people spend the next 2 days sweeping snow out of the furrows with brooms, because grass that holds snow holds water, and water that freezes twice is a knife. Survival in the end, over 95%. Which means 8 million caddies of barley in summer, which means a year of food for 7,000 people. Out of ground I broke myself. Some children are throwing snowballs outside the school, and one of them is Lorian's son, who is round in the face now, which is a sentence I could not have written about him a year ago. They see me and snap upright and chorus, Lord. And then, when I'm a little way past and they think I can't hear, one day I'm going to be a man like Lord. Have you forgotten what Scholar Theron said? There'll only ever be one Lord Kale on this continent. What's that phrase again? Unprecedented and unparalleled. That's it. Then I want to be like Bryn, the one who follows Lord Kale everywhere. That goal might be achievable. Bryn, walking behind me in armor, does not react at all, and his ears go red. 200 miles north, in a bedroom with too few lamps, a physician lifts a blanket off the Marquis Valerius. The wound in Valerius's back has gone to the bone and stayed there, and the smell in that room is a diagnosis by itself. Worse, my lord? Worse. And to fill the silence while it's dressed, the old man talks about the only thing he has left. Merrick, I napped just now, and I dreamed of the first battle I fought beside Garolan. An empire's army against 50,000 Elfeni. That battle, the sky went dark and the rivers ran with blood. The bodies were stacked so high you couldn't find a place to put your feet. Garolan and I stood in the middle of it and gave each other our backs and killed wave after wave of them until the two-handed swords in our hands had no edge left. The physician has heard it before. He recites it back gently because the old man likes to hear the shape of it from another mouth. 70,000 men on the southern Fox Plain, a month of fighting, 50,000 dead between them, and afterwards nobody called it Fox Plain anymore. They call it Blood Plain. Back then the Dukas family was a raging lion. Wherever we went, nobody dared strike back. But now, and then he says the thing he has not said to anyone. Merrick, I feel the Dukas family's road is coming to an end. Once a struggle for the throne begins, it means endless corpses. It needs countless followers to fight and kill and bleed, one after another. Corbin choosing Michelle's side is a good choice, but he is far too hasty. To display strength before you have it, to buy other men's respect, that comes at a price. It is very likely the Dukas family becomes the first casualty of the war for the crown. My lord, since you passed him the title, surely his ability was recognized by you. And Valerius laughs. It takes everything he has and his whole body jerks with it. Recognized? Then quietly. Do I even have a choice? Merrick packs his box and goes to the door and gets it closed behind him. And a voice comes out of the shadow to the right of it. Merrick. Mark Dukas steps into the lamplight. Dr. Merrick, would you like to talk? Down in the garden, in the snow, he makes it simple. You've been with the Dukas family 25 years. 25, Your Excellency. Then I won't beat around the bush. Since I inherited the title, I am the master of this marquisate. From now on, I need you to repeat to me every single thing you discuss with my father while you're dressing his wound. Merrick says nothing because the man who saved his life is upstairs, and the man asking is the one who signs everything. What's wrong? Is Dr. Merrick having some difficulty? And then, in exactly the same tone, Dr. Merrick's son, he's nearly 7 now, isn't he? Several knights are looking for squires. If it's suitable, I could make an introduction. And that's the whole negotiation. Because Merrick is a servant and will die a servant, and the only road out for his son is a squire's place, and a squire's place is given by men like this. That's no problem, Your Excellency. And behind the double doors, an old man who commanded 50,000 cavalry is lying in the dark saying, to nobody, are there any options? I have no choice. The first wolf-tooth sweeper comes out of the carpentry hall in January, a slab of hardwood 1.5 meters by 1, studded with iron spikes, with blades set into the edges. 1,500 caddies. I get my hand under it and lift about 2 centimeters. It hangs off a winch on the wall. When men come up ladders, you drop it. It goes through helmets. It breaks the ladders. And mostly it does the third thing, which is why it exists. A wall that occasionally drops a spiked slab into a crowd is a wall people stop wanting to climb. 50 of them. I spend my nights that month in the study with a quill and madder root ink, drawing a winch and a gate-blocking cart, and eventually a catapult with every component labeled in symbols my carpenters can read. And on one of those nights I sit back and think, printing, metal type, an adhesive of resin, wax, and paper ash. Set the type, let it cool, and then a page can be made 1,000 times. And then I put it down, because there is no point printing for a territory where fewer than 10 people out of 7,000 can read a sentence. First you make readers, then you make books. Alani catches me on the way out of the study. Sir, there's something I forgot to tell you. Last night the town had its first newborn. I actually stopped walking. Phelan Ellis's. He's a farmer. His wife Brenna is a weaver. It was their first. They had no experience, so old Alaric delivered it. Both of them are well. 11 months. 7,000 people. 1 baby. I had genuinely started to wonder whether this land was cursed. It isn't cursed. People only breed when they think they're safe, and it has taken these people 11 months to believe it. Brenna doesn't work for 3 months. After that, light craft work. And from now on, every household with a pregnant woman gets an egg a day. Not just Brenna, every woman who gives birth here, going forward on the same terms. Alani writes it down with her eyes very wide. Sir, Phelan asks whether you would bestow a name on his son. He says you're their family's savior. He says that in another lord's territory, his wife wouldn't have delivered safely. A name. I think about it for about 4 seconds. Prosperity and strength. Han Ellis? Sir, does it have a meaning? A prosperous and strong nation. Your forging level has been raised to 3. Unlocking. Night 7. Skills. Reward. Talent copybook. Times 1. The panel now shows me 7 more disciplines on every person on my territory. Riding, swimming, archery, swordsmanship, hunting, chess, and recitation. Combat, survival, social, and cultural, all at once. And the reward is a book that copies somebody else's talent. I don't hesitate for a second. Consume a talent copybook to learn early Mendes's burning life force? Yes, learning success. And something settles into the bottom of me like a volcano deciding to be patient. Plus 100% to every attribute at the cost of burning life, which raises a thought I put away carefully because it's the kind of thought that eats a man. If I can copy that, One day, could I copy a talent that gives life back? Liam is the 16-year-old who killed 15 men on my wall, so I do it in front of everybody, 5,000 people in the canteen, and not one of them talking. Gentlemen, I am your Lord Kale. During the siege, I promised that whoever killed the most enemies would be rewarded with 100 caddies of fine salt and 100 caddies of wheat and promoted to Instructor Kaney's deputy, and this warrior, in the defense of the wall, single-handedly killed 10 invading bandits. Liam is 16 years old. Heroes come from all walks of life. Heroes are not concerned with age. Early Mendez, step forward. My lord. From this moment you are Instructor Kane's deputy. When needed you will lead soldiers on missions, and you will not give up even in the face of death. Can you do it? I can do it. Lift your head and look at me. He snaps his head up. Louder. Can you do it? And he puts everything he has into it, and on the third one his voice actually cracks in half. I can. I can. I can. 5,000 people make a sound like weather. Now, I need 200 soldiers, 200 strong, healthy soldiers. Men who can take the wind, the rain, and the training, who can hold that wall, and the territory behind that wall, and the people who work on it. Who is willing? I wish, I wish, I wish, like drums going through the roof. I started this alone in a field with a bloody piece of parchment, and now every word I say moves 5,000 people, and it does not feel the way I thought it would. It feels like a weight with a temperature. And on the same day I finally hear what happened to Alvin. Liam brings it in from the wall, out of breath, having ridden the whole 20 miles. Sir, Alvin is dead. Not just Alvin. The entire squad we put into Morgantown has vanished. Kaney sent a second group in. He was taken back to Morrison Manor by Garrick, and Garrick killed them and fed them to the lingerie he keeps. His fists close hard enough to make noise. Sir, don't you intend to do anything about it? Garrick killed 5 of our soldiers. I don't like to repeat myself. And a boy who has been a lieutenant for 4 days remembers where he is and goes gray. Forgive me, sir, that was rude and impetuous. Tell Kaney to have his people find out why Garrick took them. I need a definite answer. Step down. Kaney catches him at the foot of the tower that evening and finds out he concealed part of the conversation with me, and then finds out why. Alvin was the first man I met when I got here, Liam says. He had a wife and a son. He invited me into his house before I was even picked for the army. Apart from the Lord who fed me, he's the brightest thing that's happened in my life. And Kaney takes him apart the way I couldn't, because Kaney has been a soldier and I have not. Being captured by the enemy is not the end of it. What waits for you is a room you don't come out of and days you stop being able to count until at the very end you tell them what they want to hear. For him, that might be the only way to survive. For the territory, for the Lord, and for his own family, it is betrayal. And we do not know what is inside Garrick's manor. Do you think our master, who is careful about everything, would send his soldiers into that? What if they ride into 1,000 armed men and get surrounded? Then it isn't Alvin's squad that dies. It's several hundred. It could be 1,000. And their families? Liam has nothing. Alvin knew what he was when he agreed to go. To gather intelligence outside, bring it back, and tell the master. Even if he died out there. That was his mission. That is what gives his family, and you, and me, a better chance of still being here. Punishment. 5 kilometers in full armor at a run, and Kaney watches him go and thinks, brute, physically extraordinary, mentally rigid, and useful precisely as the point of a wedge, which is exactly why I picked him. The report on Alvin comes back from the second team through a captain called Hero Nash, and it's worse and better than I expected. Alvin did make a deal. 5 questions a day in exchange for food and water and a promise of 2 maids. He gave Garrick 3 answers. The first was 4,800 fully armed soldiers, which is a lie so large it wastes a whole day. The second was, I don't know. The third was my name. And then he came off the floor at Garrick with a piece of sharpened wood the thickness of a little finger, going for the carotid, and Rohan put a scimitar through his chest. And when they turned him over, the expression on his face was not fear, it was disappointment. He was angry that he had missed. I have Liam brought back in. This time you won't ask me whether I'm going to do nothing? Master. I wouldn't dare. I was reckless. Please punish me. Punishment is necessary, but not now. Whatever the reason Alvin and the other 4 were taken, their names will be carved into the granite platform beneath the Lord's statue. Their families will receive preferential treatment. To this territory they are heroes. They are warriors. Heroes must be remembered. If nobody writes the name down, then dying for a place means nothing, and next time nobody dies for it. Liam is shaking by the time he leaves. The statue itself takes 6 granite blocks of about 15 tons each, split off the mountain with iron wedges, and 100 men. I promise them gin if they get all 6 back in a day. They get 3, and when I tell them to go and collect it anyway, they refuse. Sir. We didn't achieve what we set out to do. We don't deserve the Jinn. Yes, sir. We only finished half. We failed your trust, my lord. If it isn't finished today, then finish it tomorrow. But one thing is certain. Obeying an order is a duty you must fulfill. I don't want to give that order twice. They straighten up like a wall going up. Yes. 1,000 pounds of gin, distributed. Draven can make more out of anything with sugar in it. The carver is Ronan Kalen, one of my Portland level 3s, and he chooses the pose himself by going around the town and asking people and asking Alani what image of me stayed with them, and every one of them said the same thing. The night the wall was attacked, and a boy in black armor with a cloak rode out of the town in the dark, alone, toward it. So that's what he carves. 10 meters. A horse at full stride with its mane and tail out level. A rider in scale and cloak, visor up. He puts it at the edge of the square facing the mountain pass, so it greets everyone coming in and sees off everyone going out. The platform underneath is 8 meters by 6 by 3, and it's blank for a reason. And when it's finished, I attach the wonder. Attach the Lord statue abilities to the stone carving? Yes. Attachment successful. Nothing about the stone changes. But every apprentice cleaning up around the base stops at the same moment and looks up, and I feel it too. The specific physical sense of being watched by something on a horse raises the Lord's authority, maintains awe among the townspeople, reduces conflict. The town starts calling that square Lord's Square without anybody deciding to. 200 miles away, in a manor house I intend to take, a woman tells the head squire she's been sleeping with that she's pregnant. So? What now? There's no hiding it. It's been a month since I bled. In 2 months at most, my body changes. My husband and I have not shared a bed in 5 years. The master has a problem. However much strength he has, however inexhaustible he is, he cannot get a child on a woman. To save his face, we told the world the fault was mine. A month without bleeding proves there is nothing wrong with me, which also proves the child can only be someone else's. Rohan doesn't say anything. If the master finds out his first wife is pregnant and the child isn't his, what do you think he does? He bought all those young maids for one reason, to produce an heir of Morrison blood. And Rohan starts to sweat through his shirt. You will die. He'll cut you up and feed you to the lingerie. I will die because I betrayed Garrick Blackwood, and your child, inside me, dies with us. And then, because she is a person and not a plot device. But I want to live. I want to live with your child. The time we get is short, but every time, I'm happy. He puts his arms around her and says he'll make sure they both survive, and he means it, and he has absolutely no idea how. A week later, Garrick sends him through my gate, disguised as a merchant. Except Rohan, who is not clever but is not completely stupid, hands the merchant role to his new assistant, a young squire called Cassian Barrett, whom he plucked out of the gatehouse himself a month ago because the boy was funny about brothels. 3 wagons of barley, 6 mounted guards. Here is my territory, seen by an enemy for the first time. Barricades of logs and iron spikes, 2 meters high, in rows. Then black figures with spears on a wall. Then a checkpoint. Submit to inspection, surrender your weapons, and you may enter if you pass, which Rohan resents enormously and complies with instantly. Then the base of the wall as they ride under it, where the granite is black-red at the corner and the soil is black-red with it, in a band that runs the whole length. He knows exactly what makes that color and how long it takes, and he does the arithmetic on how many people. Then, in the pass, a column of 200 men in full plate comes past them at a run, in step, faces closed, and the sound of it comes up through the horse's legs. These are real soldiers, real killing machines. Then out of the forest, and there's a town twice the size of Morgantown, with 10-meter chimneys and water wheels and a castle, and thousands of free people walking home off the fields in matching wool, talking cheerfully about what they'll do after dinner. And then, across the square, a stone rider looking directly at him. By the time they reach the merchant's hall, he has stopped calculating how Garrick could take this place and started calculating how long Garrick has left. Even if the master recruits 1,000 squires, he thinks, one charge and they're gone. They stay the night because Cassian suggests the horses are tired and Rohan takes the hint. And around midnight, Rohan slips out to scout and gets about 10 meters before torches come at him from both ends of the street. Bryn, in composite armor, in front of a squad. The master wants to see you. Which tells him something that turns his stomach over. They weren't watching him from the gate. They were watching him inside Morrison Manor. He comes up into the hall, and I look at him for a moment and say, Garrick Blackwood's Manor, head squire. Rohan? He bows very fast. My lord, I am Rohan. Very well, then I won't waste words. I want to support you to become the new manor lord of Morrison Manor. He hears it, and then he hears it again. My lord, what did you say? Everything Garrick Blackwood controls becomes yours. You are their master. Do whatever you want. And then, while he's still standing there, the mechanism. A revolt by squires will never be accepted by the Marquis Valerius or by the neighboring lords. Even if you dragged Garrick off the seat by force, every manor around you would come and take it off you. So, you lead them in rebellion, and I lead my soldiers in to suppress it. From then on, the territory of Morrison is my territory, and no other manor lord will dare covet it. And I can bestow that territory on you and make you a subordinate lord of that land. He stands and thinks about it for several minutes, and I let him, because a man deciding to overthrow his own master needs the time. My lord, what benefit does this bring you? One less enemy. He rides out at dawn and he doesn't sleep for 2 nights, and what he finds when he gets home is a log standing upright in the yard behind the manor with a body tied to it. Garrick noticed Justine being sick at dinner. Rohan's legs go, and a hand takes him under the arm from behind and holds him up. Stand still. If someone sees you like this, even if it wasn't you, you won't be able to defend yourself. Cassian. In the kitchen, with a cleaver embedded in the block between them, Rohan finally asks the right question. Who are you? Cassian. A spy Lord Kale sent to infiltrate Morrison Manor, and every strange thing resolves. Why a farm boy from a burned village outperformed every squire in the household. Why he paid for Rohan in town. Why the name Torvin Riker opened a gate that had never opened for anyone. Aren't you afraid I'll hand you to the master? What waits for you is nothing but torment. Of course I'm afraid. But I'm more afraid that Lord Kale's lands are breached and occupied by you people, that my wife and my daughters become prisoners, that they're used and then die badly. I would rather risk my life than that. And then he says the thing that finishes it. That's the difference between us. I am willing to give my life for my family, for my land, and for my lord. And you hide in a dark corner and shake and hope nobody notices you. Rohan gets the cleaver up and points it at his face. Cassian puts one finger on the flat of it and pushes it down. Head squire, your time is running out. What does that mean? It means what it says. This territory doesn't have much time left. Garrick doesn't have much time left. Your time is running out. And Rohan looks out the window at a log in a yard and puts the cleaver down and goes upstairs. He clears the 2 guards off the door himself. Sir, Rohan has something to report. It's late. Tomorrow. Sir, it concerns the lord behind the city wall. I have something important to report. A pause, then bare feet on boards, and a young maid opens the door. Sir, the lord of the city wall has already dispatched his troops towards your territory. Barring anything unusual, they arrive in 1 or 2 hours at most. And Garrick sits up out of that bed with a speed that Rohan has never once seen in 3 years of standing next to him. What? Is that true? It's true. Then what are you standing there for? Gather the squires and start the defense. Sir, I think you may need to gather them personally. You are the master of this estate. What a piece of trash. And he heaves himself up and starts dressing, lecturing the whole time about how he'd have taken the head squire position off him long ago if he weren't slightly useful. Rohan walks behind him to the door, takes the dagger out from under his robe, steps in close, and puts it into Garrick Blackwood's back with everything he has. It goes in less than a centimeter and stops against something hard, and Garrick turns around and drives a knee into his stomach, and Rohan goes backwards across the room and hits the stone wall and comes off it onto the floor with blood in his mouth. Do you really think I became manor lord just because old Powell got murdered and I inherited? I may be fat. I'm not useless. You know I can break a wild boar's jaw with my bare hands. He walks over, unhurried. And you really think I don't know about you and that bitch Justine? Rohan tries to get his legs under him. 2 of his ribs are in the wrong place. Garrick puts his right foot on his chest. I recruited you into this manor. I made you head squire. I gave you food and status and position. Even the lingerie I raise would never betray me, and you chose to stab me in the back. And then he shifts every one of his 400 pounds onto that foot. There's a crack. Useless. Then he opens the door and starts shouting for guards, and by the time 3 of them get up the stairs, he already has the next head squire picked out of them by name. Magnus. Gather every squire at the gate, every one of them with a weapon in his hand, and Magnus, who was a gate guard 4 minutes ago, runs. 780 men assemble in the dark in the yard, most of them recruited inside the last 3 weeks, none of them trained. A battle is about to begin. The sleep goes off 780 faces at once, and what replaces it isn't courage. You are my squires. I gave you food, shelter, and wages. You will help your manor lord through his difficulty. Silence. If we hold this manor, every man here receives 1 gold pound, and for every enemy you kill, 1 shilling. And the yard comes apart. 1 gold pound is years. 1 gold pound is cloth for the wife, meat for children who haven't had any, grain through to next winter. I want it, I want it. Gold pound, gold pound. I want to eat meat. Then take your swords and go to the border of the territory and stop them. I, Garrick Blackwood, will be here with the gold ready, waiting for your triumphant return. And Magnus draws a long sword he does not know how to use and leads 780 men out into the dark. And the moment they're out of sight, Garrick turns to the squires he kept back. Pack, take everything of value. I'm going to stay at Chambers Viscount Castle for a while. He never expected them to stop anybody. He needed an hour. Cassian meets my column on the road with his horse already turning. My lord, Rohan failed. He didn't join the rebellion. He tried to knife Garrick himself, and Garrick killed him. And we need to move. Garrick is very likely to run. And then there's shouting ahead of us in the dark. My lord, it's Garrick's squires. About 700. Corin, range them. Prepare a salvo. He rides forward, frowns at the torches, spends a couple of minutes on distance and wind, and comes back. Master, the test is complete. 2 volleys. Arrow storm. You command. Archers, forward. 2 ranks. 200 men come out of the column and form 4 lines of 50 on the open ground. First team, prepare to shoot. Raise the bow 40 degrees. Draw. Behind me, Caney and Bryn and 300 spearmen watch this happen with something close to reverence, because 11 months ago, every single one of them was worrying about dinner. Loose! Out in the dark, Magnus hears something and stops. Did you hear that? Hear what? What's making noise this late? Is that my stomach? No, it's arrow rain. It's arrow rain. Take cover, everyone, find cover. And there is no cover, because they are standing in the middle of a plowed field. A man looks down at his own chest with an expression of mild confusion, and there's an arrowhead sticking out of his back with pieces of him on it, and he goes over backwards. Then the second volley. Magnus gets his head up when it stops and counts what's left, and about 100 of them are down, and another 20 or 30 are screaming. And then the ground starts to make a noise. Heavy cavalry? It's actually heavy cavalry? 200 riders in full plate on baton warhorses with 5-meter spears lowered. 500 or 600 squires with a sword each and no armor. It takes 1 pass. And then my cavalry doesn't stop. It goes straight on through and keeps going, up the gravel road, toward the manor. We ride in behind them. Search. The house is empty of the only thing I came for. A thin maid, dragged out by 2 soldiers, gets the words out before anybody asks. Garrick left half an hour ago, with his squires and his maids. They said they were going to Chambers Viscount Castle. Caney, take a squad and intercept him before he reaches Wind Hill. Yes, master. 50 riders go out of that courtyard and into the dark. Liam, take men and bring every person in this territory here. Then I walk into a 3-story house that has been standing for over 100 years. Murals, statues, embroidered hangings, the skulls of animals mounted on boards. You cannot buy that. That is time or inheritance, and it is the one thing I do not have. I sit down in a chair and wait. Out on the gravel road, Garrick's carriage is being run flat out, and Garrick is looking backwards. Waste. What a piece of trash. 700 men couldn't stop them, and they've caught up already. The twin maids he brought with him press themselves against the doors. What? Are you frightened of me? I bought you from the slave traders. Without me, you'd have been sold to a brothel and had 100 men. I rescued you. Your lives are mine. Even running for my life, I brought you with me, and now you're frightened of me. Come here. I'm telling you to come here. They don't move. You're not coming? Then get out. He kicks the first one in the stomach, and she goes out through the carriage door with the door and hits the gravel and rolls and stops against a boulder. Then he turns and does the same to the other one. Your lives were given by me. If I want you to live, you live. If I want you to die, you die. The squires riding alongside look at each other and start calculating whether he'll do it to them. And then the hooves behind get loud, and Garrick turns around, and there are 200 meters of road left and heavy cavalry in it. An hour later, Caney comes back into the courtyard, drops off his horse before it's stopped, and holds out a blood-stained cloth bag. He opens it. A head, thick with fat, still recognizable. Master, I have not failed you. Very well done. Master, this is my duty. 2,000 people stand in the yard at dawn, serfs and household slaves, clothes barely covering them, pale, thin, having spent every ounce of fat they own getting through December, heads down, not one of them daring to look at armed men. I am Kale, the lord of the territory behind the city wall. There is no need to panic and no need to be afraid. Garrick Blackwood has been killed by me. Morrison Manor will cease to exist. And Caney lifts the head up where all of them can see it. The noise that goes through 2,000 people is not cheering. It's the noise of a thing that has been permanent stopping being permanent. I led my soldiers into Morrison Manor to liberate you. And then nothing happens, because they don't know the word. I can see it going round. Liberation. What is liberation? So I do it in items. From now on, you are not oppressed. You have fixed working hours every day. You never have to worry about hunger again. 3 meals a day, and every meal has meat. Your children will be taught. When you are sick, a doctor will treat you, and every 2 of you will have a red brick house. Somebody near the front who cannot stop himself. My lord, is it really that simple? It's that simple. Corin brings me the accounting by mid-morning. 2,000 people exactly. 400,000 caddies of barley. 200,000 of wheat. 80,000 of oats. 100,000 of peas. 20,000 of lentils. 10,000 of turnips. 10,000 of carrots. 5,000 plus of meat. 60 head of cattle. 42 draft. 6 dairy. 54 draft horses. 38 pigs. 40 sheep. 60 chickens. And 20 lingerie, which I look at for a second and then send to Rorik's ranch because it isn't the dog's fault. About 1,000 iron tools and the squire's weapons, all for remelting, thousands of yards of linen, and out of Garrick's carriage, 520 gold pounds, 100 odd shillings, 1,000 pence. Our losses, 10 dead, 25 wounded. Theirs, 550 dead, 220 taken. I stand in the yard of a manor that took 100 years to build and understand that I have just funded my entire spring in one night, using war to sustain war. Take the local wealth, put it straight back into your own strength, and let the practice give your soldiers and your officers what training never can. And it only works in a chaotic age, because in a chaotic age you can erase a lord and take his land and nobody assembles to punish you for it. This is a chaotic era. It is also, for me, a golden one. A prosperous era begins in times of chaos. 4 manor lords sit around a table in a sealed room in Morgantown. Alistair Sutton, 78 years old, with a voice like a rasp. Morrison Manor has been emptied to the shell. No serfs, no free men, no livestock. They took the dogs. And a few hundred meters from the manor we found a fresh pit. My men opened it. It was full of corpses, more than 500. Arrow wounds and puncture wounds from spears. My guess is correct. They were bombarded with a hail of arrows and then overwhelmed by a cavalry charge. There's a hiss around the table. Cedric Dawson will not have it. Where in Morgantown would a regular army come from? Percival Walton agrees with him at length. Alden Kendall says carefully that they should investigate further, and Alistair puts his hands flat on the table. So, you would rather cover your own eyes than believe that an army exists inside the boundaries of Morgantown, that it breached Morrison Manor, killed Morrison, and took everything he had, because you're afraid that your estates, passed down for generations, go the same way, but you don't have the courage to raise armed forces and resist, so you bury your heads in the sand like ostriches. Nobody speaks. Let me ask you something simple. On this land, what is the single most important thing if you want to develop a territory? Grain, meat, vegetables, says Cedric. Alistair nods. Money, says Percival. Alistair nods again, and Alden Kendall says, it's labor. And Alistair gives him the look you give the one student who was listening. Yes, it's labor. With labor you have food, meat, vegetables, and more money, and labor is exactly what we want too. So, if this lord is willing to negotiate, willing to swear before God never to violate us, I, Alistair, will accept. I'm old. I want to spend my last years with my 3 grandchildren. But what if he isn't willing? He was able to walk into Garrick's manor and take everything Garrick had. He can walk into ours. So we form a defensive alliance. The 2 of them say they'll think about it and leave. And in the courtyard, Alistair turns to Alden. Why didn't you stand with me just now? Mr. Alistair, you misunderstand. Your estate is too strong. If I sided with you that openly, Cedric and Percival would suspect us both. Morgantown needs balance. Balance. Alistair walks to his carriage. I see. I thought perhaps you'd forgotten that it was Alistair who made you the manor lord of Arnold Manor. That I secretly had your father and your 2 brothers killed. Otherwise, you'd still be breaking waste ground. Of course I have not forgotten, Mr. Alistair. You gave Alden a second life. Alistair puts a foot on the step. Good that you remember. Lord Alden Manor, this favor must be repaid. And when the carriage is out of sight, the handsome young face of the manor lord of Arnold Manor comes apart and the blood vessels stand out in both his eyes. Inside the carriage, a young woman with very precise features is sitting cross-legged on a silk cushion. Grandfather, they didn't agree? They said they'd think about it, Evelyn. And Evelyn Sutton says, in the voice of someone discussing the weather, they need to consider it? Since when did a pack of animals driven by their lower bodies grow brains? Then she leans against the old man's arm. Grandfather, since you've made contact with the master of that army, I think we can do something in trade. Do what? Promote the unification of the whole of Morgantown. Have you forgotten? You always taught us, if you want to achieve great things, you must choose the right means. Morgantown is only the starting point for the Frank family. The Frank family's true goal is to replace the Marquis Valerius and become a lord. Evelyn, I haven't forgotten. And she laughs and puts her head on his shoulder and says she always knew her road was different from those pig-shaped manor lords. I sleep about 4 hours and then it's spring. Not metaphorically. The temperature comes up 10 degrees, the gray lid comes off the sky, and I walk out into a field and crouch down and pull the dead grass off a ridge. And underneath there are rows of wheat seedlings that have gone from yellow-green to bright green, and every one of them has put out one new tender leaf in the middle. Along the road edges the grass has started. There are buds in the field margins. Birds go over making a noise I haven't heard since October. All things grow. 5,000 people on Lord's Square before breakfast. 200 heavy-wheeled plows. Gentlemen, I am Kale, the lord of this territory. Many of you have been wondering why you've been taken off your posts. Because it's spring. This land is about to break new ground on a scale it has never done. Only by having more land under plow do we plant enough to be sure of eating. That matters to me as your lord, and it matters more to you and to your children. 5,000 faces. Do you see that wasteland out there, covered in dead yellow grass? That is the battlefield for every one of you. You will charge into it like soldiers, driving oxen, dragging heavy plows, going across that ground at a run. You will swing the hoes and the shovels in your hands, and you will cut out a piece of farmland to survive on. Do you have confidence? Yes, yes, yes. Waves of it, front to back. Note: Commander's Roar successfully activated. Morale raised. Attack and defense increased by 10%. Duration, 1 hour, and I stand there with a panel in front of my eyes telling me that I have just buffed 4,000 farmers. They're still people. The skill doesn't ask what job they do, which means I should be honest with myself about something. Part of the reason my speeches work is that I own a skill that makes speeches work. The other part is the meat, the houses, the school, and the hospital. I'll take the split. 4 streams, 2,000 clearing weeds, roots and stone, 1,000 on plows behind the oxen, 1,000 breaking the clods and leveling, 1,000 cutting furrows and laying compost, and a fortnight later my cooking hits 3, because I have spent every spare hour of the winter in a kitchen chopping pork for 4,000 people. Your cooking skill has been upgraded to level 3. Unlocking, market and prices, reward, talent copybook, ×1. A pair of scales appears at the bottom of my interface. Fine salt, Carcassonne, 8 pence a caddy. Bordeaux, 9. Triumph City, 9. Quality, iron, 6 pence a kilo, everywhere. Wheat, 1 penny a kilo, everywhere. Live prices in every city of the empire, in my head, permanently. I have just been handed the trading position of a great merchant house as a reward for chopping vegetables. The second talent copybook goes into my pocket unspent. There is nobody yet whose talent is worth it. Torvin comes up the road with 20 wagons and 8 other agricultural traders behind him, 100,000 caddies of grain, 400 caddies of vegetable seed, cabbage, onion, radish, lettuce, spinach, 4,100 caddies of salt, and again I round it his way. Mr. Torvin, this isn't enough. I need at least another 1,000,000 caddies of barley. He winces and gives me the honest answer, which is why I keep him. My lord, last autumn everyone wanted to sell. Now, after that snow, every manor lord and every trader is frightened for his own summer harvest. They're holding their grain. Then I'll raise the price. How much would you like to add? Up to 3 pence for 5 pounds. He nearly chokes. Because that puts barley at the price of wheat. Wheat is what lords eat. Barley is what everyone else eats. There is no world in which those two numbers are the same number. As long as it's under that, buy all of it. And then Torvin Riker stands in my field and watches a heavy-wheeled plow go past, turning a black wave of soil over out of ground that was gray an hour ago, and he forgets to be a merchant. This is true cultivation. This is nothing like the shovels and the light plows the manor lords use. 200 acres a day. And then he asks the question he's been circling for a year. My lord, may I be so bold as to ask the yield of the barley you plant? 150 caddies. The local number is 100 on a good year, with luck, and that number of mine is from before compost. This year's, on ground that has had a winter of manure and deep plowing in it, will be higher, and I'm not telling him by how much. He does the arithmetic in his head, and I watch him decide, right there in a furrow, to spend the rest of his career attached to this valley. And then, because he's an honest man and he owes me, he passes on the rumor he brought. Garrick Blackwood's estate has been taken by an unknown armed force. At least 500 of his squires killed. Everything looted. And Garrick himself is missing. He stops. and the manor lords of Morgantown have held a meeting about it. I don't slow down. Mr. Torvin, who do you think did this? And Torvin Riker, president of the local merchants' chamber, looks at the ground and does not answer. Which is the correct answer, and we both know it, and neither of us says another word about it. 2,000 new people go out across my territory that week. 400 to the barbican that Rowan Moore is building behind the wall. 400 men into 6 forge halls, 1,200 apprentices, 6 blast furnaces, the women and the weaker into the textile halls, weaving armor plates, 50 each to glass, brewing, fishing, and the odds and ends shops, 100 to carpentry, on siege engines, 200 to the Iron Mountain, 200 to the salt, 100 cutting, 100 in the works. 9,000 people, and I still do not have a spare pair of hands anywhere on this land. Kalen's numbers, when he brings them, 1,200 apprentices, 5 plates a man per day, 6,000 plates a day, 200 to 300 plates and a cast breastplate and helmet make 1 suit, about 20 suits a day. And a suggestion, which he got from Grom over a beer and brought to me himself, which is the best thing he's ever done, make the plates smaller, 3 to 5 centimeters, denser, more flexible for the same protection, and shaped, diamonds, rectangles, fish scale, so that a unit can be given a pattern of its own. Then talk to Seraphina and Fiona directly and agree it between you. If the protection holds, execute, because a year ago Kalen was one man with a hammer who had never made a weapon, and now he is bringing me improvements to a manufacturing process that didn't exist on this continent 8 months ago. That's the whole thing. That's what I've actually been building. Not the wall, not the mine, them. The last thing I know about secondhand because I'm standing in a field with a hoe in my hands when it happens. Out in the Whirlpool Sea, 2 longships are running before a hard wind with their linen sails cracking, and the swell is throwing the hulls around. Below decks, in the dark, Grayson Brown walks between rows of chained people and tells them the truth, which is the worst and most honest speech in this entire story. I know you're very hungry, but there was nothing I could do. I am a slave trader. Even if you starve to death on the way, the most I can do is feed you once every 3 days. These are the rules for transporting slaves. If you want to establish yourself here and make a fortune, you follow the rules. And 100 pairs of eyes look at him with a hatred you could warm your hands on, and he knows perfectly well that if there were no guards they would take him apart, and then he raises his voice. But don't worry. Since last year, not one single slave who has passed through the hands of the great Grayson Brown has ever cursed my name afterwards. You must be wondering why. It's because every one of them was sent to a magical territory, and he starts listing it, and he isn't even exaggerating. They move into a clean, red brick house, newly fired brick, dense, no draft. In winter, there's coal from the mine, given out for heating. 3 meals a day, and there's meat in the food. And the Lord gives them clean new clothes. And in a slavehold in the middle of a freezing sea, 100 people who have not eaten in 2 days look up with something in their faces that they will be ashamed of in a minute, because they know exactly what they are and what they are worth. Grayson shakes his head at them, genuinely regretful. Honestly, if you had any money at all, I'd be charging you a fee for a place in Lord Kale's territory. Then he goes up the ladder onto the deck, and stops. Because at the bow of the ship, facing forward into the wind and the spray, there is a tall, slender figure standing perfectly still, and her snow-white hair is whipping sideways in the sea wind. She's coming to see the boy with the salt mine. She financed a war of succession in an empire of 80 million people out of her own purse, and she is standing on the prow of a slave ship in February to come and look at a farm, and I am 400 miles away with dirt under my fingernails, teaching a man from Portland how deep to cut a furrow, and I have absolutely no idea she's coming. I'll find out in about 9 days. Right now the sun is out, and there's a furrow running away from my boots in a straight brown line all the way to the mountains, and I have 9 whole days left of not knowing. Best 9 days of the year.